Good morning to you and a very warm welcome to Donington Park for the start of the 2021 racing season for the 750 Motor Club. And we've got some fantastic racing coming up for you today, the opening event of our 2021 season, with something for everybody, with sports cars taking centre stage. Here's the circuit that we're racing on today. We're on the full 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuit here at Donington Park, made famous for that opening lap by Ayrton Senna in the 1993 European Grand Prix. 12 turns, plenty of elevation as well, and it should provide some excellent racing for the categories that we have for you today. But what of the weather conditions? Well, at the moment we've got blue skies. There might be some cloud a bit later on. No sign of any precipitation at the moment. We shouldn't have any later, but a cold and breezy day. We did have some snow earlier on this morning, would you believe, but that has blown through. And let's take a look at the racing action that we've got coming up for you during the course of today's programme. And you can see that coming up in a few moments' time, the opening race of the season for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. And then we've got the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. That's also before the lunch break. Then we have around about an hour off before we get back underway with the Tweeks Yokohama Locost Championship, first of 2 races of the day for those. And then we have a 40-minute mini Enduro for 2 different categories sharing the grid, the Calm All Porsche Trophy and the Burney's Sports Racing and V8s. Second race of the day for the MX5s, and I know a lot of you are tuning in for that. That's at 5 to 3, but the main event of the day is the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship at 3:20, a full 2-hour race and a very full grid, almost 50 cars on circuit for that. Their qualifying session has just come to an end. We've then got the second race of the day for Bikesports and Locost to round out the day. Well, let's say a very good morning for the first time today, for the first time this season indeed, to my co-commentator in the next door commentary box to me today. It's Josh Barrett. Josh, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Ian. It's great to be back, isn't it? And with some great grids. You've mentioned the series that are racing. All of the grids are very large indeed. There's something like 200 racing cars here at Donington Park today, which, given the current circumstances, is absolutely brilliant.
It certainly is, and as I say, the weather should now be set fair, if cold, and it'll be difficult there for the teams to get the tyre pressures and tyre settings right, I would think, especially those cars running on slicks in, for example, the bike sports category that we have coming up a little bit later on, just before the lunch break, in fact. So there, the scene down in the pit lane here at Donington Park. We're not too far away from getting our first race of the weekend underway. And that first race is going to be for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Of course, at Donington Park, next to East Midlands Airport, so the planes flying overhead, a regular sight, and indeed sound. We're going to turn our attention to the cars on the grid, and here they are. Ben Short is going to be on pole position, the former 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup champion for the opening round of the season, and next to him is the ex-British touring car champion, touring car racer, I should say, Mike Ept. Second driver of the grid, you've got Steve Foden. He was second in last year's 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. And Mike Comber, another very rapid Mazda MX5 racer, is next to him. Marcus Bailey and former Mighty Mini champion Declan McDonnell alongside him on the third row of the grid. Row 4. On the inside is the reigning champion, number 1, Ben Hansey, and Ben Abbott, returning after a season out in 2020. Tom Smith was third in last year's championship, number 41, lines upon the inside of row 5, and the rapid Courtney Milnes, treble 7, next to him. Ian Tomlinson and Ian Cameron make up row 6 of this bumper field of Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s. Jordan Johnson also had a bit of a season off last year. He lines up 13th in car 92. Next to him is Thomas Holland. Jake Dormer and George King line up on the 8th row. Matthew Short, father of Ben, and Hayden McDonald are the two starters on the 9th row of the grid. Row 10, Stephen Craggs and Sam Moody. David Abbott and Stephen Robinson are on row 11 of the grid, and on the 12th row, Paul Monteith and Raphael Drage, also a returnee to the championship. Jimmy Broadbent, and I know he's the one that many of you are here for, he lines up on the inside of row number 13 in car 99, and alongside him is another newcomer to racing. That's number 94, Liam Cochrane. Tim Gray and Adrian Johnson are on the next row. Stephen Reed and James McCann, they line up on row 15. And still the cars come. Stephen Rees and John Goldsmith on row 16, then Philip Andrew Barrett, Ian Van Reenen, row 17, Alex Lewington and Charlie Brisker on the 18th row of the grid. And it's a full capacity 40 car field here. We've got Jeremy Rivers Fletcher, Stephen Horner, Andrew Robinson and Matthew Pennefather Neal are rounding out the field. So a very big grid indeed for this opening 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup event of the season, backed by Switch. And Josh, it should be a fantastic racing prospect, wide open, with plenty of potential winners there, you would think.
Absolutely, and with battles throughout the field, I'm sure, with 40 of them. The top 4 in qualifying, that perhaps that little bit further ahead. The real experienced drivers, Ben Short there on pole position, the champion back in 2015 and 2017, alongside MX5 debutant Mike Epps, who started his racing career out with the 750 Motor Club a decade ago, where he was a runner-up in the Formula V Championship, but of course more recently he's been in the British Touring Car Championship and on the support package. And he will be getting stuck in, you'd think. Steve Foden, he starts third, the runner-up from last year. I think just a point away from Ben Hansey, the double reigning champion, who only starts 7th, so watch out for him. And then alongside Foden is Mike Combran, another driver coming back to the 750 Motor Club, ex-Locost champion. As was Declan McDonald, wasn't he, who's there on row 3. Some real top names in this championship this season. It's great to see the 5 Club Racing field has grown massively, hasn't it, from a couple of years ago to now have a full grid once more. Certainly is. Some new details then of how else you can follow this. Head to tsl-timing.com. You can also get there via the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. There'll be a link to the live timing for this meeting. There'll also be a link to the digital download of the race programme that would normally be available here in a paper format. You can download that to your laptop or your smartphone or your tablet, whatever it is that you've got with you today. You can download the race programme onto that, and to get all of the information about today's racing. The one driver that won't have on it, though, for this race is number 99, Jimmy Broadbent, who starts a bit further back on the grid, but of course well known for his esports racing success and his YouTube channel, which has hundreds of thousands of followers, I think. And I think he's brought some of those along today to watch this live stream produced by Alpha Live for this 750 Motor Club race meeting, the opening one of the season.
the grid by number 77, Steve Foden, as they turn their way through Redgate Corner for the first time. Oh, there's a couple of cars off. Is one of those possibly Tom Smith, or it might be Mike Comber, actually? There's 3 or 4 of them off into the gravel as well, including Declan McDonald.
Yeah, Declan McDonald. It was Mike Comber, wasn't it? Because he's not there. So it was that battle for 4th position, wasn't it? But the top 3 are there, and it's Mike Epps that leads the way. It's Ben Short in 2nd and Steve Foden 3rd. And then that big gap where all those cars came together, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. So a bit of clearing up to be done up at the top of the circuit, but there is the number 3 car of Mike Epps then, the ex-Formula V Championship runner-up in the lead of the race then. In 2nd place, you have the number 71 car of Ben Short. Right behind him is number 77, Steve Foden, who was denied the championship last year by just 1 point behind last year's winner for the last 2 years, in fact, Ben Hansey. They turn their way out of Copse Corner, and there is that big gap, Josh, isn't it, between 3rd and 4th position.
Indeed, the only car I think that is left in the gravel is Declan McDonald. Now we've got 67 off, that's one of the Abbotts, isn't it? I think, yeah, David Abbott spun, that's up at Coppice, but just 1 car off at Redgate, so I think we can continue to race. This is the battle for 4th position, I think. Marcus Bailey ahead of Tom Smith and Ben Hansey, 2 of the drivers that battled for the championship last year. Down into the Melbourne Loop for the first time, though, and it's Epps, Short and Foden getting the way in the big battle for 4th, and it's Tom Smith who comes down the inside of Marcus Bailey to grab that position. Ben Hansey follows him to Ben Short Motorsport team cars, and it's about 10 cars in that all in this weekend. You've got Courtney Milnes in there as well. 34 is the Cameron car, isn't it? Ian Cameron there in that battle too. It's absolutely frantic.
It is number 9. Ian Tomlinson is at the back of that group as well, as they turn their way out of the Goddard's hairpin onto the start and finish straight, the Wheatcross straight, and head up towards Redgate Corner, where that incident was on the opening lap of the race. So Tom Smith then leads the chase. There are still waved yellow flags, as you can see there, heading into Redgate Corner, so there is still some work being done trackside, I would think, to clear 1 or 2 of the stricken cars.
Yes, it's just Declan McDonald's car, Ian, that's being snatched out of the way. I can just see that from my window.
And the number 96 car has pulled off as well, which was Sam Moody.
Okay,
so here the cars down into the old hairpin then. Big gap from 3rd to 4th, and there's actually a gap opening out between 5th Ben Hansey and 6th, which is Courtney Milnes, who's going very well so far this year. Here are the 2 leaders, though.
They're getting away, are they, from Steve Foden by the looks of things? Foden there in 3rd, you'd think might be the first of the full season drivers, because Ben Short tends not to do the full year nowadays, and Mike Epps in as a one-off here today. He makes his way down the exhibition straight down towards the chicane, and Short in the slipstream, but not quite yet close enough to challenge. But very experienced driver in these cars, knows how the races play out somewhat better than Mike Epps, you would think.
Update on Jimmy Broadbent, up to 19th, so up 6 places on the opening lap, no doubt a little bit helped by some of the cars going off ahead of him, but nevertheless a very impressive first lap of real world circuit racing for Jimmy. Here is the battle for 4th position then. It is still Tom Smith ahead of Ben Hansey at the moment, 2 drivers that we saw pretty evenly matched out the course of last year. The 61 car getting involved there now as well in that battle, and that's Jake Dormer making up a little bit of ground to get involved in that scrap. But these 2, Josh, for 4th and 5th, have pulled away from that group now.
Yes, that's Smith and Hansey then, 2 of the BS Motorsport cars, Ben Short Motorsport cars that are battling, but they're a long way behind Steve Foden. There's one out over the grass on the exit of the hairpin, but gets back on again without losing too much time. Side by side, that's Courtney Milnes and Marcus Bailey, and one of them lost its bonnet, hasn't it, or the bonnet's popped up on front of the window screen. That could have been the car that was out wide on the exit of the hairpin. It's going to pull off, and not quite got a number on that yet. It's 47.
It's Stephen Craggs, isn't it?
Okay, so he's seen enough to pull off the road. So back to yellow flags at Redgate, side by side there, down the Craner curves in that pack of cars. Let's look a bit further back. There's some more side by side action. That's Mike Comber who's coming back for him. But he was off at the start, and he's worked his way back into the top 20, something like that.
Yeah, try and work out exactly where he is in a moment. There is the number 11 car going through. That's Stephen Robinson, and 34 Ian Cameron in 9th position at the moment. You can see these new timing graphics for this season. We get to stroll through the full field as well, not just the top drivers. So we do get a rundown on everyone's position. Jimmy Broadbent now down a place to 20th. in the number 99 car.
I think Mike Comber's 14th. He's not showing up on the timing screens for some reason, but he's there ahead of Paul Monteith, 89. So I think he's 14th after what you'd think basically was last after that Redgate collision at the start. So he's working his way back through the order.
Possibly a transponder issue, though, hence not appearing on the time screens. 40 of these Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 1600cc cars out on circuit today. They go through the Fogarty S's, of course, because we're on the Grand Prix loop, and then drop down the hill to the Melbourne hairpin. You've got the two hairpins back-to-back on this Grand Prix layout, and some good scrapping going on down the order as we pick up on Jimmy Broadbent there, and he is still just ahead, no, he's back ahead now, isn't he, of number 22 Adrian Johnson. So I think he's got back into 20th position. I think it's Rafael Drash, another championship returnee who's been quick in the past, that's just ahead of them. But there's Jimmy Broadbent, number 99, rounding the Goddard hairpin now.
Out of short, there's been a change for the lead because the teammate of Broadbent, Mike Epps, has lost the lead. Ben Short has got through, so new race leader on to what is lap 4 of this 15-minute race.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes left to go in the race, and we should therefore be getting probably 8, maybe 9 laps out of this altogether. 3 gone, and they're side by side once again, and Epps muscles his way back through into the lead there. So back ahead of Ben Short up at McLean's there. Ben Short will not take this lying down.
Was that a BTCC style move there for the lead, it looked like, didn't it, into McLean's? We just caught the end of it, but it was pretty robust. You don't that often see that in MX-5 racing. You generally see them working together, not so much these two. Mike Epps and Ben Short, who's looking down the inside into the chicane. Can't quite do it there, though, but there's nothing to separate these two on pace, is there, Ian? It's all about the racecraft over the next few laps.
Absolutely right. So they are dropping down the hill to the Melbourne hairpin. Epps, number 3, in one of the Martin Tollywood cars, I think. Just behind him, Ben Short, then a gap back to Steve Foden in 3rd. He's about 3.5 seconds behind these two leaders now. And then it's Tom Smith in 4th, Ben Hansey 5th, Courtney Milnes in 6th position. Here's the way of things at the moment, and they're side by side coming off the hairpin. They are mirror to mirror. Oh, the hand out of the cockpit there from Ben Short. Which one is going to be last of the late break as well? Short sweeps to the left-hand side of the circuit. He's going to try and get the cut back here on Epps on the exit of the corner. No, he's not. Into Epps' toe. Plenty of gravel upon the circuit there. Probably a legacy of that first corner incident, but it's Epps that continues to lead.
Behind Ian, Steve Foden come into the pit lane. So the driver in 3rd looks like he's out the race, which is a bad start to his championship. Meanwhile, this battle for the lead goes on, and Ben Short kind of looks unimpressed, doesn't he, with some of Mike Epps' driving. There's been a couple of bits of contact between the two of them over the last couple of miles of racing, so it's quite an interesting battle out front. It's fair to say they're way ahead of the rest. It'll be Tom Smith now into 3rd, and Ben Hansey 4th. A short dives up the inside into McLean's. That's where he lost the lead a lap ago, and he goes back through. That was a good move, Ian.
Yeah, it was, and Ben Short, who's won lots and lots of Mazda MX-5 races over the last few years, but hasn't been a championship regular, as it were. He's won plenty of races, but he's not done all of the rounds for the championship. One of the sort of great standard setters, really, in MX-5 racing. I suppose down the years, you say someone like Tom Roche was another great MX-5 racer as well, but in a different category. But Ben, one of the very best. Will Blackwell Chambers more recently. Look at the gap back now to 3rd position, though, with Steve Foden having pitted. It is this scrap for 3rd now between Tom Smith and Ben Hansey. They're heading down to the Fogarty S's, and so far, Josh, Ben's not been able to find a way through.
He hasn't, but he's close enough to have a go should he want to, and this could be the battle for the championship, really, with the top two maybe not doing the full season, and it's Smith ahead of Hansey. They weren't really keeping up with Steve Foden, so I'm not sure what the issue for Foden was, but obviously enough for him to pit and come out of the race. So this is the battle for 3rd. Two teammates, they know each other well, and it is that car of Tom Smith ahead of Ben Hansey. Behind them it's Courtney Milnes that was ahead on the last lap. Now it's Declan McDonald, so Declan McDonald has come now. Is he a lap down? Because we did see him off earlier, didn't we? So he must be a lap down, so that car behind those two is not there in reality. And then it's the battle for what is now 5th position, being led by Marcus Bailey ahead of Ian Tomlinson, which would suggest Courtney Milnes has gone missing from this battle.
I think McDonald's actually
lost a few places,
down. Yeah, it's
right, okay.
4 laps down. There is Broadbent, and just ahead of him, that's Matthew Pennefather-Neal, who started right at the back, briefly making up a place. He's actually made up about half of the places through the field here, but he lost out again on the exit of the corner to Adrian Johnson. Jimmy Broadbent also involved in that as well. So this is just around about 20th position in the order. And Broadbent there getting a place back, it would seem. He might try and get one back from Pennefather-Neal as well, as they turn their way through Hollywood. Yes, he does so. Jimmy Broadbent making up a position now.
And now he's going to go side by side down the Craner curves, which is pretty brave stuff. And I think he's going to back out of it, isn't he, and actually lose both of those positions in the end. So it's a bit easier to be brave in esports than it is in real life. And he has to lose out there to the number 55 as they make their way up towards McLean's.
That's George King in the 55 car this weekend. So here's the scrap, and Broadbent just at the back of that group. King with perhaps a bit more experience, a bit keener to make up positions around the outside maybe at McLean's. They come up the hill, crest the blind, crest there into Coppice. And that's Broadbent still at the back of this group. He's got the black cross on the yellow background of his car. That's the 55 car that's gone very wide there, isn't it?
Yeah, that was George King going grass tracking. Leaders have completed their 6th lap, and there'll be 2 laps to go. So it'll be an 8-lap race, and the top 2 separated by just 1700ths of a second as this battle continues in the mid-pack. We said they'd be battling all the way through the field, and that's absolutely been the case. Down towards the Melbourne Loop they come then, and now George King is fighting back after making that mistake at Coppice. Down the inside of Jimmy Broadbent, and he goes through on one position. He's trying to get a 2nd place now ahead of Matthew Pennefather-Neal. So George King's lap's been a bit forwards and backwards, hasn't it?
2 3/4 minutes left to go in this race. It's still Ben Short leading from Mike Epps, but we're watching action in the midfield here. Pennefather-Neal has George King around the outside of him at Goddard's. Can he make that work? He runs wide over the curbing on the exit of the corner. I think Adrian Johnson's getting away a little bit, and he's now got ahead of James McCann as well in the number 13 car. So that's Adrian Johnson at the front of this group. And there's Broadbent just ahead of Pennefather-Neal now. So Pennefather-Neal having a bit of a yo-yo kind of a race. Started at the back, he's climbed up and now losing 1 or 2 positions. So into the last couple of minutes now of this race. Ben Short from Mike Epps.
Mike Comber up to 8th after his off, and he is the 3rd quickest driver in the race. Here are the leaders though, with a lap to go at the end of this one. It's Ben Short who's holding on ahead of Mike Epps, but it's all about the last lap, and it's so difficult to stay in front of another car with the slipstream that these Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s give off. 1600cc engines, give off about 100 brake horsepower, something like that, and it makes for great racing. And Ben Short is the master of this.
Here are the 2 leaders then, with probably 1 more lap to go at the end of this one. It's a 15-minute race. There's just under a minute and a half left to go, so they'll be going on to their final lap. So it's going to be an 8-lap race here. You've got Ben Short in the white car on the left-hand side of your picture. Mike Epps on the right-hand side. He's been giving some coaching advice to Jimmy Broadbent during the course of this weekend. They're turning their way through Redgate Corner. Of course, it was at McLean's about 3 laps ago, wasn't it, that Mike Epps took the lead, and then the following lap Ben Short got it back, dropping down through the Craner curves, and you can see how far they are ahead of the rest. 15 seconds, in fact, the gap to Ben Hansey in 3rd position at the moment, which over the course of about 40 minutes of racing so far is quite a margin. Heading out of the old hairpin through Schwantz curve and up to McLean's then, Josh.
Just to mention, Tom Smith has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limit, and the leaders are side by side as Mike Epps coming out to the outside line of Ben Short, but Short knew where to place his car. He hits the curb, which flicks the car sideways a bit, but that doesn't bother Short. He's well used to driving these cars sideways, so he's able to keep ahead of Mike Epps through Coppice Corner. Now the big toe-in section down towards the S's, which could be Epps' best chance to find a way through, but I think Short's got a good exit there, so he's pulled a car length or so away, and Epps is not close enough here as they come onto the Grand Prix loop for the last time.
Yep, so into the Fox Yeses. He's about 2 car lengths behind, isn't he? Mike Epps a bit less than that, maybe gets a good exit out of the Fogged Yeses, maybe. 2 hairpins then for him to try and make an attack. We've seen them cross the line side by side at least once before during the course of this race so far. Might they do it again here? They turn their way out of the Melbourne hairpin, so just Goddard's to go. The left-hander, final corner of the lap, and is Mike Epps going to be in a position to attack? It looks like he might be too far behind, actually. He's about 4 or 5 car lengths behind. As they go into the hairpin, it's going to be Ben Short, I think, that's going to come through. He's going to come out of Goddard's with a few lengths in hand, and it's going to be Ben Short that wins the first round of the season in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. He's been given a very close run out there by Mike Epps, who was actually 1.1 seconds behind at the end. I think that's the biggest gap that there was between them throughout the whole race. And then the rest of them only now appearing. And there is the third place man. It's going to be number 1, Ben Hansey, the reigning champion. From 4th place, number 41, Tom Smith. And then for 5th and 6th, it's going to be more or less side by side, I think. And it is, I think, Marcus Bailey that just gets the verdict.
And it was Mike Comber there in 6th, wasn't it? Who TSL slotted him later. So he managed to get back up to 6th, which would be important for the grid for later on. Ian Tomlinson took 7th. 8th was Ian Cameron. In the background, somebody had a big old spin at Coppice Corner and might well end up out of the race.
Just try and pick up who that is. Can't read the number on that. And it's the 78 car, which is Charlie Brisker. So Charlie Brisker, right at the end, just a third of a lap to go, has put it in the gravel trap at Coppice Corner, I'm afraid. And that's a great shame, because Charlie will be dropping down the timing screens because of that.
Absolutely, but a great way to start the 750 Motor Club season, wasn't it? Plenty of action. It was good to see that everybody involved in that first corner instant got back going. Declan McDonald needed a bit of help from the snatch tractor, but everybody else got back on, which should mean that there were no serious damage in that lap 1 incident, and we can look forward to another similar type of race later on.
Yeah, still cars coming through to complete their races around this 2.5 mile circuit here at Donington Park. There is another race later on today for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, by the way. That is going to be at around about 5 to 3 this afternoon. So do hope that you'll stay with us throughout the whole day. We've got another race coming up in the form of the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship very shortly, and then we'll have a lunch break, and then we've got plenty more races this afternoon. But if you just want to dip in for the MX5s, then the next race is at 2:55 or thereabouts. But do stay with us all day. It's pretty chilly outside today, quite frankly, in the UK, so I think you're better off staying indoors and watching this 750 Motor Club race meeting brought to you by Alpha Live. Let's have a look at the results of that first race of the day then. It was Ben Shorts that took the win by 1.1 seconds from Mike Epps. Ben Hansey completing the podium. Tom Smith, 4th place, and actually his 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits didn't cost him a position. 5th place, number 54, Marcus Bailey. A good drive back through the field. He was one of the fastest men out there for number 58, Mike Comber. He finished 6th. Ian Tomlinson, 7th. Ian Cameron was 8th in number 34. 9th was Courtney Milnes, the leading female driver, treble 7. 10th, number 92, Jordan Johnson. Let's have a look beyond the top 10. 11th was Matthew Short. Ben Abbott returning to the championship after a year off. 12th in number 93. Then Jake Dormer, 61. Paul Monteith, Tom Holland. Raffle Josh, he also had to come back through the field, I think. He was 16th. George King, 17th. Stephen Robinson, 18th. Adrian Johnson, 19th. Jimmy Broadbent, 20th on his race debut. That is a very creditable performance. 21st was Hayden McDonald. Then Matthew Pennefather, Neil, Tim Gray, David Abbott, James McCann, Ian Van Reenen, Philip Andrew Barrett, Stephen Reed, Liam Cochran, another race debutant, sometimes filming these races with the Alpha Live team. 30th was Stephen Rees. On to the final screen, Alex Lewington, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher, Charlie Brisker, well actually he was finished in the gravel, so I don't think he'll be actually classified. John Goldsmith, Andrew Robinson, Stephen Horner, Steve Foden, Declan McDonald, Stephen Craggs and Sam Moody. We saw him pull off at the beginning of the race. So you can see the cars are heading down pit lane now. We'll hopefully be able to grab a word with our race winner very shortly. But a reminder that coming up next, we've got the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship as well. Just a bit of clearing up work being done by the marshals there to sweep the gravel off the circuit that the drivers had unhelpfully brought onto the circuit during the course of that race. And whether you've got a broom or you're just trying to kick the stones out of the way, either will work. And we'll be able to get the Bikesports cars out on the circuit before too much longer, I would think, because we have not got too much clearing up to be done. We just need to get rid of that Charlie Brisker car out of the gravel if that's not already been done. And then we'll be good to go racing again for the second contest of the day, which will be a 20-minute race, a rolling start as well for the Bikesports, rather than a standing start as we saw for the Mazdas. Let's head down to the pit lane now and hear from our race winner, and he's talking to Matt Suckling.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Down here with our race winner from that race, which was Ben Short in the Five Club Racing MX5 Cup. Ben, that was an interesting race, very close. I think about a second between you right at the end. You must have enjoyed that.
Was it as much as a second? It felt closer than that. The new guy, Mike Epps, he's proper rapid, to be fair, because normally there's a few of us which would try and put a couple of hot laps in, break the toe, and then settle down for a race at the end. But that was a race all the way through. We swapped places a fair few times. That was really cool.
And the guy said in the commentary box, you're used to this race and you've done it for many years now, so kind of the experience came through towards the end. You knew how the car would handle, you knew what to do towards the end as well.
Well, yeah, to a certain extent, definitely. I mean, as the cars warm up, it's less of a problem today, but as the cars warm up, they do change. But Five Club are on the new Avons this year, so it's a bit of a steep learning curve for everyone because we haven't been able to go testing, really. So yesterday was really, really important to us to get as much data on these new tyres. So having Ben Hansey and Tom Smith and all the other quick guys in the team has helped us generate quite a lot of data quite quickly.
And it must be nice for you, of course, after what's been happening in the pandemic. It's good to get back out racing and do it all again.
Well, yeah, as we were all saying as yesterday evening, a couple of metres apart type conversation, but it's really nice just to get out and dust the cars off and go for a good hack.
And of course we're reversing a few for the second race. What number did you pull out?
Well, it couldn't have been much worse, but I pulled out number 9. So yeah, reverse grid, it's going to be a busy couple of laps, and with the difference in the new tyre and the old tyre, turn 1's going to be quite interesting again.
Look forward to it. Well done, Ben. Congratulations. There you go then, our first winner of the year in the Five Club Racing MX5 Cup. It's Ben Short. Starts 9th place for race number 2. We look forward to that here at Donington Park a little bit later on.
The RLM Racing Bikesports Championship season is about to burst into life. Marshall's there on the grid. They are ready to receive the drivers for a 20-minute race, which will have a rolling start. And it's a very good grid of cars that we have for this opening race of the season as well. It should be one really to look forward to. You can see the cars appearing out onto the circuit now, and it's an all-white car that's going to be on pole position. Don't be fooled though, not his usual colours, but that is Scott Mittel. Usually we see him in a more colourful livery than that, but there's a brand new car. They've not had time to livery it up. You can see the safety car moving into position as well, ready to take the cars around on the rolling lap. So Scott Mittel is going to be on pole position. Let's have a look at the full grid. So Mittel, as we say, on pole position, new car, new engine for number 27. Joe Stables, two-time champion in Bikesports, number 95, is alongside him. Leon Morel, number 35, is on P3. Alistair Smart, 73, qualified very well indeed. He's 4th. Andrew Kimpton and Richard Wise in the ex-Scott Mittel car. He's in 6th position. Last year's Class B champion, Mike Chen, lines up 7th alongside Matt Moore. Doug Carter, stalwart of the 750 Motors Club, is 9th with Ross Drew next up in 10th. Julian Griffiths and Mark Grayson complete the row 6 of the grid. Adrian Watt and Mark Boot are on row 7. Robert Rees and Andrew Lowe, row 8. Andrew Gord and Richard Hardy on the 9th row of this grid that's dominated by radicals, but there's a few different manufacturers thrown in. Charles Hall, all being well, will be on row 10 of the grid, but he had a problem in qualifying, which Josh will tell us about. Matthew Manette getting some practice in ahead of the Sports 1000 season. He lines up 20th. Then it's Robert Gilman and Stephen Bell, who also had issues in qualifying. Then Gary Mitchell and Ian Mitchell in their Global GT Lights are on row 12. And one car left to go on row 13 of the grid should be, I think, Anthony Thompson. But we'll get the cars out onto the grid, so you can see that most of them are already there, the last few just being lined up and ready to go. But Josh, I think you found out what happened to Charles Hall during the course of qualifying.
Yes, just after a lap of the session, the champion from last year, Charles Hall, blew a diff, and I don't think he's there. I don't think they've got a spare one they can put in. So real shame for Charles on his trying to defend his championship this year in the Spire that he took to the title last year. Won't be lining up, so I think it's going to be a battle between those two front row men that you can see on your screens now. Scott Mattel in this new car to him, the Mattel MC41RR. It's very similar to the car that he raced last year, but it's got a bigger engine. It's got the high booster engine now, which means they've had to change around the rear end of the car to make it fit, and it was very quick in qualifying. He's only done a shakedown on Monday and a test at Alton on Friday in this car, and in qualifying this morning he was only 0.2 of a second off of the lap record, so he's very rapid indeed. And alongside him is Joe Stables, another regular in the championship. He's a double champion from 2018 and 2019, but in a different car this weekend. He's in the PR6 that regularly is raced by his dad, but Joe Stables, very quick young racer, I'm sure will take it to Scott Mattel. But it's great to see this weekend in a larger number of makes of car. You've got the Mattel on the front row and the Radical. You've got two different types, I think 3 different types of Radical in fact, PR6, yep, the SR3 and the SR1, but you've also got the Spire out there of Matthew Manette, that's a Class C car. You've got the Sabre making its debut with Stephen Bell, the car that's been developed by Tim Gray Motorsport, and you've got a trio of 600cc Global GT lights.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice mix of cars. Just to explain the class structure, Class A is for tuned motorbike engines. That's the class that Scott Mattel is running in. They're up to 1500cc. Class B is for production bike engines up to the same capacity. Class C is for production bike engines up to 1000cc, so it can pick up some of the cars that normally race in the Sports 1000 Championship, which we'll see out at Silverstone in a few weeks' time. And Matthew Manette, who's new to the car, who we'll see coming through shot in just a second, I expect. There he is, and he just getting more experience of this car, albeit of course he's racing on slicks today, which he won't be doing when the Sports 1000 season gets underway. But yeah, good to see a few different cars. Sorry, Josh.
Sorry to interrupt you. And I was just talking to Matthew Manette earlier, and he said if budget allowed, he is going to do the Bikesports Championship as well, but he's going to concentrate on the Sports 1000. But he's hoping to be out a few more times perhaps on these slick racing tyres, and they said they've lowered the car as well for this weekend, and he was very pleased not to be at the back of the grid.
Yep, F1000 racer previously, and hopefully we'll see him out in some of the categories as well as the year goes on. There was that the Sabre at the back as well, I think we saw, of Stephen Bell, which was only managed about a lap in qualifying as well. I think it did get out again, but unlike Charles Hall, that car is out. So it's going to be Scott Mattel, number 27, the white car, the black car of Joe Stables, number 95 alongside him. Leon Morel, he had a good run last season, a couple of Class B wins during the course of last year, so we'll see what he can do this season. Alistair Smart, 4th on the grid, he was 9th in the championship last year, 6 top 10 finishes during the course of the season, so I hope you're very pleased with his qualifying performance today. So safety car is about to pull into the pit lane, it does so the car's now under the control of Scott Mattel. Will be watching the lights on the gantry, and when they go out, 20 minutes of racing gets underway, and it does so now, and away they go then. So it's Scott Mattel with his nose in front in the eponymous car leading the way then, but Joe Stables going with him. It looks like it is Leon Morel there in 3rd position, so he has consolidated his start, but for the lead it looks like Joe Stables trying to go around the outside of Scott Mattel as they go through Hollywood and down the Craner curves towards the old hairpin for the first time. Wheel to wheel stuff, Mattel on the inside line for the old hairpin here, and he just about holds on. So it's Mattel leading, Stables 2nd, and Leon Morel in 3rd position as they head through Schwantz curve for the first time.
Great stuff that was on cold, slick tyres. Two leading drivers really had a lot of confidence in each other as well as their car there, and that was brilliant to see. But it is Scott Mattel that is in front of Joe Stables. He was 7/10 of a second quicker this morning in qualifying. Let's see if he can pull away. There's a bit of traffic and a shortened session this morning as well. Liam Morrell going well in the Class B car to go with them, the SR3. Radical there of fairly newcomer to racing, Leon Morrell there in P3, but the top two getting away, and Scott Mattel flings his car into the chicane there and carried a lot of speed through the corner, which I think is allowing him to just break away slightly perhaps from Joe Stables, maybe not actually, as they turn their way into the hairpin.
Yeah, not a lot to choose between them. Morrell, though, doing well to go with them. Alistair Smart looks to be in 4th. Richard Wise in 5th. That's in the car that Scott Mattel raced last season. I think there's been some changes to it, but it's the same car as Joe Stables. Got so close to the back of that new Mattel there. I wouldn't have thought that Ian Mattel, watching from the pit wall, would have been very impressed with that. Anyway, over the line they go. Is Scott Mattel leading? Joe Stables 2nd. 3rd is Leon Morrell. Alistair Smart 4th. Richard Wise 5th. And look at this, a good scrap for 6th position going on here. This is between Andrew Kimpton and Mike Chen in the number 91 car. Had a spinner towards the back. That is number 33, Richard Hardy, who's getting back on after that moment at Goddard's.
Good to see Stephen Bell making good progress in that Sabre. He's gained a few positions on the first lap. Great to have that car out with us this year in Bikesports. There's the battle for 4th. Alistair Smart was a bit wide through the old hairpin, which may give Richard Wise a chance to challenge. Good to see him back in Bikesports. Raced Aspire previously, but now out in this Mattel that's been a race winner in the hands of Scott Mattel in the past. And Richard Wise there in 5th position chases Alistair Smart up in towards Coppice Corner. Just behind them a good battle between Andrew Kempton, the PR6, and Mike Chen, the second of the Class B cars in the SR3. But the champion he was last year in that class. But it's Leon Morrell out front in Class B, and quite a long way in front actually.
Yeah, he is. He's had a really good strong start to the race, Don Morrell. So the Class B cars you can see with the red icon, the blue icon for the Class A cars. Class C have got a green icon. You can see Matthew Minette down at the foot of the timing tower there in 20th position, but very close indeed between Kimpton and Mike Chen. They are then in different classes. Chen 2nd in Class B, Kimpton in 5th in Class A at the moment, and a change of lead as the cars come over the line. It is 95 Joe Stables that's got the lead away from Scott Mattel. He's about a quarter of a second in front as they head into Redgate for the 3rd time. They're 3.5 seconds now clear of Leon Morrell in 3rd place, but Joe Stables out in front, and he's at a 1:31.105. Lap record for these cars is a 1:28.98. Josh Smith. And they're still building temperature up in the tyres and pressure as well, so we'll see those lap times drop as we go through this 20-minute race. And on these colder tyres it seems that Joe Stables was a bit more confident and has got through ahead of Scott Mattel. He's starting to put a few car lengths between himself and the chaser. They're only 3 seconds ahead of Leon Morrell, 1:33.5 he did. The Class B lap record is actually with Joe Stables, 1:30.4, so we'll see if they can be challenged over the course of this race. Down into the chicane come the leaders. It is a bigger gap now for Stables over Mattel. It was 1/3 of a second at the beginning of the lap. This is lap 3 of the race. There's the PR6 Radical of Joe Stables. That car's been racing in Bikesports for such a long time, Ian, but more so in the hands of Richard. Yep, who has also won 2 championships with that car back in 2010 and 2011. Joe won the championship in an SR3 in 2018 and 19. Look at this, 3 wide almost down into Melbourne hairpin. That's Julian Griffiths going quite wide there, and that might allow the 30 car of Matt Grayson to go through. It doesn't, as it turns out, and instead Griffiths can turn his hand to attacking Doug Carter, who's in 11th place in the number 5 car. Richard Wise here in number 88 in 5th. He's now been caught, hasn't he, by number 44 Andrew Kimpton. So we've got a 3-way fight here for 4th position. With Leon Morrell just a little bit on his own. He's about 2 seconds up the road from this scrap at the moment. But 4th, 5th and 6th then, Alistair Smart, Richard Wise and Andrew Kimpton on the move.
And they are lapping quicker than the Class B car of Morrell, so they are catching him. On the last lap they were a full second faster, so we might get another car into this battle before too long. So here's Alistair Smart in the Radical PR6, being chased by the Mattel MC41R of Richard Wise, having his first race in this car. I think he had a test session in it at the end of last season. when he purchased it. Looking a bit further down the field there, just behind you got Matt Moore, who made his Bikesports debut at the end of last year at Snetterton. Wise under pressure here into the chicane from Andrew Kimpton. They turn their way through the chicane. The Mattel looks a bit of a longer car than the PR6 Radical that is in front and behind it, and they certainly catching the SR3 of Liam Morrell as they turn their way towards the end of lap 4.
Well, that's impressive because he was about 2 seconds clear of them at the beginning of the lap. Good to see that a few people who came to watch Jimmy Broadbent are staying to watch the rest of the day's racing, so good to have you watching and see you on the comments. And someone else is a little bit doubtful that this is real because of the sunshine that we've got here in the UK, but it is real. It's blooming cold, I can tell you her side, but it is a lovely day now here at Donington Park. Right, back to the racing. Leon Morrell in third place has indeed been caught by Smart and Wise and Kimpton, so it now is a 4-car battle for third place. They're about 10-12 seconds behind the two race leaders. Joe Stables, by the way, now a second and a half clear of Scott Mattel in second place, but a good fight going on for third place here now, Josh.
Absolutely, they climb up the hill towards McLean's then, with Morrell in front, who shouldn't have quite as much power as the tuned engine cars behind him, which is going to be an interesting to see where they can find their way through, because of course these aero cars, therefore not the easiest cars to follow one another. There's a car to lap, that's the back of the Global GT Lights cars, the 600cc car, that's Ian Mitchell. They should easily pass him down the straight, and now here comes Alistair Smart. Looks to the inside, that was blocked, and behind Andrew Kimpton, he might be the one to gain out of it. He comes up the inside of Richard Wise and he goes through into 5th position into the Fogarty S's there, Ian.
Yep, he does. So number 44 Andrew Kimpton in that centre seat. Radical PR6 goes up into 5th, and is that another car that's joining in the battle as well now? Yeah, it might be Mike Chen that's sort of catching the Group 2. He's in 7th place at the moment, up towards Goddard. Oh, and Kimpton very late on the brakes, and he almost collected the car ahead of him, just managed to get the car stopped in time, but not without plenty of drama there, Josh.
Absolutely, and that's allowed Morrell and Smart to get away somewhat, and Mike Chen therefore had less cars between himself and his class rival, but Richard Wise has come back down the inside of him and has gone back through. So all that good work that Andrew Kimpton did at the S's was rather undone a couple of laps, couple of corners later, but he did well not to clatter into the side of Alistair Smart. That was pretty tight between them, but he made sure there was no contact there, so they can both live on to fight into the second half of this opening round of the RM Racing Bikesports Championship. Here is the third place car then, Leon Morrell under pressure from Alistair Smart still. We saw a big challenge from Smart a lap ago down the straight towards the chicane, so we'll see if he can do it again, and really quickly Richard Wise has closed in on them once more, so Leon Morrell is just holding everyone up a bit here, Ian. He's trying to keep these Class A cars between himself and Mike Chen, his class rival. He went out very quickly. I wonder if he used his tyres up a little bit too early. We're only 9 minutes into the race, but it has the look of that. That was Andrew Kimpton again, trying to make a late braking manoeuvre. This time into the Fogarty S's, but nothing came of it. He stayed 7th at the moment. The other thing that drivers were talking to me in the paddock earlier about him was the tyre pressures, because the track is actually warmer than what the air temperature is, because of course it's very sunny on black tarmac. It warms up, so if you pressure your tyres too high you can be quick at the start, but they go off very quickly. Yeah, that's something else to think about as well. Leon Morrell in the North Motorsport car, rebuilt RLM engine for this season. Only did a couple of events last year, looking for a full season this time round as Wise looks up the inside of Smart, number 73, but Wise unable to make the move at Redgate Corner there. Blue flags now being waved because there's one of the Global Lights as one of the two cars battling for 6th and 7th position was onto the grass. That's the battle between Kimpton and Mike Chen. Just started cutting the grass at Hollywood. No harm done, fortunately. Indeed, fast part of the track in these cars particularly. Leon Morrell doing a great job here to hang on to third place. This is lap 7 of the race. These cars lapping in 90 seconds around this 2.5 mile circuit. Very quick indeed. The quickest category we've got today, racing at Donington Park, and on a par with the F1000 cars that we'll see later on in the 750 Motor Club season. So back down the straight again, Liam Morrell defends, he sits the car in the middle of the road, so where does Alistair Smart go? And again behind, that's Andrew Kimpton trying to get the better of Richard Wise, that Wise is wise to it this time after he lost the position a couple of laps ago there.
If you're seeing Bikesports racing for the first time, you want some more information, head to 750mc.co.uk. You'll find out all of the information about all of the championships that the 750 Motor Club runs there, including the Bikesports.
I think Richard Wise has got an issue. The car slowed into the chicane there, and he hasn't into the hairpin there, and hasn't really pulled off. So a real shame for the driver in returning to the championship this weekend. And I think he'll be for the pit. So we've lost one car out of this group, but there's still four of them: Morel, Kimpton, Smart, and Chen.
Yeah, Kimpton going really well here in the number 44 car. He's turning his way through Hollywood now, past the empty grandstands, of course, that we have still running behind closed doors here at Donington Park this weekend.
A note at the front, we've got a new lap record. Scott Mattel has done a 1 minute 28.709, so going much quicker than earlier in the race, and quicker we've ever seen one of these cars go around Donington Park before. So he's catching Joe Stables with a new lap record. So before the end, I think we're going to have a battle for the lead.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds between them at the moment. So right now, we'll stick with this fight for fourth position, which is making its way through Coppice Corner and onto the exhibition straight. And are we going to get a move being made here by Kimpton on Morel? The two of them are side by side, but Kimpton here is going to be on the outside line. It doesn't matter though, because he's already ahead of the erstwhile third place man Leon Morel as they headed into the Foggett Yeses that time. And so it is up into third place now, the number 44 car of Andrew Kimpton.
Been a great couple of laps for him, hasn't it? Because he was down in 7th not that long ago, and now onto a podium position. So a really good lap there from Andrew Kimpton as the battle continues behind him as Alistair Smart, as he has been doing for a little while now, trying to get himself up ahead of Leon Morel. Then behind is Mike Chen in the other SR3, the cars that battle for Class B. So he's quite keen to have this PR6 between him and his class rival, but Alistair Smart's down the inside into Redgate this time. But Smart perhaps not quite so decisive in his moves as Andrew Kimpton was earlier.
You can see Leon Morel still does run with the black cross on the yellow background on the rear of his car, and indicating his relative inexperience in racing. He turned our way through the corner, but yeah, we could have a good Class B battle for victory set up here. Up front, I'd noticed that was a slower lap from Scott Mattel, so he just dropped back a little bit again from Joe Stables. So we could have a Class A and a Class B grandstand finish. They've just put a lap there on number 21, Matthew Manette, who's circulating in 20th position. He's getting some driver coaching from last year's Sports 1000 runner-up Richard Morris here this weekend.
So down towards the S's they go, and this time Smart isn't close enough, is he, to challenge Morel. So they turn their way through the chicane for what is the 9th lap of this race. There's still over 6 minutes to go, so plenty of racing yet to go in this one, into the Melbourne hairpin. And they stay as they are, but as they battle, really getting away is Andrew Kimpton, who's there in 3rd position after making those moves over the last couple of laps. Here's 73, that's Alistair Smart in the similar PR6 Radical, and they accelerate out of the corner, complete lap 9. This group now half a minute away from the top two. Joe Stables still ahead of Scott Mattel, and the gap has gone up once more. It's up to 2 seconds for the first time in this race.
Yep, so we've got Stables from Mattel, and half a minute behind Kimpton, Mattel I should say, Kimpton, Morel, Smart, Chen, Drew, Griffiths, Moore and Carter rounding out the top 10 with just over 5.5 minutes left to go in this race, as these cars dropping down through the Craner curves towards the old hairpin. And then turning right, that's the number 7 car of Julian Griffiths. He is in 8th position at the moment, running in 5th place within Class A. There's one of the Global GT Lights cars, the little 600cc Yamaha engined cars, which can get swamped. Here's that battle going on for 3rd and 4th, and it's Morel under pressure, having been back ahead, now losing out to Alistair Smart, and seemingly off Coppice Corner down the straight is where Morel is a bit weaker, but this time he does manage to duke out and hold off the car of Andrew Smart. Alistair Smart, I should say.
And that's put him under pressure from Mike Chen, hasn't it? In the SR3, he comes round the outside into the hairpin, and does he make it work? They're still side by side as they come off the corner. They lean on each other, and off the road goes Mike Chen. He goes grass tracking. He's going to lose second in Class B, therefore, to Ross Drew, who comes through, going well today. There's Julian Griffin, but that got a bit too close here.
Absolutely right. Ross Drew, who shares the car with his brother Miles, switching to an RSX for last season for the first time. They previously raced a road legal SR3. So there is 2091 Chen after those dramatics. Just ahead now of number 7, Julian Griffith, Matt Moore 9th and Takata in 10th position. There's a bit of smoke coming out of the back of one of the cars. I just thought I spotted a grey haze in the sky. Possibly the Drew car, actually. We'll try and keep an eye on that one, as we've got just under 4 minutes left to go. Metella notice has taken a bit of time out of Joe Stables as well on that lap. 0.6 of a second, the gap down to 1.3. So we need to keep an eye on the battle for the overall lead as well. But still this good scrap going on between Leon Morel and Alistair Smart for 4th place.
Indeed, going back to that battle for the lead, I think it's lap traffic that are mixing the gaps up somewhat. But here's the Morel and Smart battle into the chicane for what is lap 11 into the S's. They turn out of that, perhaps a bit better on the exit. Alistair Smart, is he going to be able to challenge Morel? He comes up the inside, can't do that, that's blocked, so he goes to the outside line. But he just can't find a way through, can he? He's been there for most of the race on the rear wing of Liam Morel, but hasn't found a way through. This time he's up the inside, he jinks to the inside, but Morel is late on the brakes. They've got another car to lap. That's another of the GT Lights. Great to see those cars out here this weekend, Ian. The GT Light Series, what was a part of club race in the UK, 20 years or so ago, and great to see those cars back out with the 750 Motor Club this weekend.
Yeah, and still regularly racing at Ireland as well. In the background, though, we just saw Julian Griffiths getting onto the grass on the exit of the got-on hairpin, so that cost him a couple of seconds or so, but he remains in 8th position. So this is the fight for 4th, and it's Class B leader, still Leon Morel. He's got around about 2 seconds, hasn't he? 2.5 seconds to Ross Drew, who's now the 2nd place car within Class B. In fact, it looks like it's a bit more than that on the camera shot, so hopefully, from his point of view, Leon Morel will be safe with only just over 2 minutes of the race left to go. The leaders will be shortly starting, I would think, their penultimate lap of the race. Indeed, they have gone through now past our commentary box, and the gap between them 2.5 seconds, but side by side here for 4th position, and Smart has got his car fully ahead this time, but Morel tries to fight back around the outside into fog, and yes, he's done it, but he's overcooked and he spins off into the gravel he goes. And I'm afraid that was possibly a little bit of an experience from Leon Morel. He did try to fight back, but he pushed too hard, too late on the brakes for Fogarty S's, and he couldn't keep the car from spinning around. Luckily, he didn't collect Alistair Smart as he did so, but that means then that we've got a new Class B leader, and that will be Ross Drew.
And you could say that Leon Morel was fighting a battle he didn't need to there. He was leading his class, and that's where you score your points, so he didn't really need to fight Alistair Smart quite like he was, and he's chucked away a race win to start the season off, and that means we could see Ross Drew take his first class win in Bikesports. He's got, 2.8 seconds over Mike Chen. So it's gone quite well for Ross Drew, hasn't it? Mike Chen had a moment earlier, then Leon Morel did too. Meanwhile, the two leaders are together. This was a gap which was 2.5 seconds at the beginning of it. Perhaps lap traffic has played a part, and that means Joe Stables is under pressure from Scott Mattel as they make their way down into the hairpin, and we should get one further lap out of this race.
Yeah, 35 seconds to go, so yes, there'll be
checkered flag, checkered flag in.
In fact, the checkered flag does go out, so the race being flagged a lap early, so it is Joe Stables then that takes the win from Scott Mattel by just under 1 second in the end.
Yeah, I think that car in the gravel at the S's will be the reason for that. No need for another lap of risk with a car pretty close to the edge of the circuit on a fast corner, but that does deny us a battle on the last lap between Joe Stables and Scott Mattel. We've got another race later, though, for that, and there's not really anything that can separate those two drivers on lap time. It was working their way through the traffic, and it was being quick at the beginning of the race, wasn't it, on the cold tyres, where Joe Stables was better and was able to get the lead.
Indeed. Andrew Kimpton comes across the line to take third position then, and it should be Alistair Smart in fourth. There he is. I think we've got a back marker in between himself and Ross Drew then. Number 17 goes over the line to take fifth place. He started in 10th, and that is to take the Class B victory as well. Mike Chen, number 91, takes 6th and 2nd within Class B. Julian Griffith, 7th. Doug Carter, 8th. Matt Moore in the number 20 car, 9th, and it should be Mark Grayson. Here he is, just coming out of Goddard Hairpin now, running up. Oh, and disaster there on the final lap for Matt Minette in the number 21 Spire, the ex-John Watley car. He's will come to a halt. We didn't quite see how that happened. That's down at the Fox GS's, I think, as well, where we saw that drama for Leon Morel as well. And
Just
there's the Sabre
the
Scala. Yeah.
And it finished
Just
11th, so a good debut for that car that had a few issues in qualifying, but Stephen Bell 11th in its first race. So I think that's a good starting point for them to work on throughout the year.
Yeah, no, he'll be very pleased with that. It's got an RLM Racing 1340cc engine. It's been developed by Tim Gray Motorsport over the course of the winter. And, yeah, good that that's come home. So, a win then for Joe Stables. Let's have a look at all of the results. So there we are, confirmation of what I've just told you. Joe Stables taking the win, just under a second ahead of Scott Mittal, but what a shame we were denied a thrilling final lap there. Andrew Kimpton, third in car 44. He was about 40 seconds behind the two leaders in the end. Then Alistair Smart was fourth. Ross Drew winning Class B after that late drama for Leon Morel. And Mike Chen, 6th and 2nd in Class B. Julian Griffiths, Doug Carter, Matt Moore and Mark Grayson rounding out the top 10. 11th place, as we mentioned, the Sabre Scala, the last car on the leading lap, number 86, Stephen Bell. Then Andrew Gord, Adrian Watt, Andrew Lowe, Richard Hardy and Robert Gilman were all a lap down. Leon Morel, we saw ended his race in the gravel trap. Matthew Minette came to a stop. And then you come to the Global Lights, Gary Mitchell and Anthony Thompson, 19th and 20th. And I don't think these were classified here. Mitchell, Mark Boot. We saw Richard Wise have problems halfway through the race. And Robert Rees, unfortunately, also unclassified. So that's the provisional results of the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. They have a second race later on this afternoon, and that is going to be a bit later this afternoon, 25 to 6 in actual fact. But do stay with us on the Alpha Live coverage of this 750 Motor Club race day here at Donington Park to watch that. We've got racing all the way until about 6:30 this evening. That is after we've had a break in a moment or two for lunch to allow the marshals to take a short break, and the commentators as well. But before we take the lunch break, we will hopefully hear from our race winner in the pit lane in just a few moments' time. We'll
I think there's a slight delay to Joe Stables getting there, Ian, because he missed the checkered flag and did an extra lap. So that's why there's been a few moments before we get Joe down with Matt.
He wasn't expecting it either, was he? Clearly, nor will we. We'll have a little sneak preview of the Tegiwa Club Enduro season in a few moments' time. We've got a video that we're playing out after we've heard from Joe Stables to give you a bit of an insight into the Club Enduro Championship. So do stay with us for that, and that will give you a lot more information about what you're going to see a little bit later on this afternoon. But let's now head down to the pit lane and Matt Suckling.
Yep, down here with our race winner, Joe Stables. Joe, that was a great race, great way to start the season for you. An extra lap at the end there, but all good.
I didn't notice the checkered flag at first, all right. Yeah, I was a bit worried at the start with Scott Mills' qualifying time. He was 7/10 quicker than me, but just managed to stay with him, and luckily I had the exit speed. I could get out of corners quicker, and I just got past him, and the traffic was a bit of a worry, but managed to get through all right, no problems.
Yeah, that's the thing, and these cars are very quick to get round, aren't they? And with Scott Mittal right on your tail, you've got to pick that traffic as best as you can.
Yeah, the traffic, they don't get much chance to even see you in the mirrors. Like, you're not, 1 minute you're there, 1 minute you're not there, and then you're there straight behind them, so they don't even notice you half the time, so you've got to be very careful getting through them, definitely.
A cold day today. How's it in the car? How's it on the track in terms of the tyres?
No, they're pretty good. The tyres are staying pretty good temperature, actually. Obviously, because the engine's behind the seat, it's nice and hot, so I'm not too cold.
Race 2's come a little bit later on. Do you reckon Scott's going to be there once again?
Yeah, I think it might be more interesting next time. We'll have to wait and see.
And are you doing the whole season this year?
I think so, maybe, yeah. I think so.
Good stuff. Well done, Joe. Congratulations on the first win of the year.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Joe Stables, our race winner then from the Bikesports Championship, and we'll have more from them a little bit later on. Ian and Josh, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Matt. So let's have a little look at what we've got coming up for you during the course of the rest of today here at Donington Park. We've got the lunch break coming up right now, but then after that at 1:35 we've got the Tweeks Yokohama Locost Championship race. You will not want to miss that. That's going to be an absolute cracker. I can promise you a fantastic variety of cars on the grid for the Calm All Porsche Trophy and Bernie's V8s at about 2. And then a little bit later on, we've got the second of the races for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. The main event of the day is the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship at 3:20. The 2-hour race, nearly 50 cars on the grid for that. That's going to be quite something. Then the second RLM Racing Bikesports Championship coming up at 25 to 6, and then just one more race to go today, and that will be the second race for the Locosts, and that will be at around about 10 past 6 this evening. There you go. So that's what we've got coming up during the rest of the day. Plenty to look forward to there, Josh.
There absolutely is, isn't there? A full afternoon of racing here at Donington Park. We've already seen how good Donington races with these cars, and it was this meeting, a couple of years ago, where Locost was frantic throughout it, and we've got 2 of those races to look forward to this afternoon. The huge grid for Club Enduro, and then as well as for the Porsches and the Bernies race. That's going to be some really nice cars to look at in that, and then of course reruns of MX5 and Bikesports. So a real afternoon not to miss, so make sure you stay with us here on Alpha Live.
So talking of all of that, we've got Club Enduro coming up, as we say, a little bit later on at 20 past 3. Let's have a look at a little video to tell you more about it.
Hello and welcome to Donington Park. It's the start of the 2021 British Motorsports season with the 750 Motor Club. We're here at the home of the club for the first meeting of the year, and that means it's the first round of the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship for 2021, and there's a huge grid. It's a capacity grid of 49 production sports and saloons. Let's find out what we'll be seeing over the course of the 2-hour race.
Welcome to the Club Enduro Championship, the UK's largest and most affordable race series for sports and saloon cars. 3 power-to-weight classes varying from 180 brake horsepower per tonne to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Outputs enforced by 750 Motor Club's rolling road with a team of dedicated approved operators. Races are typically 2 to 3 hours long, with mandatory pit stops for all teams. Competitors can compete either as a solo driver or as part of a team for that different challenge. All classes have compulsory refueling pit stops with 3-minute minimum stop times for equality. With the flexibility of the championship, teams can take part in a full season or just individual rounds.
Last year in the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship, it was Rob Baker and Cole Swift that won the championship in their area motorsport Seat in their Class A machine. They were only beaten once, and they'll be back this year running the number 1 car to try and defend the title. In Class B, it was Luke Handley that took the championship, and again he's back this weekend to try and defend his class title. And in Class C, it was the father and son duo of Darren and James Kell, and that's in Class C. Class C is a category for cars up to 180 brake horsepower, where we see cars like the Honda Civic and the BMW 330 and the Mazda MX-5. One driver joining the championship this year is Jonathan Packer in his Honda Civic, and he's going to be one to watch after taking the overall victory in road sports at the end of last year in a very wet race. Class B is for cars up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne, and the cars that we see in this are Honda Civics, Volkswagen Golf, for example, they're the front-wheel drive cars, and we get the BMW E36, for example, are rear-wheel drive cars, and the Lotus Elise. And one driver using the Lotus Elise this weekend is William Stacey, and we caught up with him earlier. With Will Stacey, first round of the Club Enduro Championship. Will, how are you looking forward to a full season?
Yeah, we're thinking of doing most of the season. Be a good year. It's good to get back out again because we obviously missed it last year pretty much. So looking forward to most of the season.
And you're out in Class B, which is the middle class, so how do you think that's going to run in the races?
Yeah, I think we'll be in a good place in the class, hopefully. Should be looking at near the front of the class. We might be getting in with a few of the Class A cars as well. It'll be interesting to see. I think the car will suit it quite well here because it's quite an agile car. Yeah, we'll be a good place in the class, definitely.
And tell us about the car you're driving.
It's a Lotus Elise K-Series. I think the car's an S2 shell, but it's a K-Series engine. So it's quite light, but yeah, it's more light and less powerful compared to some of the other cars. It'll be a bit heavier, more powerful. But I think it'll suit here quite nicely.
And the power to weight ratio formula that the 750 Motor Club uses, do you like that? Because you can have very different cars in the same class with the same kind of speeds.
Yeah, it's good. So it suits it well, I think, because you'll get some other cars that are different, but you're similar sort of pace. Makes the racing more interesting, I guess, because you'll be quicker in different places. Maybe makes it easier to overtake sometimes.
And as you've come from a one-make formula before, this really, I guess, you learn how you have to race different cars.
Yeah, definitely, because it'll be less sprint racing, more endurance racing. You'll have to work out, sort of time yourself to overtake them, because they might be quicker down the straight, but you'll be quicker around the corners. Yeah, definitely. And
obviously being an endurance race, there'll be a pit stop, so therefore you have a team behind you as well.
Yeah, we've got 2 mechanics per car, I think, because you've got to do the whole sort of pulling up, stopping, refueling and everything. We haven't got to do a driver change, which always helps, because I'm doing a full stint, which might be quite hard actually. I'm sure I'll manage.
Would this be doing a 2-hour race, be the longest you've done in one drive before?
Yeah, pretty much. I know I've done some go-karting that's been like 3-hour stints, 2-hour stints, but in the car it will be, certainly. I think once you get to a certain point, you get to a certain point when you're a bit knackered and it all stays the same, it doesn't get any worse. I'm hoping.
Well, good luck this weekend and the rest of the season.
Thank you. Thanks.
The fastest cars in the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship are in Class A, and they are for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. The champions from last year, they bring their Seat Leon Euro Cups back. You also got rear-wheel drive cars like BMWs, M3s and M2s as well. There are also Porsches in this category, as well as the BMW M4, which we will see driven by Stuart Hall this weekend, and we caught up about him and his pro driver status this year. With Stuart Hall ahead of the first round of Club Enduro. Stuart, obviously you've done lots of pro racing, therefore you've got a pro driver penalty, and that's going to make your race perhaps a bit more difficult?
Oh, we like a challenge. Yeah, you know, the rules are the rules, so we accept that. It's great to be here, driving with Peter in the M4. So yeah, we're up for a bit of a challenge. 30 seconds in and out, so it's probably going to be about a minute in total, I'd have thought. So got a lot of work to do, but it's a 2-hour race, so anything can happen. You just got to, you know, get on with it and drive as fast as we can.
Obviously, you're a former world champion and the front runner at Le Mans. So come into a club racing scene, is that something you like to do?
I love racing, mate. You know, it's you know, whether it's driving at Le Mans or it's racing here or racing a lawnmower or racing a jet ski. You know, I love racing. So you know, grateful to be here. And yeah, we'll try and get the best result possible with Peter and everyone at Stanbridge Racing.
And we were talking earlier about this to be your first race on treaded tyres, so that's something you're going to have to get used to.
Yeah, in the dry anyway. In the wet, yeah, we run on treaded tyres, but yeah, in the dry, yeah. So yeah, no, it's a bit of a learning curve, but you know, I'm not the youngest chicken in the coop anymore, so I've got plenty of experience. So you know, it's just going to be a good bit of fun. Try and develop Peter as a driver. You know, we've got lots of exciting plans ahead of us, and this is just the start. So, you know, really looking forward to, actually will be my first race of 2021 actually. So, you know, looking forward to it.
You're talking about the coaching role. That's such an important part now of sports car racing, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of Pro-Am pairings. You know, that's really the backbone of sports car racing. And, you know, throughout my career, I've done an awful lot of Pro-Am stuff. You know, I love driving, but it's also very rewarding when you know, you coach someone and you build a relationship with them and you develop them as a driver. And then eventually, you know, the cream on the cake is, you know, standing on the podium with them at the end of a race, and that's the plan this year. We've got a lot of work to do, but Peter's been going really well so far. So, yeah, that's the plan. So we'll see.
And you talked earlier about your experience in this type of racing, and that's going to really cut and pay. It's a massive grid, 50 cars here. Lap traffic's going to be all about that, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm used to traffic. You know, it's the exciting thing about endurance and multi-class racing is the traffic, and you know, developing a skill or you know, of getting through the traffic and managing it correctly and trying to do it as safely as possible, but trying to be as quick as possible. You know, it makes the racing very exciting indeed. So yeah, we've got 2 hours of that, lots of different cars. Hopefully we're going to be at the front, so won't be able to looking in the mirrors too much, but yeah, it's going to be fun.
Well, good luck this weekend.
Thanks, mate.
Welcome to Donington Park, a beautiful circuit situated in the heart of the UK. 2.4 miles long on the GP layout, 11 corners. Let's see what it's like as we go on board for a lap around this circuit. We start the lap off with Redgate, a very inviting corner, but surprisingly tight on entry. You want to get the car over to the left-hand side as soon as possible, brake nice and hard down into second gear, clip an early apex, and gently feed in that power as you now head down the hill and towards Sector 2. We start Sector 2 with Craner curves and the old hairpin, an incredibly fast section of track, where if you get it wrong, can cause massive consequences, but if you get it right, you can gain massive amounts of time. You want to hold as much momentum as you can, as a good exit is key as you exit up the hill. We then head into the uphill right-hander of McLean's, a very tricky corner, but once again, if you get it right, you can gain a huge amount of time. Bring the car over to the left, clip a late apex, and feed on that power nice and early up the hill. Up next is Coppice, a blind right-hander, but again a very fast corner. Crucial to get a key exit out of here as you gain as much momentum as you can down the next straight. Clipping that apex, bring the car back over to the right-hand side to clip the second apex, and on that power nice and early. We then start Sector 3 through the Fogarty S's, a very fast chicane through this one. Again, bring the car over to the right-hand side, nice and early on the brakes, down to third gear, clipping both the apexes, gaining as much momentum as you can as you head into the next section, into the Melbourne hairpin. We start the final sector going into the Melbourne hairpin. Very easy to outbrake yourself, but a great opportunity for a decent overtake. Watch out for anyone trying to get that slingshot move on you as you exit out of the corner, back up the hill. We then head into the final corner of Goddard's, a very tricky left-hand hairpin, slightly off camber and downhill through this one. You want to clip the apex roughly in the middle and using as much of that exit track as possible to gain a good momentum down the start-finish straight. We cross the line to finish the lap here at Donington Park.
So we've learnt about the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, we've learnt all about the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. We now can look forward to the opening round of the 2021 season with this massive 49 car grid. It's on Alpha Live just after 3 o'clock this afternoon, so join us then. Hello and welcome to Donington Park. It's the start of the 2021 British Motorsports season with the 750 Motor Club. We're here at the home of the club for the first meeting of the year, and that means it's the first round of the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship for 2021, and there's a huge grid. It's a capacity grid of 49 production sports and saloons. Let's find out what we'll be seeing over the course of the 2-hour race.
Welcome to the Club Enduro Championship, the UK's largest and most affordable race series for sports and saloon cars. 3 power-to-weight classes varying from 180 brake horsepower per tonne to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Outputs enforced by 750 Motor Club's rolling road with a team of dedicated approved operators. Races are typically 2 to 3 hours long, with mandatory pit stops for all teams. Competitors can compete either as a solo driver or as part of a team for that different challenge. All classes have compulsory refueling pit stops with 3-minute minimum stop times for equality. With the flexibility of the championship, teams can take part in a full season or just individual rounds.
Last year in the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship, it was Rob Baker and Cole Swift that won the championship in their area motorsport Seat in their Class A machine. They were only beaten once, and they'll be back this year running the #1 car to try and defend the title. In Class B, it was Luke Handley that took the championship, and again he's back this weekend to try and defend his class title. And in Class C, it was the father and son duo of Darren and James Kell, and that's in Class C. Class C is a category for cars up to 180 brake horsepower, where we see cars like the Honda Civic and the BMW 330 and the Mazda MX-5. One driver joining the championship this year is Jonathan Packer in his Honda Civic, and he's going to be one to watch after taking the overall victory in road sports at the end of last year in a very wet race. Class B is for cars up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne, and the cars that we see in this are Honda Civics, Volkswagen Golf, for example. They're the front wheel drive cars, and we get the BMW E36, for example, are rear wheel drive cars, and the Lotus Elise. And one driver using the Lotus Elise this weekend is William Stacey, and we caught up with him earlier. With Will Stacey, first round of the Club Enduro Championship. Will, how are you looking forward to a full season?
Yeah, we're thinking of doing most of the season. Be a good year. It's good to get back out again because we obviously missed it last year pretty much. So looking forward to most of the season.
And you're out in Class B, which is the middle class. So how do you think that's going to run in the races?
Yeah, I think we'll be in a good place in the class. Hopefully, should be looking at near the front of the class. We might be getting in with a few of the Class A cars as well. It'll be interesting to see. I think the car will suit it quite well here because it's quite an agile car. Yeah, we're a good place in the class, definitely.
And tell us about the car you're driving.
It's a Lotus Elise K-Series. I think the car's an S2 shell, but it's a K-Series engine. So it's quite light, but yeah, it's more light and less powerful compared to some of the other cars. It will be a bit heavier, more powerful. But I think it will suit here quite nicely. And
the power to weight ratio formula that the 750 Motor Club uses, do you like that? Because you can have very different cars in the same class with the same kind of speeds.
Yeah, it's good, so it suits it well, I think, because you'll get some other cars that are different, but you're similar sort of pace. Makes the racing more interesting, I guess, because you'll be quicker in different places. Maybe makes it easier to overtake sometimes. And
as you've come from a one-make Formula before, this really, I guess, you learn how you have to race different cars.
Yeah, definitely, because it'll be less sprint racing, more endurance racing. You'll have to work out, sort of time yourself to overtaking, because they might be quicker down the straight, but you're quicker around the corners. Yeah, definitely.
And obviously being an endurance race, there'll be a pit stop, so therefore you have a team behind you as well.
Yeah, we've got 2 mechanics per car, I think, because you've got to do the whole sort of pulling up, stopping, refueling and everything. We haven't got to do a driver change, which always helps, because I'm doing a full stint, which might be quite hard actually. I'm sure I'll manage.
Will this be, doing a 2-hour race, be the longest you've done in one drive before?
Yeah, pretty much. I know I've done some go-karting that's been like 3-hour stints, 2-hour stints, but in the car it will be, certainly. I think once you get to a certain point, you get to a certain point when you're a bit knackered and it all stays the same, it doesn't get any worse. I'm hoping.
Well, good luck this weekend and the rest of the season.
Thank you. Thanks.
The fastest cars in the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship are in Class A, and they offer cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. The champions from last year, they bring their Seat Leon Euro Cups back. You also got real drive cars like BMWs, M3s and M2s as well. There are also Porsches in this category, as well as the BMW M4, which we will see driven by Stuart Hall this weekend, and we caught up about him and his pro driver status this year. With Stuart Hall ahead of the first round of Club Enduro. Stuart, obviously you've done lots of pro racing, therefore you've got a pro driver penalty, and that's going to make your race perhaps a bit more difficult?
Oh, we like a challenge. Yeah, you know, the rules are the rules, so we accept that. It's great to be here, driving with Peter in the M4. So yeah, we're up for a bit of a challenge. 30 seconds in and out, so it's probably going to be about a minute in total, I'd have thought. So got a lot of work to do, but it's a 2-hour race, so anything can happen. You just got to, you know, get on with it and drive as fast as we can.
Obviously, you're a former world champion and the front runner at Le Mans, so come into a club racing scene, that's something you like to do?
I love racing, mate. You know, it's you know, whether it's driving at Le Mans or it's racing here or racing a lawnmower or racing a jet ski. You know, I love racing. So you know, grateful to be here. And yeah, we'll try and get the best result possible with Peter and everyone at Stanbridge Racing.
And we were talking earlier about this to be your first race on treaded tyres, so that's something you're going to have to get used to.
Yeah, in the dry anyway. In the wet,
yeah,
we run on treaded tyres, but yeah, in the dry, yeah. So yeah, no, it's a bit of a learning curve, but you know, I'm not the youngest chicken in the coop anymore, so I've got plenty of experience. So you know, it's just going to be a good bit of fun. Try and develop Peter as a driver. You know, we've got lots of exciting plans ahead of us, and this is just the start. So, you know, really looking forward to, actually will be my first race of 2021 actually. So, you know, looking forward to it.
You're talking about the coaching role, that's such an important part now of sports car racing, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of pro-am pairings. You know, that's really the backbone of sports car racing, and you know, throughout my career, I've done an awful lot of pro-am stuff. You know, I love driving, but it's also very rewarding when you know, you coach someone and you build a relationship with them and you develop them as a driver, and then eventually, you know, the cream on the cake is, you know, standing on the podium with them at the end of a race, and that's the plan this year. We've got a lot of work to do, but Peter's been going really well so far. So, yeah, that's the plan. So we'll see.
And you talked earlier about your experience in this type of racing, and that's going to really cut and pay. It's a massive grid, 50 cars here. Lap traffic's going to be all about that, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm used to traffic. You know, it's the exciting thing about endurance and multi-class racing is the traffic, and you know, developing a skill or you know, of getting through the traffic and managing it correctly and trying to do it as safely as possible, but trying to be as quick as possible. You know, it makes the racing very exciting indeed. So. Yeah, we've got 2 hours of that, lots of different cars. Hopefully we're going to be at the front, so won't be able to looking in the mirrors too much, but yeah, it's going to be fun.
Well, good luck this weekend.
Thanks, mate.
Welcome to Donington Park, a beautiful circuit situated in the heart of the UK. 2.4 miles long on the GP layout, 11 corners. Let's see what it's like as we go on board for a lap around this circuit. We start the lap off with Redgate, a very inviting corner, but surprisingly tight on entry. You want to get the car over to the left-hand side as soon as possible, brake nice and hard down into second gear, clip an early apex, and gently feed in that power as you now head down the hill and towards Sector 2. We start Sector 2 with Craner curves and the old hairpin, an incredibly fast section of track, where if you get it wrong, can cause massive consequences, but if you get it right, you can gain massive amounts of time. You want to hold as much momentum as you can, as a good exit is key as you exit up the hill. We then head into the uphill right-hander of McLean's. A very tricky corner, but once again, if you get it right, you can gain a huge amount of time. Bring the car over to the left, clip a late apex, and feed on that power nice and early up the hill. Up next is Coppice, a blind right-hander, but again a very fast corner. Crucial to get a key exit out of here as you gain as much momentum as you can down the next straight. Clipping that apex, bring the car back over to the right-hand side to clip the second apex, and on that power nice and early. We then start Sector 3 through the Fogarty S's. A very fast chicane through this one. Again, bring the car over to the right-hand side, nice and early on the brakes, down to third gear, clipping both the apexes, gaining as much momentum as you can as you head into the next section, into the Melbourne hairpin. We start the final sector going into the Melbourne hairpin. Very easy to outbrake yourself, but a great opportunity for a decent overtake. Watch out for anyone trying to get that slingshot move on you as you exit out of the corner, back up the hill. We then head into the final corner of Goddard's, a very tricky left-hand hairpin, slightly off camber and downhill through this one. You want to clip the apex roughly in the middle and using as much of that exit track as possible to gain a good momentum down the start-finish straights. We cross the line to finish the lap here at Donington Park.
So we've learnt about the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, we've learnt all about the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. We now can look forward to the opening round of the 2021 season with this massive 49 car grid. It's on Alpha Live just after 3 o'clock this afternoon, so join us then.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Donington Park for the rest of this 750 Motors Club race day. 6 more races to go here at Donington Park, the first event of the season for the 750 Motor Club. And as you've already heard from Anthony, we're on the 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuit here at Donington Park this weekend with some extra overtaking opportunities at Melbourne and the Goddard hairpin. And the weather looks to be set fair, expecting a maximum of 9, but colder in a strong wind. Should be fine though. And still to come during the rest of the day's racing. Coming up in a moment, we've got the opening race of the season for the Tweeks Yokohama Locost Championship, followed by a mini Enduro for the Carmel Porsche Trophy and Burnley's Sports Racing and V8. The second race of the day for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup featuring Jimmy Broadbent is at 5 to 3, and then the main event of the day, the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship, which we've just been hearing about at 3:20. 25 to 6, we've got the second of today's 2 races for the RLM Bikesports Championship, and then we'll finish the afternoon as we started it with the Tweeks Yokohama Locost Championship, their second race coming up just after 6 o'clock. So Josh Barrett is in the commentary box next door to me today, and Josh, plenty of great racing in prospect.
Absolutely, we have, Ian, with 6 races to look forward to this afternoon, with 2 longer races and 4 short races, and the first of those could be very entertaining indeed, with the Locost Championship getting underway here at Donington Park with a 35 car grid, and that's really going to put us into a great mood to enjoy the rest of the afternoon's action.
Absolutely right. So we've got the Club Enduro and we've got the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup coming up later on, but our first race of the afternoon is, as Josh has just said, the Tweeks Yokohama Locost Championship. So Tweeks Yokohama continuing a long association with the Locost Championship, supporting it once again this season. As Josh mentions, we've got 35 cars that qualified for the race this morning. And it's a successful racer from other categories that's on pole position. This time it's Simon Walker-Hansel, number 4 on pole position, alongside Martin West, who's been a front runner for a few seasons now in these 1300cc Ford Crossflow engine sports cars. Murray Shepherd, last year's champion, only 3rd, alongside Carl Roysenars, who's won a race here at Donington before. Andrew Tate is 5th, and Jeff Peake is in 6th position. He was 3rd in the championship in 2020. Row 4 is Greg Smith and Daniel Garrett. Gary Brandon, a stalwart of the category, is on the 5th row, alongside Paul Clark. Row 6, Craig Land, the runner-up narrowly to Murray Shepherd by just 4 points last season. He's 11th, and Andy Pointer's next to him on row 6. On the 7th row, it will be Darren Grice, and alongside him will be Mike Lacey. Then on the 8th row, we should have 73, Rob Apsey, and 11, Jack Artis. On the 9th row, it's going to be 21, Kevin Straw, and 58, Bradley Horsnell. The 10th row, 8, Sean Brame, and 96, Jonathan Higgins. Row 11, 15, Rob Sisson, and 33, Glenn Boyer. The 12th row, Ryan Garrett, number 99, and Russ Atwood, number 17. Jack Chapman, number 88, is on the 13th row, next to 41, Keith Malpas. Alex Artis and Dave Berry on row 14. The 15th row, 47, Tim Pensdale Smith, usually races better than he qualifies, and 38, Rob Hardy. Trevor Faunch and Tom Parker, row 16. And then Andy Perkins, Bill Ward and Andy Pointer will round out the field of 35 cars for the Demon Tweeks Yokohama Locost Championship. And the cars, Josh, coming out onto the grid now.
Absolutely, they are, headed by Simon Walker-Hansel, who won a race in the championship at Castle Combe last year, but raced on the Toka package in the past, Formula BMW, and for example, T-Car champion as well, wasn't he? Going back to the start of his racing career, so very experienced driver, and alongside him is Martin West, and he's been a front runner in low cost. He finished 5th in the championship last year. And in 2019 he was 4th, and 2018 he was 3rd, so he'll be looking to go back to the front in 2021. Then 3rd on the grid is the reigning champion Murray Shepherd, who was a winner here on Good Friday at Donington Park in the URS Classic Formula Ford 2000 Championship, and getting back into his low-cost today. Cole Rutenard alongside him. He got, I think, a podium last year. That was also at Castle Combe, and he's looking to be a front runner this season. Then Andrew Tate and Jeff Peake are there on the 3rd row of the grid. But looking back, you've got Craig Land. He starts 11th. He was the runner-up in the championship last year, finishing just 4 points behind Murray Shepherd. So 11th on the grid for Land. He'll be looking to move through the field. And then we've got lots of newcomers through the pack as well. And low cost is really a great way to start your racing journey, isn't it, Ian?
Absolutely right, and it's a relatively inexpensive way of going racing. The car's running 1300cc Ford Crossflow engine, as I say. You can buy a car already built. You can, if you put your mind to it, build your own as well, although lots of hours to do that. The concept of low cost, which is more than 2 decades old, was based around the Ron Champion book, Build Your Own Sports Car for as little as £250. It will cost you a little bit more to do it these days, but nevertheless it's possible. And it's interesting that we've only got the one former champion on the grid, I think, this season in Murray Shepherd, last year's champion. We usually have a few more than that. But it's hard to know where to look for a winner, really. There's plenty of different options, isn't there, Josh?
Yeah, like I say, back in 11th is Craig Land, and really any of the 10 in front of him, you wouldn't really want to bet against them, would you? So I think it's going to be very good racing indeed. And with the slipstream these cars give off more than really any other racing car, it means overtaking is more likely than not. And I suspect we're going to have 15 minutes of that. And therefore, we won't really know who's won the race until they come across the line at the end of the 15 minutes. And
Indeed.
I'm very much looking forward to it as well, Ian.
OK, we're waiting for the lights to go on, which they do now. And out they go, and it's a good start from the pole position man, Simon Walker-Hansel, but not a bad start either from Martin West in the number 94 car alongside him on the front row of the grid. Looking to see if anyone's making a move. Murray Shepherd in the white and green car, number 1. The reigning champion showing his nose on the inside line there into Redgate Corner. There's Craig Land, number 2, the TSR car, trying to make up ground from 11th on the grid as they drop down through Hollywood and towards the Craner Curves for the first time. Murray Shepherd has certainly made it through into 2nd place, and it is the number 4 car of Simon Walker-Hansel then that's held on to the lead, I think, as they head through the old hairpin and up towards Schwantz Curve for the first time in this 15-minute race.
Yep, and one long queue of cars it is, as well as they start to climb the hill up towards McLean's. They're line astern, no one really looking for a move here because they know it's going to be a much better opportunity for them as they make their way down to the S's in a couple of corners' time. But it is Simon Walker-Hansel leading the way. He did a 1 minute 57.8 in qualifying this morning. They make their way through Coppice Corner, no real breaks emerging in the pack in this early stage of the motor race, and this is where the slipstream comes in. So Simon Walker, well, now there has been an incident, hasn't there? Trevor Faunch and a few others have gone off, but what's happening for the leaders down into the S's? Has he been able to hold on? Simon Walker-Hansel, kind of. Murray Shepherd was alongside him as they turned their way through. Down towards the Melbourne Loop they come now, or downhill braking area. And on the inside line is Shepherd. Alongside him is West. Locking up is the poleman, Simon Walker-Hansel, who's going straight on and off the road. He's back on again, but he's lost a lot of positions. And he got back on. He collected Greg Smith, who's in the middle of the pack. Can everybody avoid him? Let's hope so.
And that means that Murray Shepherd has come out of that in the lead of the race. Martin West second, Jeff Peake there in third place and getting very close to the back of Martin West's car. It's Carl Roysenars in fourth place at the moment, so they come up and over the line to complete lap number 1. All of them heading to the pit wall side of the circuit before jinking back out. It's Andrew Tate, number 42, in 5th. Simon Walker-Hansel crossed the line in 6th place. Someone's mudguard in the middle of the pack there. Goes for Burton Craigland 7th. But around the outside of Murray Shepherd goes Martin West at Redgate Corner to take the lead of the race. And it looks like we've got a typical low-cost slipstreaming classic lined up, Josh.
The problem might be Trevor Faunch's car off there up at Coppice, mightn't it? It's right on the edge of the circuit. I think there is a snatch tractor down there which they may bring into action. But it's 5 in the leading pack, and then Craig Land heads the rest. I think it was Walker-Hansel whose mudguard went after I think he contacted that car when he come back onto the circuit when he went off. But here's Western, the leader from Murray Shepherd, and Jeff Peake is there in third. And we are going to get a safety car, in fact, for that car that's off at Coppice. So that's a real shame after an entertaining start to that. But with just one car off up there at Coppice, that shouldn't take too long in.
No, absolutely right. There was a couple of other cars involved as well. I think Jack Chapman may have been one of them, but they obviously got back going again. But Trevor Faunch, unfortunately, who started on row 16 of the grid, has come to a halt. And so with the safety car having been released from the pit lane, the driver's now seeing the safety car board, the yellow flags all around the circuit, and they'll follow into line. And hopefully it won't be too much of a delay before we get racing again. We have had 3.5 minutes of the race so far. The time will continue to count down in this 15-minute race during the safety car period, so there's no additional time added on, as it were, at the end.
It was Greg Smith, wasn't it, that got knocked round here. And according to the TSL screens, he hasn't resumed. So I'm not sure, or he hasn't completed the lap, so not sure if that car is still parked up as well. But there's the 750 Motor Club safety car waiting for race leader Martin West and the rest of the gang.
Yep, so with a bit of luck, the marshals will be already working on the Trevor Faunch car up at Coppice, and it might be that we only have 1 or 2 laps on the behind the safety car on this 2.5 mile Grand Prix layout. So lots of shuffling for positions in the opening few laps there. Martin West getting the lead just before the safety car period. Murray Shepherd second, Jeff Peake third, Andrew Tate fourth, Carl Roysenars fifth as they go across the line this time. You mentioned the qualifying time set by Simon Walker-Hansel was a 1:57.8 this morning, Josh. Well, that already was under the lap record, of course, which was set by Louis Wall, a 1:59.31. So quite a margin underneath the lap record as well. Of course, lap records can only be set under race conditions, though. So that's the point there, that that won't count for a lap record. We'll see if anyone can go faster than that once racing gets back underway, though.
Seems like there might be a good chance, doesn't there? As you say, a second and a half under the lap record is pretty good going. In fact, we got the top 6 on the grid were all under the lap record, so there's plenty of opportunity. But of course, battling the race, you're not really looking for lap time, are you, where you are in qualifying?
Reminder, you can get a lot of extra information about all of the day's racing by going to the 750 Motor Club website, which is 750mc.co.uk. Access to all of the information about all of the championships racing here today and at other 750 Motor Club race meetings in the future. You can also, via that page, get access to the live timing, which this weekend is courtesy of TSL Timing. You can go to their website directly as well, tsl-timing.com, to get all the timing information that we see on our screens as well. That may be a useful accompaniment, in particular when we get to the Club Enduro race a bit later on, with trying to keep track of all of the pit stops as well, always a challenge. And also you'll find there the digital version of the race programme as well, and that's just the same as the paper programme that we'd normally print here at the race meetings, but you get all of the information about the championships, the full entry lists, some cars for sale as well. I can see on the comments on YouTube that a lot of people are interested in how they can go racing. Well, there's classified adverts within the digital race programme and on the 750 Motor Club website as well. That might be useful as well. So we have got the safety car lights out, which is good news, and we will have another 8 minutes of racing, please, 7.5 minutes of racing by the time they get up to the line. So basically, half of the race still left to go, and it's going to be Martin West that is leading from Murray Shepherd and Jeff Peak. The safety car will pull in, it already has done, and the green flag will be waved, and the racing gets back underway then. And it's Jeff Peak pulling out of the toe of Murray Shepherd. He's going to have the inside line for Redgate Corner here, and up into second place has gone Jeff Peak, but Murray Shepherd fighting back immediately then. Already been a winner here this weekend, and he gets back through into second place, does he? Yes, he does. Andrew Tate there is still in fourth position in the grey car, and then it's Carl Roysenars with the Dayglow roll cage. He's in fifth. Craig Land, who started 11th, is up to 6th, and then it's Simon Walker-Hansel.
Down into the old hairpin then, Martin West leads the pack, and Roussenard there was under pressure from Land through the Craner curve, but he's able to hang on. There's a gap appeared ahead of the 40 car, which is David Martin. So the top 10 getting away, and for the lead round the outside through Shorts curve into McLean's comes Murray Shepherd to go first. West has held on to second. Jeff Peak was trying to follow Shepherd through there, but was unable to do so. We've got a new race leader then in Murray Shepherd as they turn their way into Coppice Corner. There's a challenge there. That is Simon Walker-Hansel fighting back, and alongside Cole Roussenard. It's already past Craig Land, has Walker-Hansel. So the man that was on pole is working his way back through the order. There's one car that almost put a tyre on the grass as they won jinx one way and the other, trying to find room to pass the one in front. And round the outside for the lead comes Martin West. He's not going to make it though. Murray Shepherd stays in front for the moment.
Yep, out of the focus. Yes, it's down to the Melbourne Loop, so there's what, about 7 or 8 cars, I think, in this leading group at the moment, just cresting the hill as they head down into the hairpins. Shepherd, West, Roysenars, Jeff Peak there trying to make up a place. He'll be third. Simon Walker-Hansel's, I think, up into 5th position now, although Craig Land is alongside him. Green flags, of course, still waving. This is still the first lap after the restart. Up towards the Goddard's hairpin, they come on a bit of a lead here now from Murray Shepherd. It's Carl Roysenars that's very late on the brakes. Does he avoid contact with everybody? Yes, he does. Jeff Peak, I think, took a little bit of evasive action there and ran out wide slightly. So that might cost him. So Murray Shepherd comes across the line this time and has a decent lead by 3/4 of a second at this stage, but that will soon be reeled in low-cost racing, and indeed Martin West already with him as they turn their way through Redgate Corner now and towards Hollywood.
It's 9 for the lead. It's Gary Brandon and Paul Clark have joined them on this lap, so we get more and more cars in the leading group. There's still over 5 minutes to go. It's Gary Brandon that set the fastest lap in the new lap record, by the way, and it's Murray Shepherd that leads as they turn their way into the old hairpin, and Paul Clark's a bit wide there, isn't he? So that's going to allow those in front to just break away a bit. It's David Martin that leads the rest of them in P10, but who's going to challenge up towards McLean's this time? Well, it's Jeff Peak getting alongside Martin West for second. They're side by side, so they come up to the right-hander, but it's Murray Shepherd hanging on. In fact, no positions change on that particular corner.
Just for the one corner. Up towards Coppice they go. They'll change here, don't worry, Josh, because you've got Simon Walker-Hansel trying to make a move. He's gone from the outside to the inside of Jeff Peak, and I think he's going to make that work. Craig Land in the orange roll-caged car also sneaks a move on the inside as well. He might get past both of them, actually. No, he gets past neither of them, in fact, as they head down. We've got them side by side for the lead. Martin West on the outside line, though, for Fogarty. Yes, he is. I think he's going to sweep round the outside, though. Yes, he does. Walker Hansel's up to 3rd place. It's Murray Shepherd in between the two of them. Jeff Peak 4th. Roy Sinar's 5th, then Craig Land is 6th. Here comes Simon Walker Hansel. We saw him outbrake himself at this corner on the first lap, but is he going to get a place away from Murray Shepherd here? The two of those absolutely side by side as they turn their way through. It looks like we've got 9 for the lead, doesn't it, in fact, as they make their way up and over the crest. So it's Martin West now leading, but it's Simon Walker Hansel, the pole position man, that's going right back into things with probably 2 laps to go.
Okay, where do you want to lead on that last lap? That's going to be an important point of this race. Well, Simon Walker Hansel looks like he's pretty keen on leading the race now. He comes up the inside to pass Martin West and has got it done before the corner. And we've got a couple of cars catching them. Martin and Grice in 10th and 11th are going faster than the lead pack. George Grice has just set a new lap record, so we could have 11 cars in this lead battle if those two can catch those couple of seconds there behind. They are going much quicker than the leaders. With the new leader is Simon Walker Hansel. 2nd is Murray Shepherd. 3rd is Jeff Peak. Down to 4th. That didn't go well through Redgate for Martin West, but they're not letting the new leader Simon Walker Hansel get away at all, Ian.
It's Miles Lacey in 17th position that set the lap record now, 1:58.211 for Miles Lacey, and that, whether he's got a bit of clear track, I'm not quite sure, but that could be to his advantage here. Anyway, back with the leaders, and back we were on lap number 1 pretty much, and it's up towards Coppice they go, and the brake lights going on at more or less the same time as Simon Walker Hansel and Murray Shepherd. There's Martin West back down to 4th position. Craig Land in 5th. On your screen you can see Tim Poundstone Smith now up to 21st, so he's made up some places from a disappointing qualifying, but still not where he'd like to be. Look at this, 3 wide, down towards the Fogarty S's. They all come back into line though, and it's Walker Hansel that continues to lead as they curb hop through the Fogarty S's and down now towards the Melbourne Hairpin for the penultimate time in this race. Here comes Carl Royston trying to make up a place on Craig Land. Andrew Tate trying to buy into that as well in the number 42 car. That's the grey car. He's on the inside line, the tightest line of anyone for the hairpin, and he's made it through. He's made a couple of places there as Andrew Tate. That might well put him up to 6th spot with a lap to go.
Had 4 months off, but it's all well and truly on in this race. And Murray Shepherd dives down the inside and keep himself ahead of Jeff Peak, but he's going to slide out wide. Peak up the inside once more, so here goes 2nd. We've got 1 further lap of this motor race to go, and it is Simon Walker Hansel that leads. The 2 cars that are level across the line, that's Jeff Peak and Murray Shepherd. You've got Martin West in 4th, but it's still pretty much 9 cars in this leading group, and it is Simon Walker Hansel that has the lead from Murray Shepherd, who's a little bit further behind Walker Hansel than he was, but I'm sure he's going to slipstream back up towards him before the end, although, saying that, he's under pressure from Jeff Peak, which isn't going to help that point, and he's hanging on into 2nd, but this is all allowing the leader to get away in.
Yeah, it's to Walker Hansel's advantage. He was 7/10 ahead at the start of the lap. Some action further down the order, just to illustrate all the way through. There are battles. There is Scrappy Jack, Tim Poundstone Smith's Union flag liveried number 47 car, but here is that leading group again. Is Jeff Peak, that's gone into 2nd place now ahead of Murray Shepherd, but Shepherd at McLean's is trying to fight back. Off the circuit there, I'm afraid, goes Jeff Peak, and predictably he's been collected by a couple of vehicles that we couldn't see through the dust. It was like watching Extreme E for a moment there. As up at Coppice Corner, the leaders are continuing, and it's Simon Walker Hansel from Andrew Tate now, I think, with Murray Shepherd in 3rd.
Okay, so is it Roussenard and Land that have gone in that incident? It might well be. Yes, I think it is. So Roussenard and Land were the 2 that had to take avoiding action and went off the road. There's the battle for 2nd then. Shepherd versus Tate. Tate slightly better off the corner, but it's Simon Walker Hansel who went all wrong here for in the first lap of the race. It has a massive lead in low-cost terms. Murray Shepherd goes 2nd down the inside to get ahead of Tate. Then you've got West in P4 and 5th for Gary Brandon. 1 corner to go.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be Simon Walker Hansel that in the end is going to have an almost unchallenged victory, but he did drop down to about 6th or 7th place on the opening lap. Who's going to be 2nd though? It's the champion Murray Shepherd that just gets a bit squirrely on the exit of the corner. It's going to be 3 wide as they come up to the line. Simon Walker Hansel it is that wins it, but it's going to be side by side, and it's going to be Andrew Tate, I think, that gets 2nd place. He does. 2.8 seconds behind Walker Hansel, but 0.153 seconds ahead of West. Murray Shepherd, with that mistake at the final corner, slipping back from 2nd to 4th position. Gary Brandon 5th, Paul Clark 6th. They came through that carnage. We lost Peake, we lost Royce Niles, we lost Craig Land, last year's runner-up, with that incident up at McLean's corner, Josh. A dramatic race, certainly not the way we'd have liked to see it finish as far as those 3 drivers were concerned. Let's hope that all of them are okay and that the cars are back out in the second race.
Yeah, it was a real shame, wasn't it? Just got a bit wide, did Jeff Peake wheel out over the gravel, and that just spat the car across the circuit and into the path of the rest of them. And looks like there's been a secondary incident later on. That's Kevin Straw, isn't it? The front left corner broken on that car. There's another one off there too, wasn't there? Just got a glimpse of. I think 96 Jonathan Higgins. Yes, there he is. And that car's also got a front left corner, I think, that's off the car. So it was all going so well, wasn't it? The last lap, it all went wrong.
It did, really. Walker Hansel it was that took the win. Fastest lap did go, by the way, to Miles Lacey. He got up to 12th position at the end with all of that carnage that was going on. As far as I know, that's his first time out in Locost as well, so that bodes well for him. There's Walker Hansel, though. And I suspect he didn't think he'd be winning that race after what happened 3/4 of the way around the first lap, Josh.
No, it looked like it was going to end up in the gravel trap at one point, didn't it? Just kept looking up and wouldn't stop, but eventually it did. Then I think he clattered into Greg Smith, unfortunately, when he got back on again, but it didn't affect Walker Hansel, and he pushed on through the field, and he did manage to make that break. So Walker Hansel looking very strong indeed this season in the Locost Championship.
Yeah, absolutely right. A long way to go, though. A season that will take us all the way through until October. Lots of racing still to be done. I'm sure we'll have lots of different winners as well. This is just the first meeting of the 750 Motor Club season, but we'll have plenty more live streams as well, including on Alpha Live. We'll tell you more about that later on, but let's have a look at the results of that race. So Simon Walker Hansel it was that took the win, nearly 3 seconds clear in the end of Andrew Tate. That does not tell the story of the race, though. Tate it was that snatched it on the line. Murray Shepherd in the end credited with 3rd position and Martin West 4th, so that's actually changed around from what we originally saw on our timing screens. Gary Brandon 5th, Paul Clark 6th, David Martin 7th, George Grice 8th, then Daniel Garrett and Rob Apsey rounding out the top 10. Jack Artis 11th, Miles Lacey with the fastest lap bonus point, 12th place in the number 93 car, ahead of Jack Chapman and Glenn Boyer, another long-time racer in Locost. Russ Atwood was 15th, Ryan Garrett 16th, Rob Sisson 17th, Tim Penstone-Smith up to 18th, having qualified right towards the back, Alex Artis 19th, and Bradley Horsnell rounding out the top 20, another of the new drivers this season, I think. Rob Hardy 21st, then Andy Pointer, Keith Malpas, Bill Ward up to 24th from Sutton Coldfield, my neck of the woods. Andy Perkins 25th, Jeff Peake. I think that we're getting into the finishers that weren't classified, along with Carl Roysenars, Craig Land. We also lost Kevin Straw and Jonathan Higgins there on the last lap as well. And much earlier on, we lost Dave Berry, Gregory Smith and Trevor Faunch as well from the 33 cars that in fact made the start of that opening round of the season for the Demon Tweeks Yokohama Low-Cost Championship. A few clouds in the sky here at Donington. We've got plenty more racing to come. Next up, we'll have the Calm All Porsche Trophy and Burney's V8. So that's a 40-minute race with a pit stop. And driver change. We'll bring you that very shortly. But let's now head down to the pit lane and Matt Suckling. We'll be bringing you those interviews just as soon as we can. As you can see at the moment, there is the clearing up work being done, the Motorsport Vision circuit response vehicles heading out, the snapped vehicle as well to pick up, and that's the Greg Smith car that was stranded down at the Melbourne Hairpin following that low-cost race. but a little bit of clearing up to be done. Hopefully no barrier rebuilds, because that's always the thing that that takes up the time, but there's several cars to be recovered after that low-cost racing before we get the Porsches and Bikesports racing and V8s out on track. Yes, I was just mentioning a moment ago that we'll have more Alpha Live streams during the course of this season, including the event at Silverstone in just under 3 weeks' time, over the weekend of the 24th and 25th of April. That meeting is also going to be live streamed. There's another meeting for the 750 Motor Club at Cadwell Park before then. That's not being covered, but we'll be back with you at Silverstone. We're racing there for the 116 Trophy, 750 Formula Alphas, BMW Car Club Racing Championship, Classic Stock Hatch, F1000s, the Mazda 7s, Road Sports, Sports Specials, Sports 1000 and the Type R Trophy as well. So there should be some really excellent racing at Silverstone in 3 weeks' time. Looking forward to bringing you that one on Alpha Live. So if you're perhaps a first-time viewer of 750 Motor Club Racing, do make a note in your diaries to come back in 3 weeks' time to enjoy the racing that will bring you from the Silverstone National Circuit on the 1.6 mile National Circuit that weekend. So that's going to be really fast and furious action, one would suspect.
Of course, part of that, Ian, is the sort of the bigger brother to the Locost, isn't it? The new Locost, the Mazda 7 series, and that should be a great opening to their season with more cars out for this year and very similar type of racing, just a bit faster.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of a number of drivers have made the step up into that, but other drivers have come into Mazda 7s from elsewhere as well, which is always good to see. New members to the 750 Motor Club, which hopefully, as we're showing you today, providing some very good motor racing. And I think during the course of the season, various Alpha Live streams we'll have for you. We'll cover off, I think, pretty much all of the different championships that we have. So do join us during the course of the rest of the season. We've got events spaced pretty much throughout the year, culminating with the last championship meeting in October at Snetterton, and then the following weekend we are at Silverstone for the traditional concluding meeting of the British racing season, and certainly the 750 Motor Club season, the Burkitt 6-hour relay race. So Greg Smith's car being towed away. Unfortunately, we've not been able to bring you that interview with Simon Walker-Hansel, but we will hopefully be able to bring you more interviews during the course of the day. So we will look forward to the next race. I can see the safety car out of my commentary box window heading into position for the start of the next race. It is another race that has a rolling start as well. 40-minute race with two different categories being combined, Josh.
I think there might be a brief pause, because if you look towards Redgate, I'm not sure if you can see that out of your window, is another snatch track, which I presume is going to the Goddard's hairpin, where we saw those two cars with broken corners. So I think there's a few cars that need lifting, which may take a little bit longer than it would have done otherwise.
Yeah, that's always the problem, isn't it? If you get a number of cars that need a lift, then there are obviously only so many vehicles that the circuit is equipped with to deal with that kind of recovery that's required, and so it could take just a few minutes to get all of those in position. Let's before we turn our attention then to the next race, which is the Carmel Porsche and the Bikesports Racing and V8 Championship, let's hear an interview done a couple of days ago with the driver that gave Ben Short a very hard time in the opening race of the day, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, coming over, having most recently been known for his profile in the British Touring Car Championship. Let's hear from Mike Epps.
Michael Epps, you join us in the paddock here at Donington Park. We see you at many paddocks around the world, but what brings you to Donington Park on this windy, cold day?
I'm not sure, actually. At the moment, it's freezing, isn't it? It's ridiculous. I think I was wearing shorts yesterday, and now it's absolutely freezing. But long story short, Jimmy Broadbent's here racing in Mark 1s on Monday, and through a few little things, I've ended up in a car myself, running with him sort of alongside, and yeah, just having some fun, really. That's the main thing. I haven't really put any pressure on myself to do well or anything. I know the Mark 1s are great fun. I've got a few mates who have been racing these for quite a few years. It's safe to say that you know, the high level budgets have run pretty dry for me over the last year or two as a result of COVID and a result of, you know, just the general sway of life in motorsport. It's so hard on the wallet and on your sponsors and everything else. It's really hard to maintain, and me, along with many others, have sort of fallen on the wayside a bit in the sport recently. So for me, it's a bit of fun, a bit of enjoyment. I'm doing a lot more coaching this year. And to jump in a car for a day or two for a bit of fun and a bit of close racing, why not?
Well, fun is the main subject of the matter, but of course, come Monday, you're racing in the 750 Motor Club in the Mazdas. Now, you say it's for a bit of fun, but I'm sure you've taken a look at the competitors list. Is there anyone that strikes an eye out there for you?
All of them. No, I think it's going to be one of those. I couldn't say whether I'm going to roll up in 8th place, actually maybe get a shot at being higher than that, or, you know, be ready to jump on a plane and go to another circuit because I'm so bad. I mean, as long as I'm near the top 10 and within a shout and having a good race, I'm not too worried really, because I know there's some guys that have been doing this, you know, longer than I've been doing anything, and it certainly is helpful to know places like the back of your hand and know a car like the back of your hand. So, but yeah, I'll be giving it a good go, and that's the main point. I'll be smiling every lap, even if I am 23rd.
No, excellent. Yeah, I say we were joking about before. You've got a camera on the back of the car looking backwards. Are we sure that's valid? Are we sure it needs to be there?
I'll put a camera in it anyway. Who knows? We might get something out of it.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Mike Epps. Cool.
So, next up here at Donington Park, we have got the Calm All Porsche Series, the Calm All Porsche Trophy, and the Bernese Sports Racing and V8s. So, two different categories sharing a grid, and it's a very big grid of some mouth-watering sports cars and heavy metal. Let's have a look at the grid then. Pole position, it is the first of the Porsches, number 36. Jonathan Evans, and next to him is 147, James Coleman, both of them in Porsche Caymans. Then on row 2, on the inside, you've got Christian Douglas in a TVR Tuscan and Adam Southgate in a Porsche Boxster. Third row, number 56, Matt Holborn in the TVR and Andrew Porter in the Porsche Boxster. On to row 4, Marcus Bicknell, number 22. He's out there in the Ascar V8 Mustang, and Chris Ridge in the Tuscan is next to him. Row 5, Martin Reynolds in the Sebring and Cheng Lim in the Ram Cobra. The Walkers are next up in the Porsche Boxster S on row number 6, next to Clive Leatherby in the TVR Tuscan. On row 7, it's the Porsche Boxster S for Matthew Carl-Henny and the Egar and Burkitt 968, I beg your pardon. Lee Bowden is next up in the Boxster S, and Ryan Moan has another of the 944s. That's followed by another 944 for the McHughes car 56, and Rob Hardy has a Porsche Boxster S on the outside of row 9. On row 10, it's Martin Glennie in the TVR Chimera, and next to him Aaron Moyce in the TVR Tuscan. Porsche 968 Sport for Sampson and Hampson. In car 30, Andy Baker is at the wheel of a Porsche Boxster. Stuart Ings has a Porsche 944 on row 12, and next to him is Adam Kodosh in the Chevrolet Corvette. Peter Samuels, a long-time campaigner in an MGB, has the Carters next to him, also in an MGB. Alan Drain in the Porsche Boxster has Carl Rossin alongside him in the Porsche 924. Vikram Sedera is next up in the Porsche 968 Boxster S, and then next to him Andrew Lambert. Towards the back you've got Robert Frost Dax Tejero, Chris Valentine's Porsche 924, Daniel Birch in TVR Chimera, Andrew Pritchard in a 924, Daniel Krigo in a 968, Stuart Entwistle Chevrolet Monte Carlo, and Bill Thompson in a TVR Tuscan. That's how the grid is going to line up for the 40-minute race, single race today, for the Calm All Porsche Trophy and Bernese Sports Racing and V8s. Well, Josh, it's a very interesting grid that we're going to have coming up for this race, isn't it? With a real mixture of cars, just slightly more Porsches than we have for the Burnley Sports Racing and V8 part of the field.
Yeah, it's a fantastic grid of cars. You listed them as you went through the grid there. So a really good mix of Porsches with Caymans, Boxsters, and then some of the older cars, the 968 and the 944 and the 924s. And then the sports racing and V8 cars. There's a lot of TVRs here, which is great to see, including the Tuscans, which were a real top championship back, 2 decades ago, here at Donington Park and throughout the UK. And it's good to see a lot of Tuscans here. We've got Marcus Bicknell's ASCAR, which is dressed up as Joey Logano's NASCAR. And then there is a genuine NASCAR here too, isn't there? The slightly older car that Stuart Entwistle has, the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. So a couple of great cars to look out for there. You've got the GT-V8 MGBs. You've got a classic C1 Corvette as well with Adam Kodosh at the wheel. And then you've got some really big engine Cobras too. I think going up to 7 litres, Andrew Lambert's Ram Cobra. So a huge amount of horsepower that we can look forward to seeing shortly in this next race, which will be a 40-minute encounter around the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit.
Certainly will. Really looking forward to this. Bernie's Sports Racing and V8, Bernie Kodosh, the man behind that. And his son Adam will see out racing in the Chevrolet Corvette, and it's brought together the sports racing and GT category that ran for a number of years since the late 1980s, and the V8 cars that he'd been running for some time into one category, and they're joined on the grid as well by the Calm All Porsche category as well. And it's those cars that make up the majority of the positions towards the head of grid. I do have cars now heading out onto circuit as well. And we can see out of our commentary box window the car on pole position, which is that of the number 36 car, isn't it? Jonathan Evans on pole, and alongside him 147. James Coleman. There they are, the two of them on the front of the grid. They're lining up single file, of course, because it is a rolling start ahead of this 40-minute race.
I caught up yesterday with Jonathan Evans, in which will be available, an interview available online over the coming weeks. Jonathan Evans, this car originally built for the Porsche Club Championship, as is the car of James Coleman alongside. Two very similar Caymans there that will lead off the field. And Jonathan Evans, when he does 2 driver races, we've seen him out in Club Enduro, for example, with Tom Bradshaw. And Tom Bradshaw was another driver that was a winner here on Good Friday in the Chevron B19. So Jonathan Evans will be keen to replicate that in this Cayman. But he was only 0.4 of a second quicker than James Coleman, so that should be a good battle. Looks like we're missing Christian Douglas's Tuscan from the second row of the grid, but Adam Southgate is there, and he's the first of the Supersport Boxster drivers. There's a number of those cars out. So the first of the Burney's cars on the grid looks to be Matt Holborn, who's the first of those TVR Tuscan drivers, car number 56. And that is the car that runs, I think, to the original spec with a 4.5 litre engine. So great to see so many TVRs here, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is. A good number of those. As Josh mentioned, they had their own one-make championship, and then they've been running in the TVR Car Club competition for a number of years subsequently to that. But good to see them joining the grid here with the Burney's V8s. And as we look out onto the grid, well set, fair, dry conditions for this afternoon's racing. First race of the season, of course, for Burney's Sports Racing and V8s. I think these cars will also share a grid at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit next month, but then they go their separate ways, at least for some of the rest of the season. I think they get together again at Silverstone in August. But the Porsches, the Carmel Porsche Trophy, which has the cars at the front of the field, they go to Brands, Snetterton, Silverstone, then back to Brands before taking part in the Burkitt 6-hour relay race in October. Say Burnley Sports Racing and V8s go off in a different direction. As far as the Carmel Porsche Trophy is concerned, well, CALM is the Campaign Against Living Miserable. They'll get that out. Campaign Against Living Miserably. And it's a leading movement against male suicide in the UK. Of course, suicide is the biggest killer of men under 45 in the UK. It's the cause of 18 deaths on average every day. And the CALM All Porsche Trophy racing in support of that very worthwhile charity. And I know that male suicide is a subject that touches and has touched many of us over the years, and so a very worthwhile cause indeed. And Philip Waters, one of the men behind the championship, also getting behind the new Race Zero project, along with Simon Walker-Hansel, who we saw win the last race, with the new Race Zero carbon offsetting scheme, effectively, where drivers can buy tokens to offset their carbon emissions from their racing, with the ever more carbon conscious and environmentally conscious world that we live in. Motorsport certainly needs to play its part, and the 750 Motor Club, in fact, is paying for the to cover all of the carbon consumed by sort of burning fuels on track during all of the 750 Motor Club race meetings during the course of this season. So cars off on their green flag lap. Josh, who do you reckon we should be watching out for in this race?
Well, for the win, you'd have to say those two Caymans on the front row, shouldn't you? But there's cars to look out for, not necessarily for the results, but just because what they are. You can see there the Joey Logano replica ASCAR of Marcus Bicknell. That's won these races before, a couple of years ago in the damp at Snetterton, and Marcus Bicknell's qualified it really well there, hasn't he? 7th on the grid, which will be net second in the Bernie's group behind Matt Holborn, and was only 1.2 seconds slower, so that could be one to watch. And it's just lots of spectacular cars out there, great sounding cars too, lots of V8 machinery, and then the 6-cylinder engine Porsches, as well as some 4-cylinder Porsches as well. There's the C1 Corvette in the middle of your shot, the original Corvette, driven by Adam Kodosh. He's taken that car to the States a few times to race as well. You can see the 94s there. They had their own championship for a while, didn't they? And there's a few of those out. That was Andrew Pritchard that just went through your screen. There's Andy Lambert's Cobra, the 7-litre engined car. And there's the Chevrolet Monte Carlo, Stuart Entwistle, another NASCAR that is out there. So it's a great mix of cars. I don't think anyone's going to be complaining about the machinery in this field, are they, Ian?
No, there's something for all tastes there, I think, isn't there? And it's a really eclectic, colourful side as it heads down to Fogarty S's on this green flag lap ahead of the 40-minute race. There is a pit stop to be undertaken during the course of this race as well, and that will come in sort of the middle third of the race, really. From 15 minutes up until the 30-minute mark in the race. There are a handful of drivers that are sharing, doing a 2-driver effort, but the majority of drivers are going solo. We don't unfortunately have the details of the start drivers for this race. We do have them for the Club Enduro race though, which is good news, and that's getting underway in about an hour and a bit from now. But yeah, great sight. TVRs, Porsches, MGs, Cobra replica coming through, and it should be an absolutely fascinating 40 minutes of action. It's the number 35 going through, which is Daniel Krieger with his 968 Club Sport. So through Goddard's they come, up to the line. The safety cars already peeled into the pit lane, and 40 minutes of action are underway here at Donington Park, and it's a good start by Jonathan Evans from pole position, also by Christian Douglas in the TVR. That's up into second place already at the expense of James Coleman's Porsche Cayman. So as they turn their way into Redgate Corner for the first time with these cars all mixed together, the Porsches and the V8s and sports racing cars all mixed together into one eclectic group. And it's Jonathan Evans, number 36 then, that has the lead as they head down the Craner curves for the first time towards the old hairpin. Already he's pulling out a bit of a lead over the new second place man, because that's James Coleman that's gone back up into second spot there in the Cayman. Looks like everyone is making it pretty safely through the old hairpin for the first time and off up towards McLean's, Josh.
Yeah, the TVR, in fact, is Matt Holman. We didn't get Christian Douglas starting, so it's Matt Holman there in third place. You see there, just ahead of Adam Southgate. So the V8 engine car got off the grid very well indeed. There's Marcus Bicknell in the AS car, and then the rest of the field flow their way up in towards Coppice Corner. You can really see the elevation change to Donington Park as they turn their way into Coppice for the first time, and then they will accelerate down the straight. You can see the power of Matt Holman's TVR trying to challenge James Coleman again there into second place. Couldn't quite do it. There's 3 Porsches there trying to go abreast into the corner. You've got Matthew Cole-Henny in that battle, who I think is going to be racing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge this year. The header challenge into the hairpin. Marcus Bicknell loses the place. You'd imagine over 40 minutes the big V8 cars might struggle with their brakes as the race goes on, and that might help the Porsches out in the overall battle. It's 33 that brakes late on the outside line. That's Andrew Porter, but Marcus Bicknell brakes later, and it's a big old car there to get stopped, and he just about did it and actually stayed ahead in that battle of Andrew Porter. They come up across the line to complete the first lap of this 40-minute motor race.
Yeah, and that's the 46 car from towards the back of the field. Stuart Entwistle off on the grass at the Melbourne hairpin. There is the 22 car of Marcus Bicknell that started the race in 7th, up to 5th place at the end of lap number 1. And going with him is the number 39 car, which is Cheng Lim, and he's sharing that car with Phil James this weekend. They're just ahead of that Porsche, and an array of cars behind them. As we watch this battle going on then, that is the 147 car of James Coleman, already 2.8 seconds behind Jonathan Evans, who's in the lead of this race. There's Marcus Bicknell, number 22, climbing up the hill towards Coppice Corner, and he's got the Cobra replica, a long-time Cobra proponent, Cheng Lim, behind him. Here's the fight for second place though.
And a change, because Matt Holman's used his V8-powered TVR to go ahead of James Coleman. James Coleman, seemingly at the start of this race, unable to go with the pace of Jonathan Evans, who was only a few tenths slower than in qualifying, but now Coleman under pressure from Adam Southgate in the Boxster, who tries to find a way through the inside. There's no way past there. James Coleman did race a Boxster in the past, I think, against Adam Southgate, so they know each other well, but now they're Southgate still in the Boxster. He's trying to get himself ahead of the Cayman, which probably should be a quicker car, but he goes ahead of Coleman into the hairpin there, into third position. But getting away from all of them is Jonathan Evans. Here's second place man Matt Holman, 5.7 seconds behind. In third is Adam Southgate. And I wonder if there's a problem with the Cayman of James Coleman, because he just doesn't seem to have the speed that he should do, Ian.
No, not at all. He was only half a second off the pace of Jonathan Evans in qualifying this morning, when in the space of 2 laps already nearly 6 seconds behind Evans, so he's not living up to the pace that he showed this morning, that's for sure. There's Bicknell with Andrew Porter just behind him. Then Martin Reynolds it is, I think, next in the number 27 car.
Noticed now that Cheng Lim's got ahead of Marcus Bicknell, he's really pulled away, and he's lapping quicker than everybody apart from Jonathan Evans. So look out for the Cobra shared between Cheng Lim and Phil James in this race. Both quick drivers. The car behind them there, you can see, is Marcus Bicknell pretending to be Joey Logano. There's the Cobra then to watch, just in front of Cheng Lim. He's in 5th currently, but he's catching the 3 cars in front.
Yeah, there goes the rumbling Joey Logano lookalike car. Here comes the car that we're talking about, Cheng Lim, Phil James chasing after James Coleman there, who's in 4th position, but probably not as good on the brakes as the Porsche, it would seem, and just loses a little bit of ground through the Fokker, but in the straight line it's going to be more of a match. They come down now to the Melbourne hairpin, and I think the Porsche holds on there as we focus on Marcus Bicknell and Andrew Porter just behind him in 6th and 7th positions, climbing back up out of the hairpin. There is the number 39 car once again, turning its way through Goddard's and back onto the Wheatcroft Straight. See cars stretching off in the distance up into the Exhibition Straight and Coppice Corner in the background there from our camera positioned at Redgate Corner. Now here comes Marcus Bicknell. Is he going to be able to get a move on James Coleman into turn 1 at Redgate Corner at the start of lap number 4? The answer is yes, he has, and he's through into 4th position.
Yeah, so James Coleman just losing positions, isn't he? So is something not right with that car. He's lapping in 1 minute 52, where he was 7 seconds quicker in qualifying this morning. So real shame for him. Meanwhile, Jonathan Evans is the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 45.853 to lead by 6 seconds over Matt Holborn. Here's the Corvette of Adam Kodos trying to get down the inside of the Porsche there of Stuart Ings, the 944 that hangs on ahead of the Corvette for now, but that car's got a bit more grunt in the straight line, and 60 years old that Corvette now as well, so great to see it out here. And Adam Kodos, a real supporter of the series as well. There's Matt Carl Henney. How's he getting on? He's in 17th position, son of Peter, who races in the Porsche Carrera Cup. Another of the classic Porsches making their way up into McLean's here. That's 56, I think, which is Tom McHugh's Porsche 944 Series 2. And there's one of the Tuscans that we were mentioning earlier. So as we've been saying throughout this race, such a great mix of cars, and therefore they perform in very different ways. So you get yourself involved in a battle, you'll be quicker in one part of the circuit, but your competitor will be quicker in a different part of the circuit. And there is where the TVR is good and making up a position, but then going a bit wide was Clive Leatherby's Tuscan, went through the gravel, so that means the Porsche comes back at him down into the hairpin. So Tom McHugh will make his way back down the inside.
Yeah, and that's in the lower half of the top 20. That battle is being undertaken. Jonathan Evans at the end of lap 4 with 32.5 minutes still to go leads by 6.7 seconds in car 36 from 56. Matt Holborn, 45 Adam Southgate is 3rd, 39 Shane Lim and Phil James in 4th, 5:22 Marcus Bicknell and 6:33 Andrew Porter, as 2 of them have tangled there, and that's the Porsche and of course the Adam Kodos Corvette. The Porsche that was involved was which one?
Ings.
Yeah, I think
Ings,
you're
I
right.
think 23.
Yeah, in the 944 S2, yeah, 23 car. So he sort of got pushed wide, but at least he's got back onto the circuit. I think it was probably Kodos having a problem of his own, wasn't it?
Yeah, so we were talking about brakes on the older cars, racing against the Porsches that can brake later. I wonder if that just caught him out there. Real shame to see the Corvette out of the race. Adam Kodos, and have we lost James Coleman as well in the Porsche? Yes, that hasn't come through either. But up to that point, everyone was running who had started. There is 39, which is a Porsche. Is it Rob Hardy's car, I think? Yeah. Making his way through. 139, that should be. He's in 13th.
There's the 56 car, 156, I think it now is, which is the McHugh car, Tom McHugh. Chasing after that, TVR Tuscan down towards the left-hander at the Fox. Yes, it's left and right-hander.
Matt Holborn in second has just done the fastest lap of the race, so 1 minute 45.008. So the TVR Tuscan is catching the leading Porsche. The gap is 5 seconds, and we're still 3/4 of the race to go. We may well see a bit of a battle to see if a Porsche or a V8 will come out on top.
The spinner we just saw there at the Melbourne hairpin was number 16, which was Lee Bowden in the box to S, and that's just dropped him out of the top 10 now, I think, as he's got going once again. After that minor delay, 30 minutes of the race left to go, another 5 minutes and the pit lane window will be open. As we're watching here...
James Coleman is still going, by the way. It's a transponder issue for him. He's in 6th.
Okay, yeah, so that's good news as far as he's concerned. That's the 16 car then, the car that had that spin at the Melbourne hairpin, and just now ahead of the 139 car, which is Rob Hardy's Boxster S, the man from Tadley. And the 774 car, that's Martin Glennie's TVR Camara, that we briefly saw as well, the orange car. So up to McLean's they go. One lap 6 of their 40-minute race here around the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. Pit stops to come, which will no doubt shake things up somewhat. The fastest drivers within each class of the Porsches do have to make a slightly longer stop as well to penalise them. Adam Kodosh has made it into the pit lane now. Looks like he's out of the race, unfortunately. Team just checking what's going on, but I suspect he'll be pulling into Parc Fermé to complete his race, I'm afraid.
Not sure if the team guy was saying the car's actually not too bad, and the Corvette's going back out onto circuit, I think, so that's good news for Adam, and the Corvette is back on circuit, so you can see in the inset there. So it might be a few laps down, but we get to admire that car for a bit longer.
Certainly do. As for the leads, Holborn has continued to just nibble away at the lead of Jonathan Evans. It's down to 4.9 seconds now. Holborn was about a tenth of a second faster on the previous lap. He's still got the fastest lap of the race as well, at 1:45.008. There's another TVR though, which is the Camara of Martin Glennie, 777 car, I should say.
I think this is probably the most TVRs we got together since the anniversary meeting at Castle Combe a few years ago.
Yeah, that's true. We had a good number there. Of course,
the Cobras together here, so we've got 3 of them out, and 2 of them have got themselves together. That was Andy Lambert ahead of the car of who? That's for 24th. It's Rob Frost in the other Cobra. Sideways MGB. Out of Redgate.
Smoky MGB as well in the form of Peter Carter. I wonder if those two facts might be connected.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that all on his own tyres? And Craner curves in the next corner is not ideal, really, is it? If that's the issue for him. Well, he's still there, so that's good. He's put down the Craner curves okay. Race leaders will be into lap traffic now, and the gap continues to come down. 3.8 seconds it is between Evans and Holborn. And then Adam Southgate in third is being closed in by Cheng Lim. But there we've got Cobra and MG together. So the MG is Peter Samuels in what is 26th position. And looking up to the Melbourne Loop, you can see the Stuart Entwistle Chevrolet NASCAR going down a lap, I think. He's running at the back in 34th position, but good to see it here. So, and as Kodosh has got back out, all 35 starters are still running. And there is the race leader.
Absolutely right. And he is now 4 seconds clear. So the gap has come down from what it was a couple of laps ago, certainly. But he's now into the traffic as well. This Cayman, of course, dropping down the hill towards the Melbourne hairpin. He has got probably one more lap where he'll have to pass the pits before the pit lane window opens, because that will open 15 minutes into the race. We are just about 14 minutes into the race as things stand, which is still being led by this man, Jonathan Evans. 1:36, 3.874 seconds clear of Matt Holborn in the TVR.
Jonathan Evans was a winner here at this meeting 5 years ago in Club Enduro in a 968. So I think the first 2-hour Club Enduro race we had, Jonathan Evans was the winner of that. So we've seen him racing the 750 Motor Club before. It's good to see him back this weekend, and he's continuing to be chased by Matt Holborn. The gap down to 3.6 seconds, and with traffic aplenty to deal with, be interested to see which car is better and which driver is better at dealing with it. Like down the inside of the TVR driven by Daniel Birch there into the old hairpin for Evans, and Matt Holborn will have to deal with him in a corner or so's time.
Yeah, absolutely. Look forward to see how that pans out. Still smoking that car, isn't it? That MGB. And I would think the officials will be having a look at that and seeing whether that driver and that car should be getting the black flag with the orange spot to warn the driver that there's a problem with the car and he should call into the pits to get that seen to. There's one car in the pits though, Josh.
Now that's Martin Reynolds, who was 11th and going well. So he's the first of our compulsory stoppers, and the pit window will be open for the next 10 minutes where the rest of the field will have to make their way in, and there's a small number of drivers which will be changing over during that pit stop window. Jonathan Evans, the leader, is not one of those, so it's working out when a good time is to stop. Probably if you see there's a lot of traffic about to come up, you'd think that is maybe a time. There's the Smoky MG B GTV8 of Peter Carter. And behind him, Jonathan Evans saw all this traffic and has pitted. So the race leader peels into the pit, which will mean Matt Holborn in the TVR will become the second leader of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do now have less than 25 minutes to go to the pit stops. Window is open. Looks like I think that's Chang Lemmer can see out on the pit wall there outside, which indicates it must be Phil James that's in the fourth place car. At the moment, that'll become the third place car, and one of the TVRs in as well, it would seem. So this pit window open for 15 minutes.
That's Bill Thompson's Tuscan that we can see there. He was in 21st position ahead of stopping.
Looks like Martin Reynolds is heading back out. Now, Jonathan Evans will be one of these drivers that's got an additional, effectively, penalty to serve, because he was fastest in qualifying within his class. And you can see the team member showing him the countdown on the smartphone there as to how long he's got to go. So that's a good way of doing it, just to make sure that they don't stop too short and therefore incur a penalty, which might cost him victory, because that'd be frustrating. We've seen that happen before, though. Is that the Q car, I think, going in?
You can see the African Revival logos on Evans's car. It's a charity that he's supporting over the course of his racing this year. And there you can see the Corvette has got a bit of damage, hasn't it? The front doesn't look as it should have done. It should do, but Kodosh is bearing with it and is continuing on, down in 35th position. He's lapping a few seconds off what he was earlier, and he's about to be passed down the Grainer curves.
Yep, he is indeed. So got the window out to indicate to the Porsche driver that he should go through. There's that 66 Cobra and the 87 MGB that we see there. Here's Peter Samuels, long-time racer in that car.
It is a long penalty, isn't it, for Jonathan Evans? What
it is.
He's only getting
out he goes
now.
Yeah, the basic stop is 90 seconds, isn't it? So normally it would be 60 seconds. There's an extra 30 seconds at the moment to allow for sanitisation of the car's touch points for the cars that have multiple drivers, which Jonathan Evans doesn't.
So this should allow Matt Holborn to go through, shouldn't it? Because he won't have a penalty being in the Bernie's V8 part of the race. Because really, Evans is racing against the likes of James Coleman, isn't he, in the Porsche element of it. The two series joining together here at Donington Park today. As Ian was saying earlier, they will race separately. There's Marcus Bicknell, aka Joey Logano, in what is a NASCAR. So you've seen that race at Rockingham. That was 2 decades ago now as well, wasn't it, when that series run?
It was, and yeah, dressed up very nicely in an appropriate livery. So
Joey Logano was the winner of the NASCAR dirt race.
He was
7 days ago. I think that was done on Monday in the end.
Yeah, it was. That was delayed, wasn't it?
Yeah. There's Evans, though, our erstwhile race leader. Matt Holborn's in the pit. Is he just going out of the pit lane now? He is, so that kind of gives an indication how far Jonathan Evans is behind. And the new battle for the lead yet to stop, almost side by side into Redgate. If you look to your left there, side by side, the Cobra of Phil James is looking up the inside of Adam Southgate. As they go out of shot, is it the Cobra that's gone through? Well, they're still side by side as they go onto the Craners. The Cobra will have more power than the Porsche Boxer when he goes through. So Phil James does lead this race. He had to take a couple of cars to pit for that to happen, but he has there into Redgate got himself ahead of Adam Southgate.
Yeah, but not by very much. Adam Southgate in the SPDA class for cars that used to race in the Porsche Racing Drivers Association Championship. They've been welcomed into the Calm All Porsche Trophy. Really, that's something that should have come about for 2020, but the COVID-19 pandemic really blighted the season for both categories here, the Bernie Sports Racing V8 and the Calm All Porsche Trophy, hoping for much better things in 2021, of course. So these are the two leaders then, Adam Southgate in the number 45 Porsche and Phil James in the number 39 Cobra replica, as they drop down the hill. And look, in a straight line how the Cobra's just able to pull away from the Porsche, but under braking the Porsche closes right back up again, and there's barely a length between them. And then look how that changes again as the Cobra gets back on the power down that short straight towards the Melbourne hairpin. So
that's what a 7-litre engine will do for you.
We're absolutely right. Now the TVR is between the two of them as well. I think the Porsche will get past that relatively easily up at Goddard, so we'll have the battle for the lead rejoined, but these will both need to make a stop at some point in the next 8.5 minutes as well, because they have to make a driver change before 10 minutes to go. They've both opted to stay out this time, and the gap between them is 1.8 seconds, I think, between Phil James and Adam Southgate in second place. That's the order of things at the moment. James Coleman is there in third, but I think he's pitted, and Andrew Porter fourth as things stand at the moment.
Meanwhile, the two earlier leaders who have pitted, I think Jonathan Evans is something like 15 seconds behind Matt Holborn, so that'll be a gap to watch in the second half of this race. And the Cobra and the Boxster could sort of come amongst them, couldn't they, once they have made their stop in the next few laps. There is Matt Holborn after his stop. He is in 13th position, but that should flow through to what will probably become the overall leader.
12 laps have been completed then by Phil James in the lead of this race. There he is with the Porsches behind him. Then you've got the Matt Holborn car. There is car 28, which is Andy Baker's Boxster and of the SPDA class cars. 11th he was before he came into the pit lane. Gets the tap on the wing and is sent back out again into the race. Efficient work being done by the various teams here. Get their cars out again as quickly as possible. So that's Baker back out into the race. Fantastic conditions for it here now, although very cold indeed, but otherwise a beautiful day at Donington Park for this Burnley Sports Racing and V8 series, and the Carmel Porsche Trophy that you're watching via Alpha Live on YouTube, on Facebook, and on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk/live.
Phil James has pitted in the leading Cobra to hand over to Cheng Lim. I can see that right underneath my commentary position. So that promotes Adam Southgate to the lead of the race. At the moment they're disinfecting the Cobra before Cheng Lim can get into it. He's doing so now, clambers over the roll cage of that car, and he will be fresh out in that for the final quarter hour of the race.
Still plenty more racing to come here, including the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup up next, featuring Jimmy Broadbent. And I know if you watching the live stream are here to see him out. He'll be out for his second race of the day shortly. As we watch Adam Southgate then heading down the hill towards the Fogarty S's. Holborn ahead of him on the road there, turning his way through the S's now. And of course the order in this phase when the cars are making their pit stops is really jumbled up for the last 10 minutes of the race. It should make a bit more sense. Most of the cars have now made their stops. Southgate hasn't. I think Peter Samuel's still got to make his stop, and Andy Lambert as well, I think, also yet to make his stop. But the majority of drivers now have made their mandatory stops with about 5 minutes of the pit lane window remaining.
Cheng Lim has just left his pit box, and Matt Holborn's going to go through to be in front. So there's Holborn just going into Redgate, and if you look to the right of your shot, the Cobra will exit the pit lane, will be in net second position, so he'll be ahead of Jonathan Evans, who's at the top of your shot, just coming out of the Goddard hairpin. So I think on net positions currently it's Evans from Lim from Evans. It's Holborn from from James. I'll get it right in a minute. It's 56 Holborn, 39 Lim, and 36 Evans, but we've got to factor in the 45 Boxster of Southgate. Got there in the end, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely right. It will all become clear in the next few minutes anyway, as the drivers complete their pit stops and our TSL timing screens in front of Josh and I update themselves. You can see the Carl Henny, the yellow and black Porsche. Very smart livery on that one indeed, in an all Porsche battle there. And then you've got a couple of the front engine Porsches together. That's the 56 car of Tom McHugh coming through the 156 car, that should be. He's outside the top 20 at the moment, having made his stop, I think. Try and pick up exactly where he is at the moment. There's 25, which is the TVR of Bill Thompson, the drive from Preston in Lancashire. Now there's the Kodosh Corvette, having made its mandatory pit stop this time, now being released back out onto the circuit. Just going past one of the other Bernie's V8 cars, Pete Samuels, and also the erstwhile race-leading Porsche of Adam Southgate as well.
Already gone through. Matt Holborn into the lead of the race. Cheng Lim second. Jonathan Evans has gone through in third. Evans only 3.5 seconds behind Lim, and that's going to be a chase over the next few laps, you would think. The poleman, Jonathan Evans, then chasing. He's not going quicker than Matt Holborn, though, so I think Matt Holborn should be good to win this. And the one race these two categories did get last year on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, it was a TBR Tuscan that won then too, in the hands of Graham Walden, who's not out with us today.
Look at that.
There he is then, Matt Holborn.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at the background scrap as well amongst the Porsches. That's between the Walkers, and Carl Henny was just in the background as well, which was worth watching, but for 20th position. There we are, there's that scrap, just going over the crest in the hill now in the background. There's Holborn, as you say, up ahead. And he effectively then is the leader. There's the 35 car for the Craigos. Now that's quite a late stop, but they are not towards the top of the timing screen, so I think they've had problems as the race has gone on as well. Yeah, 25th they are. So possibly not a scheduled stop, and there's certainly some smoke coming off the brakes there, it was saying.
That's one of the Charles Ivy prepared machines.
Yeah, and Charles Ivy Porsche putting out a prize as well for the best turned out entry as well here today amongst the Porsches.
It will be a difficult decision, I think. There's a lot of good ones. That's the 968 Club Sport, the 3-litre machine. Looks like it's going to get back out onto the circuit. Meanwhile, across the line, there's just been a change for second position because Jonathan Evans has got himself ahead of Cheng Lim. There they are, the Porsche down the inside and goes through them, but he is 17 seconds behind Matt Holborn, the leader in the TVR.
Yeah, and not lapping any faster really. On the previous lap, Holborn did a 1:47.7, Evans did a 1:47.5, and in terms of the best laps as well, Holborn a little bit quicker. So it will be a tall order for Jonathan Evans to make up the place to get the overall victory, but still certainly the fastest of the calm all Porsches. The Porsche Trophy running to support the campaign against living miserably as well. Very important charitable organisation. So there's the late race leader, Matt Holborn, in the TVR Tuscan. Golf style livery. Flicks it through the Fogs Yetis and down to the Melbourne hairpin for the 16th time in this race, with just under 10 minutes of it left to go.
Notice Marcus Bicknell's up into 4th position, so he's had a good run in the ASCAR. He's 15 seconds behind Cheng Lim, but he has been lapping quicker. Cheng Lim fresh into that car, of course, so that may be a battle to watch. There's our overall leader, though, Matt Holborn in the TBR Tuscan Challenge car. Accelerates out of the Goddard hairpin for the 16th time, with 10 minutes of the race to go. And he's got one of the smaller TBRs to lap shortly. as he turns his way into Redgate. And Jonathan Evans in second position comes out of the hairpin and across the line. He should be across the line shortly. There he goes, 18.7 seconds behind the leader, so that gap continues to go out. What about third and fourth? Cheng Lim to Marcus Bicknell. Across the line comes Cheng Lim, a 1 minute 52 from him. And Marcus Bicknell is quicker by, 3.5 seconds, the gap 11 seconds, so that is something that could change before the end. Marcus Bicknell chasing Cheng Lim for third.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. That's a potential position change in the remaining 8.5 minutes of the race. Of course, there's lots of different classes in both of these categories, actually, and they're both done on power to weight. So within the Bernese Sports Racing V8s, the Class A is for cars of over 400 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B up to 400, and over 330, Class C up to 330, and Class D basically up to 260. And there's different thresholds in the Porsches. So the top class there is up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne, and then 200, 180 and 145 for the four classes in that category that are differentiated on power to weight. So various different classes being contested, and you can see the different colours denoting most of those on your screens on the timing tower. But overall, and leading the Bernese Sports Racing V8s, it's Matt Holborn, number 56, Jonathan Evans leading the Carmel Porsches, and we are watching the car in fourth position, number 22, Marcus Bicknell.
And he's chasing Cheng Lim all the time, and he looks up a bit, doesn't he, into the hairpin. Of course, this car wasn't really made to go right, was it? Only really made to go left at Rockingham. Very different discipline, but Marcus Bicknell making that car go well. One car that's not going so well is the TVR Tuscan there. Is that Bill Thompson's car, possibly? Yeah, I think he's just pulling off onto the grass, so hopefully he'll be safe there. Unfortunately, couldn't quite make it into the back entrance to the into the pits, which would have been ideal. You can see the pull off there at the front of shot. But, is that the old Grand Prix lane entry, I think?
That's right, yeah.
Where Senna made up some time.
Absolutely. So he's getting out of his car and will get to the safe side of the barrier just as soon as he can. And there in the pits is the number 74 car. Now that is the Peter Carter car that was looking a bit smoky earlier on, so possibly not a major surprise to see that parked up in the pit lane, but it does give us a chance to admire it at least.
Across the line, the front of that group is Andy Lambert's Cobra, one of the 7-litre machines. He's in 25th position overall, 3.2 seconds ahead of the TVR Tuscan of Aaron Moyes, so they're not too far apart. Both Class A cars within Bernese V8, so those cars are over 400 brake horsepower per tonne. And coming through the middle of them is a Porsche, one of the classic front-engined cars. That makes its way through the old hairpin. But there's the 571 TVR that I mentioned of Aaron Moyes, who's in 26th position overall.
Yeah. We've got just over 5 minutes of the race left to go here. 18 laps have been completed by Matt Holborn. It's 18 seconds clear of Jonathan Evans overall. Let's watch the 16 car. That's the Lee Bolden car. Have a spin at the hairpin early on, go through.
Across the line, nose to tail for third. So perhaps we'll pick that up in a moment. Cheng Lim v Marcus Bicknell. That gap has come right down to nothing. They're just heading onto the Craner curves, and they changed there. You can just see in your shot the Mustang liveried car of Marcus Bicknell has got himself into third position ahead of Cheng Lim. Marcus Bicknell, front runner in Clubman's in the past, wasn't it? It's a very different car, but it drives it very well indeed.
Yeah, certainly does, and it looks an absolute treat as well, doesn't it? Double waved yellow flags there. That I think is for the TVR that we saw pull off. Is the Marcus Bicknell car once again, and spin up is number 28. That's Andy Baker in the Boxster, and he will get the car turned around. You'll see that he does have the aero device on the back of that car. That's permitted for cars in the SPDA class, otherwise the cars have to run with their original silhouette. Same for Lee Bolden's car, you can see on screen there, the number 16 car.
Looks like we've lost Martin Reynolds out of 11th position. He hasn't come through, so we haven't seen where he's pulled off, but that is another retirement. But luckily there's not been too many of that. With 4 minutes to go, Matt Holben's just gone on to another lap 20 of the race. The gap's slightly coming down now, 15 seconds to Jonathan Evans, but those top 2 drivers in the 2 different series are both set for a victory in each. Here's a couple of Porsches together. 59 is Jackie Garr and Lee Burkitt's 968, and they are running in 10th position, but they have got a track limits penalty, which will put them behind the car that's chasing them on the road, which is Lee Bowden's Boxster.
Yes, he needs to pull out a 5-second margin to overcome that effectively in the remaining 3 minutes of the race. That would be a tall order, one would think. That's really all about the battle for 9th and 10th position. Sounds like someone's had a spin. We could hear a squeal of tyres. We didn't see what was happening, but those 2 cars side by side. Ah, there it is. That is the 41 car then. That's the Carl Rossin Porsche 924. Was slated to be driving that car, showing with Sam Callahan.
It looks it might well have been Sam Callahan that has put it into the gravel, unfortunately. They were running a bit further down in something like 30th position, but of course that's a much less powerful car than some of the others out there today.
Yeah, and yeah, there you can see it in the background of shot, that car, and it's steadily smoky smoke rising from it. 2 minutes to go in this race.
Matt Holben just blasted across the line, so he should squeeze in 2 further laps.
Yeah, he should do, because he's lapping in 145s, isn't he, or 146s, and there's 2 minutes to go, so he should get 2 laps out of it. All being well.
There's a board being hung out over the start gantry. Not sure if that's a penalty board or a last lap board. So this could well be the last lap. I don't see a flag with it.
Okay.
So perhaps we should treat this as the last lap of the race.
We'll keep an eye on that then, Josh. You can see that better than I can from my position. There's the race leader then, Matt Holben. Probably shouldn't make too much difference to him unless he breaks down at some point, because he's 17.5 seconds clear of Jonathan Evans.
Out of shot, Adam Southgate's Porsche Boxster has got ahead of not just Cheng Lim, but Marcus Bicknell too, to go 3rd overall. So Adam Southgate putting in some good laps towards the end of this race.
Yeah, and he is in one of those SPDA class cars. So he's up into 3rd position overall. But let's focus for a moment on Matt Holben. Here he comes, coming up to lap the Cobra of Andrew Lambert, just turning his way down into hairpin. Here's some action going on amongst the Porsches. There's Tom McHugh in the 56 car, running in, well, the 156 car I should say, running in 18th position. As we've got the leader, I think, having come through again. I don't think we've got the checkered flag though, Josh.
No. So there must be a flag out with the board I can see, but I can't see the flag. Big old lock up there. That was Martin Glennie.
Yeah, and the car that was in his sights was Ryan Moan's Porsche 944, but fortunately he did manage to get the car stopped. So we are now working the final lap, Josh.
Absolutely, those cars then across the line. They are battling for position for 13th and 14th overall. Ryan Moan on that lap was being caught by Glennie.
Spinner, it's Marcus Bicknell from 4th position. And will that have cost him a position? I suspect it might have done. Did we see how that happened?
He had called out 17 seconds to Cheng Lim, so I think he's okay. Wonder if he was trying to chase back after Adam Southgate, who had passed him on the previous lap. So he's still in 4th, and in fact we've got a new 5th place car across the line. Christopher Ridge in his Tuscan has also passed Cheng Lim, so I think Cheng Lim's struggling. Yeah, his lap time was over 2 minutes last time by. So the Cobra seems to be in a bit of strife now in the second half of this race.
Absolutely right. As we watch Andy Lambert's car just turning its way through, we should somewhere see Matt Holborn in his Golf Livery TVR heading through the final few corners as well. We'll try and pick him up because he'll be heading up towards the line very shortly. There he is, Jonathan Evans we saw a shot of as well. But there is Matt Holborn out of the Melbourne hairpin for the final time. He's still 16 seconds clear of everybody else. He turns his way through Goddard for the final time now. No one really around him to worry about, and up to the line he comes. The checkered flag will go out. It does so now, and it is Matt Holborn that wins the opening race of the season, the Burness Sports Racing and V8s, and he's done that quite comfortably in the end. But as far as the Porsches are concerned, the Carmel Porsche Trophy, we have Jonathan Evans about to, in fact has come through, hasn't he? Yes, he did just come through the shot there, 12.8 seconds behind, so it was a slower lap from Matt Holborn at the end, but Jonathan Evans coming through to win the Carmel Porsche Trophy. Adam Southgate here is going to be in 3rd position overall, 2nd of the Porsches and winning his class as well. And then it should be Marcus Bicknell, we think, still in 4th place.
Yes, he was 6 seconds ahead of Ridge. There's the battle, the end of the lead lap between Lee Bowden and the 9:44, 9:68 I should say, of Jack Edgar and Lee Burkett. It comes down the inside into the S's. They have got a penalty, so it's not really going to matter, but they do go through on the road. For 4th, Marcus Bicknell did come through, but only 2.5 seconds ahead of Christopher Ridge. And in 6th position, and the 3rd of the Porsches, someone I don't think we've mentioned in this race, is Porter, who's not actually on my entry list, I don't think.
No, I think he possibly was a late addition, Andrew Porter. There's the 59 car though of Egart and Burkitt coming through. That should be completing the effectively the top 10 once their penalty has been applied. So they go over the line now to complete the checkered flag.
Christopher Ridge has been dropped right back with a 56-second penalty.
I imagine that's for a pit stop infringement then.
Yeah, so he won't finish inside the top 6, but at the back of the lead lap now.
And that will mean that the 3rd place car within the Sports Racing and V8s is the Phil James Cheng Lim car. I think that will move up into the top 3 within that class. We'll hope. Let's have a look at the results then of this race, and it was Matt Holborn that took the win. 22 laps, and he did that 12 seconds faster than Jonathan Evans in car 36. 3rd place number 45, that was Adam Southgate in his Boxster. 4th number 22, Marcus Bicknell. 5th to number 33, Andrew Porter. And then 6th, the Cheng Lim Phil James car, James Coleman. A few dramas in the early part of that race for him, but he came home 7th in car 147. The Bowden 8th, Christopher Ridge 9th, and the Egart and Burkitt Porsche 968 completed the top 10. Rob Hardy, another Porsche, 11th, Clive Leatherbeard of the TVR in 12th place, then Ryan Moan in 13th. Martin Glennie took 14th spot in the spectacular Camara. Stuart Ings 15th in the Porsche, then the Walkers, the McHughes in the Boxster with 944 respectively. Matt Carl-Henny was 18th, Andy Baker 19th, and Robert Frost in the Daxter Gero was 20th. Further back, Sampson and Hampson, Porsche 968. The MGB V8 Roadster of Peter Samuels, then Alan Drain's Porsche Boxster. Andrew Lambert in the Ram Cobra, Aaron Moyce in the Tuscan. Daniel Birch in the Camaro was 26th. Vikram Sudera 27th. Then Daniel Krigo, they had problems on that car, didn't they? Andrew Pritchard 29th, then Stuart Entwistle 30th in the Chevy Monte Carlo. And last couple of cars didn't make it to the end. We saw them pull off, Carl Rossin and Bill Thompson. So that's all of the action from the Carm All Porsche Trophy and the Burness Sports Racing and V8s. Next up in a few moments is going to be the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, so that is going to be another 15-minute sprint race to look forward to. But Josh, an entertaining race that, and Matt Holborn, I thought, drove a pretty flawless race, really.
Yeah, it really did, and it's just great to see a great mix of cars, and they were all really quite reliable, weren't they, for cars that perhaps you might not think that would be the case. So everybody over the winters prepared their cars really well, and some good battles in there between their different cars. And as you say, Matt Holborn, who actually only qualified 5th, didn't he? He got quicker and quicker throughout the race. I think we can hear from Matt now with Matt Holborn, the race winner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Down here with our race winner, which is Matt Holborn. Matt, you won the part of the race for the sports racing and V8s. How did you find that one?
It is just wonderful to be out racing again. So it's first race out this season, and it couldn't be better. I really thought it was going to be snowing this morning. Hang on. Snowing this morning, and it's turned out to be a beautiful day, and just Donington, epic track, love it.
And you chose the right car, you got no roof, so that's good.
It didn't feel like it this morning when it was snowing, but yeah, good day, really good.
And as we said, you won the overall race, and also, yeah, you did, and you're part of the race in the sports racing.
Brilliant.
Before the pit stop, you were behind Jonathan, then you came out ahead, so you made up some time in the pit stop there.
Oh, excellent. I didn't know that. That is really good news. Fantastic. I'm ecstatic.
And you've got a great year ahead of you, some really good this year for sports racing.
Yeah, Burnies are a fantastic series to race with. Also, we race with CSCC, really well organised series, and yeah, fantastic. Looking forward to more club racing this year.
Good stuff. Well, you're done for the day. You can now go and enjoy the sunshine.
I can.
Well done, Matt. Congratulations. Well done to Matt there, who finished in first place. Let's grab a quick word as well with our second place man, and of course the winner of the Porsche part of the race. How did you find that, Jonathan?
Tiring. The off season's not been kind to me, so but no, it was fun.
You chose to do the race on your own. Is that a normal thing for you?
Yeah, I mean, I've actually got a teammate. We race in GTs together, but yeah, this was a bit of a last-minute entry, so I thought I'd have a go by myself. But yeah, 40 minutes is probably the max. I'm not sure how the guys do it in Club Enduro for 2 hours, but anyway.
Did you know where you were in that race? An idea that you were second, and of course the winner of the Porsches?
Yeah, I knew roughly where I was. I think I came out behind because I got an extra 30-second penalty in the success ballast in the pits, which I'm not sure Bernie's ran. So I think, yeah, we were about 18 seconds behind the leader, so one of those things. But yeah, good result anyway.
And I think there was some points throughout that race that you started to close the gap down on Matt, but of course traffic being a big part, is trying to pick the right way through, really.
Yeah, the traffic wasn't too bad. Actually, a lot of the guys that I came through, quite a few novices, were absolutely brilliant, very aware, really good racing. 3 or 4 people must have literally put their arms out the car and waved me past, which was great. It was more the car and the tyres going off, frankly, I think. So, but no, we made it round anyway.
Well, you got the season off to a great start with a win, and fingers crossed we get the whole season in this year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hope so.
Good stuff. Well done, Jonathan.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Thank you.
There we go then, race winners from both parts of the race there for sports racing and GTs, with the V8s and of course the all Porsche trophy as well. We'll look forward to them next time out, but on the way next is the second race from the MX-5s, which were ever eventful earlier this morning.
Yes, the Switch 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup coming up next, and it's going to be another 15-minute race, and the extra intrigue in this one comes from the fact that the grid is partly reversed, with Ben Short, the race 1 winner, drawing out ball number 9, so the top 9 finishers from race 1 are reversed on the grid for race 2, and that means that it's going to be Courtney Milnes actually that's going to be starting the race on pole position in the treble 7 car, and let's give you that grid now. So on pole position it is the treble 7 car of Courtney Milnes, and she has Ian Cameron, number 34, alongside her. The second row, number 9, Ian Tomlinson, and 58, Mike Comber. Now I reckon he could be one to watch out for. Local man, very rapid in an MX-5 as well. Marcus Bailey, number 54, on the inside of the third row, and alongside him the 41 car of Tom Smith. On to row 4, last year's champion Ben Hansey has former British Touring Car Championship driver Mike Epps next to him. Then row 5, race 1 winner Ben Short, number 71, and Jordan Johnson next to him. Matthew Short and Ben Abbott round out the first 6 rows of the grid. Jake Dormer and Paul Monteith on row number 7, and then Sam Moody is next to him in P15. Alongside Sam is, in fact, I can tell you actually, it's going to be Rafael Drosh that's going to line up it's going to be Tom Holland that's going to line up 15th on the grid, I beg your pardon. Rafael Drosh 17th. On row 9 we've got 55 George King and 11 Stephen Robinson. Row 10 is 22 Adrian Johnson and 99 Jimmy Broadbent. Hayden McDonald and Matthew Pennefather Neal are on row 11. Row 12 Tim Gray and David Abbott. Row 13 James McCann and Ian Van Reenen. Row 14 Philip Andrew Barrett and Stephen Reed. Liam Cochrane is on the 15th row of the grid in car 94, his second ever car race. Stephen Rees alongside. Alex Lewington and John Goldsmith on the 16th row. Jeremy Rivers Fletcher and Andrew Robinson are on row 17. Stephen Horner and Charlie Bisker, who failed to finish race 1, they're on the 18th row of the grid, and some other non-finishes from earlier on. Steve Foden, Declan McDonnell, Stephen Craggs and Sam Moody, if all goes well, should round out this 40-car field. So Josh, we, as usual in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, we have the leading finishers reversed for a partly reversed grid. How do you think that's going to play out in this second 15-minute race of the day?
Well, it should be pretty entertaining, I think, shouldn't it? As you mentioned, Mike Comber is going to be one to watch there on the second row of the grid. He went off at the start in race 1, but fought his way back up to 6th and was quicker than everybody but the top 2. The top 2 being Ben Short and Michael Epps, who will start 9th and 8th respectively. So it's going to be really interesting. They're the 3 quickest drivers here, but they're going to have to work their way through the order. And Courtney Milnes there on pole position. She was front runner, particularly at Silverstone last year, where she got on the podium. So she'll be keen to stay at the front there. Ian Tomlinson there on row 2. He's been a front runner in the past. He was the runner-up in 2019. So watch out for him. Marcus Bailey starting on row 3. He was a podium finisher last year, finished 6th in the championship. And alongside him, Tom Smith, who finished 3rd in the championship last year. I think he got the champion from 2020 and 2019 indeed. Ben Hansey starting 7th. But the newcomer at the front there is Ian Cameron on the front row. He finished 8th earlier, so great job from him amongst lots of experienced racers.
Yeah, absolutely right. Up front, the first race was a really quite exciting one, and the gap at the end of 1.1 seconds between the winner Ben Short and second place man Mike Epps doesn't really tell the story of the race, because they were at times very close indeed, weren't they, during the course of that first race, Josh?
Yes, maybe to Ben Short's annoyance, maybe you could say. At one point he had his arm out the window, was waving Mike Epps away from him, and Mike Epps wasn't really able to fight back after that point. We saw the two of them sort of have a brush at McLean's at one point, and then again later in the lap. They're going to have to pass the 7 cars that started in front of them this time, and could that be Ben Short's advantage? He knows the other drivers around him, he knows about these reverse grid situations in the MX-5s. Of course, Mike Epps has raced other things, but it's a different discipline to be in on the 5 Club Racing MX-5 grid, which Ben Short is well used to. He was the first champion in the series back in 2015 and won it again a couple of years later. He's raced Historics recently. He raced Jaguar at Monaco a few years ago, and he's raced Listers as well, very well indeed. But likes to come back in his Mazda MX-5, and he's running loads of cars this weekend too. There's the pole sitter though. That is Courtney Milnes, who's been with 5 Club Racing for the last year or so. As I say, was on the podium at Silverstone, and should be looking to replicate that here today at Donington here.
Yeah, absolutely right. You can see behind there Ian Tomlinson car, but that's a very nicely turned MX-5 as well. The Kulkuth tyres, number 34 car for Ian Cameron. There's Ian Tomlinson, the driver from Blackpool, plenty of podium finishes in his 5 Club Racing career. And Mike Comber, of course, whose first foreign car racing with the 750 Motor Club was with Locost originally. It was very rapid in that as well. He's a local driver from Leicestershire.
He was telling me earlier he did karting against Mike Epps, so quite keen to have a battle with him once again, a decade or plus from now ago. And of course they both raced actually with the 750 Motor Club about the same time. When he was doing Locost, Mike Epps was out in Formula V.
Yeah, finished second to Martin Farmer in that season. There's Ben Hansey, the number 1 car on the left-hand side of the shot, and there is Mike Epps, number 3, for the purposes of this weekend. And the 71 car you can just see disappearing out shot behind him. That's Ben Short. Somewhere in the distance there, but on the right-hand side of the track, is the number 99 car of Jimmy Broadbent, the esports racer and YouTuber. This massive following, many of which he's brought to view this Alpha live stream of the 750 Motor Club race meeting today. He had a good first race actually. We got well stuck into the action, made up a few places and climbed to 20th out of 40 in his very first car race, which is not too bad going. We'll be hoping for more places to be made up here. And of course he's doing these early season races with a view to doing races in the Praga Guest Car in the Brit Car Championship as well during the course of this year. So we're almost ready for the start of this 15-minute race for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. It's the black car of 777 Courtney Milnes on the left-hand side of picture. 34 Ian Cameron next to her as the race gets underway. Pretty even start between the two front row drivers, but actually it's Courtney that's made slightly the better of the starts there and has got her nose in front then as they head up towards the first corner. But round the outside goes Mike Comber, said he'd be one to look out for, and the number 58 car moves from 4th position into the lead by the first corner. So it's Mike Comber leading then, I think. Looks like Ian Cameron in second. Might be Courtney Milnes just about holding on to 3rd position. Ian Tomlinson alongside her in 4th spot as they drop down through the Craner curves towards the old hairpin. They did at least look to all get through Redgate Corner this time, Josh.
And behind Milnes, you got Short and Epps side by side, so they're absolutely together still as they work their way through the field. The rest of them come down the Craners into the old hairpin. One of them takes an unconventional line, but we get back onto the tarmac at the back of the field. But up to McLean's comes Mike Comber, well in front of the rest. Epps is ahead of Short. He's gone off wide. Is he off the road? Not quite, but he's lost a lot of positions there. So Ben Short's got all that work to do again. He made up at the first corner, but Mike Comber trying to get away early on in because he knows those two quick guys that'll be coming through the field.
Yeah, he could do with getting as much daylight between himself and the rest as he possibly can. It is still Ian Cameron in second place there. Looks like it is the Mike Epps car there into 3rd position. Ian Tomlinson 4th. Courtney Milnes from pole down to 5th position as they make their way through the Fogarty S's. Then behind him is the 93 car, which is Ben Abbott, who went well 2 seasons ago before having to end his season with injury. And then it's Ben Short and it's Ian Cameron that's getting a bit twitchy there. That's allowing Epps through to 2nd place then. So Epps now going to head off in pursuit of Mike Comber. Ben Short with a bit more work to do to try and make his way through the pack. So as they climb up the hill towards Goddard, bit of late braking going on from Courtney Milnes, a little bit of a tap onto the rear of Ian Tomlinson's car there. Ian Cameron loses another position there, it would seem, as they come off the left-handed Goddard hairpin. So at the end of lap 1, it's Comber leading, Epps 2nd, Ben Short is up to 3rd, Ian Cameron 4th, Ben Hansey 5th, and Ian Tomlinson 6th.
Yes, I think it was quite an aggressive move from Ben Short to get himself ahead of Ian Cameron, and Ben Hansey trying to follow him through as the field flow their way through Redgate Corner. Shout for Steve Foden from the back of the grid. He's up to 20th. Remember, he retired in race 1, and Declan McDonnell up to 23rd. So they're both drivers that have overtaken over 15 cars in one lap of the Donington Park circuit down into the old hairpin. Ben Abbott is that getting alongside Ian Cameron. He had a good start because he started 12th on the grid and was 7th by the end of the first lap. There's Declan McDonnell diving down the inside into the old hairpin. But this is the battle for 5th, I think, between Ian Cameron and Ben Abbott. And Abbott goes through on the inside line to gain the position. As you said, a couple of years ago, Ben Abbott, a race winner in this series. Courtney Milnes, she's dropped quite a few positions, hasn't she? She's just behind Tom Smith there, who was looking down the inside of Ian Tomlinson. Couldn't quite make that work at Coppice Corner. but the leaders make their way down towards the S's. It was 2 seconds between Comber and Epps after one lap, and then a further 2 seconds back to Ben Short. There's Hansi and P4 side by side for 5th between Abbott and Cameron, and Ben Abbott goes through into 5th. It's a really good run from him after starting 12th on the grid.
That's right. So, second lap of this race, and we've got probably the 3 quickest drivers out at the front of the field as things stand, I would say. But lots to be sorted out further. Oh, and Courtney Milnes has fallen victim there to, I think, Matthew Short a little bit. And now, that's Tomlinson, isn't it? He's been really elbowed wide and down the order at the Goddard hairpin as well. So Ian Tomlinson has lost a bit of ground there. He was 6th, not even sure he'll be in the top 10 by the time they come back through again. Oh, and that's Jake Dormer very late on the brakes up into the Goddard hairpin, number 61 as well. He was in 11th place at the start of the lap. Leaders have come through. Comber leading. Epps is second, but Epps is the fastest lap of the race that time through a 1:54.956. The gap first to second down to 6/10, and then it was nearly 3 seconds actually back to Ben Short in 3rd.
Okay, that lap from Mike Epps is just about half a second away from what they were doing earlier. There's the battle between Marcus Bailey and Ian Cameron for 7th position now, because Tom Smith's got himself ahead of Cameron at the start of this lap. There's the battle for the lead. Mike Comber's been caught by Mike Epps. Epps is alongside. He's up the inside in towards McLean's and goes through. So Mike Comber's strangely off the pace, really, isn't he? Was caught very quickly by Mike Epps, and he got past without too many problems.
Yeah, I thought it seemed a bit more of a fight there between the two of them, and already Mike Epps just looking to put a few lengths between the two of them. Ben Short still got quite a bit of ground to make up. He's not really caught these two, which I thought he might do. So Mike Epps in particular showing good speed during the course of this second race of the day for the Switch 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Into the Fogarty S's for the 3rd time in this race. Epps leading, Comber 2nd, Ben Short 3rd. We've got Ben's 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment, haven't we, with Hansi and Abbott involved as well. Also, we did at the start of the lap. See if that's still the case in a moment. Through the Melbourne hairpin go the 2 leaders. Comber trying to keep Epps in his sights.
On Steve Foden watch, he's up to 15th. That's another 5 places, so he's passed more than half the cars. How far can he get up? Top 10, you'd certainly say, is a possibility.
Absolutely. He was picked to the championship by just 1 point last year by Ben Hansi, who retained his title that he won in 2019. So Epps over the line this time, and just over half a second back to Comber in 2nd place, and it is then still 3 seconds, isn't it, to Short in 3rd place. So he's not made any ground at all on the top 2, which I do find a bit surprising here. I thought he might do. There is Jimmy Broadbent, number 99. Now he was P28 at the end of the 1st lap, and he's now running 26. So he's made up a couple of positions as he looks to get some early experience of circuit racing before heading out in Prague later in the year.
Steve Foden 11th now, so he's nearly in the top 10 already. So it's a really good drive from him through the field after whatever that problem was for him in the 1st race when he was running up in 3rd place.
Down through the Carrera curves they go then. This group of cars that are a bit further down the order. We're in the sort of back 40% of the field here, which is being headed by Jimmy Broadbent. He's not got cars quite as closely around him at the moment as he did in the 1st race, and perhaps he'll enjoy a bit of time just to focus on his own driving a bit more rather than worry about what's going on all around him. It really is just about getting signatures on his race licence at this stage.
Just in front, we saw Declan McDonald, who's not making so much progress. He's just got himself into the top 20. So he's just ahead of Jimmy Broadbent after starting from the back in the car that won a different MX5 championship last year in the hands of Joe Wiggin, who'll be moving into the Mini Challenge this year. Here's Courtney Milnes leading this group of cars with Matthew Short and Ian Tomlinson behind. But this is at the back end of the top 15, really, so that pole position for Courtney Milnes hasn't gone well at all for her.
There's
Declan McDonald.
16th. Yeah, absolutely. So Declan McDonald, former Locost champion, Mighty Mini champion as well. Did some Formula V racing as well, although that wasn't as successful. Climbing back up the hill now. There's Matthew Short, there's Ian Tomlinson. So yes, this is the scrap for the lower reaches of the top 15, and Declan McDonald trying to make a place here on the number 67 car, which I think is David Abbott, and I think he managed to do that. Yes, he did.
Steve Foden is 9th now, and he's lapping at a similar pace to the top 3, and quite a decent chunk quicker than last year's champion Ben Hansey. So I think Steve Foden is going to be a real contender for the championship this year, even if Donington hasn't quite gone to plan to start out 2021.
Yeah, drivers can of course drop their worst scores at the end of the season, and maybe this meeting will form part of those drop scores. Looking at the lap times, Michael Epps hasn't gone any faster than he did on the first flying lap of the race. He's still done a 1:54.956, which is, as you were saying, Josh, still just about half a second slower than he managed in the earlier race, which was in its own right a lap record, breaking the Ben Short mark, which is a 1:55.83, as Ben was explaining different tyres this year in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Good scrap going on further down the order. This involves Raffle Drash, actually, in the number 79 car, who I think was 4th in the championship in 2018. He's making his return for this season. Probably a bit more competition though than there was in 2018. That was the year that Paul Maguire won the title from Ben Hansey and Ian Tomlinson. Since then, Ben Hansey's won both campaigns. He's 4th at the moment in this race. Squeal of tyres as the cars navigate their way around the Melbourne hairpin. Now, here's Courtney Milnes, and she is 14th, or she was at the start of the lap, so trying to regain some of the ground that she'd lost from that pole position start.
Here's Steve Foden fighting back, trying to get past Marcus Bailey, which will be for 7th. He's already passed Ian Cameron on this lap, so this is for 7th for 77 Steve Foden. Remember, he started right at the back of the 40 car field, around the outside of Marcus Bailey he goes, and that is 7th position. So this has been a brilliant drive from him. He's got a bit of a gap now to Tom Smith, who was part of that championship battle last year, and they start at the opposite end of the grid for this race.
There's only 3 drivers on circuit that have been faster than him during the course of this race, as far as I can see, which are the top 3, Epps, Coomber and Short. The rest all a bit slower than Steve Foden, which is probably more or less what you'd expect, because he was so close to the championship last year.
His pace, though, is a whole second quicker than Ben Hansey's, which you perhaps wouldn't expect.
No, I mean, Ben Hansey's sort of on his own, really. He's probably not got a lot to aim at the moment. He's got 2.5 seconds over Ben Abbott, and he's got sort of a margin to make up on Ben Short as well, which he might feel is unattainable. So he's possibly just driving a bit within himself at the moment, I would think. Steve Foden has got the incentive to drive the wheels off his MX-5, and he's doing so.
So this is the battle for 8th position coming down to the S's.
I can say 3 3/4 minutes to go in the race, Josh.
Bailey v Cameron, this is. Ian Cameron also started on the front row of the field. He's dropped to 9th position now, but he's trying to get 8th away from Marcus Bailey, and he's looking to come through into the Melbourne Loop. Meanwhile, behind them, Jordan Johnson completes the top 10. There's Declan McDonald just coming through. He is 17th, chasing after Ian Tomlinson. So plenty of battles, as we really expect in the MX5 Cup in this. There's 2 laps to go at the end of this one. This is the battle for 20th position, I think, which is headed by 66, which is Hayden McDonald, who has got ahead of Paul Monteith on this lap. There's somebody getting there. He's sideways out of the Melbourne hairpin. Here's Steve Foden. He's caught and passed Tom Smith already, so that's him into 6th position. He's on a 1:55.6 now, which on that particular lap was as quick as Mike Epps was going. So that is 6th position for Foden. Can he pick up any more with 2 laps to go?
Well, if he'd started anywhere near the front, he'd have been a contender for victory here, wouldn't he? That's for certain. Because Epps and Comber, there's still about 2/3 of a second between them now. The gap has barely changed since Epps got through. So it's still pretty close for the lead, and Comber may be keeping something in reserve. The surprise really up front is that Ben Short's not caught the 2 leaders really. But yeah, Steve Foden, certainly he can get 5th, can't he, in this race? Whether he can get any more than that's a moot point. Let's watch the number 13 car of James McCann going through. 3rd season of racing for him in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. And there we can see the 89 car. That's Paul Monteith, the Kiwi driver just doing battle then with the 79 car of Raffle Drash. So this is for 20th and 21st, with McDonald just ahead of them in 19th position now. There's Courtney Milnes, treble 7, trying to make a move on 55, which is George King, and 230 Tom Holland just ahead as they drive their way down. Oh, and there's contact between Milnes and George King, and King, I'm afraid, goes spinning off and just grazes the barriers there, Josh.
Yeah, I was going to say how well Courtney Milnes was doing to fight back, but that wasn't particularly necessary, I don't think. And George King went grass tracking backwards off the road, and I suspect that may well be looked at by the officials post-race, because that shouldn't really be happening in a straight line. Meanwhile, the leaders have gone on to the last lap, and Mike Epps is now a full second ahead of Mike Comber, so that should be good, you'd think, for Epps to win. He's only won one 750 Motor Club race before, and that was 10 years ago here at Donington Park. And it looks like he may well do that again here on Easter Monday.
There's Tomlinson and 72 Matthew Short, and they are running in 13th and 14th positions. But Donald, you can see in the black and pink and yellow car just going through, looks like he's making up another position, possibly at the expense of Jake Dormer. Indeed, he's ahead of Dormer now and up into 15th position. So a solid comeback this from Declan McDonald, but not in the class of what we've seen from Steve Fosen today from the back of the grid, that's for sure. Here's Mike Epps, though, heading down towards the Fox TS's, Josh.
Indeed, a real masterclass from him, working his way through the order at the start of the race. And I think it would have been a few years since Mike Epps has actually won a race in anything in real life racing. Looking back, I reckon it would be 2015. The Volkswagen Racing Cup would have been the last time since Epps has won a race. And it looks like he'd do it here with the 750 Motor Club in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, backed by Switch.
Through Goddard for the final time then comes number 3 Mike Epps, and he got the lead relatively early on from Mike Comber and didn't face the challenge that we thought he might from Ben Short. He takes the checkered flag then to get that victory that has eluded him for a while. He wins round 2 of the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Second place goes to Mike Comber, 1.8 seconds behind in the end, and third to Ben Short. Coming around the corner now to take 4th place is Ben Hansey, but there's our winner, number 3 Mike Epps. Oh, and yeah, he's doing a little bit of showboating, I reckon. Marshals acknowledge his success, and he waves back at them in return on the slowing down lap. Many thanks, of course, to all of the marshals doing a fantastic job here in the cold today at Donington. Steve Foden did get 5th in the end, so a good drive up the order from Steve Foden to 5th. This is the back for about 20th position. Paul Monteith locking up there and almost touching the back of Rafael Drash's car. And I think that's Jimmy Broadbent, was that, just coming into shot as well. And he did indeed come into shot, and he came back nicely in the end. He was down in 28th position at the end of lap 1. Jimmy Broadbent has come through to take 22nd position, so he will be pleased with that. 20th and 22nd out of 40 cars on his first weekend of racing, Josh.
Again, it seems these reverse grid races actually end up perhaps not being as exciting for the win as the original race, because they have to work, Epps, Comber and Short had to work their way through the order, and they sort of got spread out, didn't they? So then we had to concentrate on what were plenty of battles through the field, but the star of the race really was Steve Foden, wasn't it? Starting back on 37th position on the grid to finish 5th, and that should set him up for the rest of the championship as we go around the circuit to the UK.
That's right, and the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, that will continue. That goes to Castle Combe, actually. At the beginning of May, they have a triple head there, before heading to Croft, Anglesey, Cadwell Park, Brands Hatch and Snetterton to round out the season. That's the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Look forward to seeing that back out again very soon. And next up here today, we've got the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. We'll tell you all about that in a few moments' time. But first of all, we'll aim to give you the results of the race that we've just seen, which was the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Here we go then, and it was a win for Mike Epps, 1.9 seconds clear of Mike Comber in the end. Ben Short couldn't repeat his race 1 victory. He came home in 3rd place, and a solid start to Ben Hans's season, following up his 3rd place earlier on with a 4th position in this one. Steve Foden, a great drive from the back of the field to take 5th place in car 77. Ben Abbott was 6th ahead of Tom Smith, Marcus Bailey, Ian Cameron and Jordan Johnson. In 11th position, reclaiming some ground, although she had started on pole position, Courtney Milnes. Tom Hollands was 12th, then Ian Tomlinson, Matthew Shilton, another driver that came through from the back, Declan McDonnell. Jake Dormer, David Abbott, Hayden McDonald, Raffle Drosh and Paul Monteith rounded out the top 20. In 21st position it was Stephen Craggs, then Jimmy Broadbent. Started 20th, dropped to 28th, climbed back to 22nd. George King, he had a bit of a biff with Courtney Milnes in the late stages of that race, but did finish in 23rd place ahead of Sam Moody, Adrian Johnson, Stephen Rees, James McCann, Matt Pettyfather-Neal, Tim Gray and Philip Barrett rounding out the top 30. Liam Cochrane, Stephen Robinson, Ian Van Reenen, they were the next 3 cars through. Stephen Reed, John Goldsmith, Charlie Brisker, Jeremy Rivers-Fletcher, Alex Lewington, Andrew Robinson, Stephen Horner, and I think they all came home. All 40 cars that started the race made it to the end. Let's head down to the pit lane now, and Matt Suckling has our winner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Down here with our race winner from the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Mike, great to see you. Prior to this weekend, you said you didn't know if you're going to be first on the podium or on a plane to another track. Well, you've proven you've won the race. Well done.
Yeah, that was mega, to be fair. I can't complain about that at all. Obviously, coming into a series like this, I know Ben Short fairly well, and I know how many laps he's done in these cars. So I think to beat him square on pace was going to be quite hard in a car that I've literally just jumped in last Thursday for a few laps on a track day. So yeah, great racing, really fun. Hopefully I've not done any damage, because I definitely can't afford it anymore. And the one that I raced against, it was really good. Got a mega run around the outside on lap 1, and I knew Ben was a bit behind, so it was my chance to get off like a scolded cat after Michael Comber, who was actually, I was quite a fan of his in karting, so it's quite cool to come back and race against these guys. So yeah, it's been great fun. Cheers to Martin Tolley, who's given me his car for the weekend. He's trusted me with his noble steed. I don't think I've broken it, but we'll find out later.
I was going to say, it was an epic first couple of laps, because you started 8th on the grid, you kind of closed the gap down, and then all of a sudden, within 2 seconds, you'd caught up with Mike and got the job done.
Yeah, he had a bit of a bad lap, I think, because I had a really nice, clean lap. So shame about the oil at the last corner, because I think we could be pushing for the lap record in that one, but it just not quite there. And by about lap 4, the tyres are just going off. So I caught him, got past him, and then of course he's got the benefit of the draft, and I was thinking, hang on, this isn't done yet for the last couple of laps. But yeah, kept it. I think I missed a gear once and he missed a gear once, so it's all evens, and I need to work on that for next time.
And it has been a strange year, hasn't it? We've spent most of our life now behind sims and doing kind of online racing, which you've done very well at, but it must be nice to jump back into a car.
Yeah, I was talking, obviously Jimmy Broadbent's here this weekend in the other car, and it's part of that that's got me out, and it's been really nice to see how he converts to the real life. The difference is the confidence. You know, you've got G-force and stuff and noise, it's literally everything's in 3D, so for him it's a, sensory overload. But he's really come into it quite well. I need to find out how he did in that one. But I was instructing him on Thursday round here, and with a push he's pretty quick. So I've done a load of sim stuff last year. I now earn a living from coaching on the sim, racing on the sim. I actually won a $5,000 simulator to add to my other sim about a month ago on a series online. So for me it's kind of been, joking with a mate the other day, that it's been somewhat a reverse from real racing to sim racing. So for me, I think I'm just going to set about racing loads of different cars that I haven't raced before over the next couple of years, and having fun and seeing what I can do in them.
Well, great stuff, Mike. Well done today. You got the win. Congratulations on that, and hopefully we'll see you back again soon. Indeed. There you go then. That's the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup done here at Donington Park. On the way next, it's the longest race of the day with the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship.
Yep, and it is indeed the 2-hour race for the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship that is coming up next. Pit stops, driver changes, a great variety of different cars, as you can see, forming up on the grid on screen now. It's going to be a tremendous 2 hours. Let's walk you through the grid. Pole position then, it is the car of Joe Locke and Ash Hicklin, the BMW E46 M3 GTR. It's being started by Joe Locke, it's on pole position. Carl Swift starts the Seat Leon Euro Cup, next to them car number 1. Montague and Hall, well, it's going to be the 50 car that started by Peter Montague on the inside of row 2, and next to him going solo, Alan Henderson, number 90 in the Lotus Elise S2. Car 87 is on the inside of the third row of the grid, and that is the Beeson and Heller car. Stocko and McDonald on row 6. Heller starting the 87 car, and Andy Stocko, the number 14 car. Row 4, Steve Cheetham, 43, and the Caswell and Kayla 126 car. Caswell starting that. Taylor and Ashmore in the Holden Commodore. On the inside of row 5, it's Matty Taylor starting that, and then it's the David Mercer and Mark Mercer car, number 41. Mansfield and Boston are on the 6th row of the grid, number 19, ahead of the Wallace brothers. Matthew starting that. William Stacey going solo in the number 49 Lotus Elise. Colin Gillespie is next up in car 15. That's the BMW M4. The Griffin and Butcher, number 34 car, is next on the grid. That's the E36 M3, and then the Jones and Rogers Seat. Row number 9 is the Freeman and Monday number 4 Honda Civic Type R, and alongside them the number 27 VW Golf R being started by Mark Grice. It's 117 and 95 on row number 10 of the grid. That's the Jones BMW and Andy Bailey in the Honda Civic. Phil Dryborough and the Browse are on row number 11, and row 12 is Luke Handley and the Bosch and Parkin Seat. Cars 74 and 29 on the 13th row of the grid. That's the McEwen and Andrew Roby. Manoj Patel and the Maudsley car on row number 14. Row 15, May and Skeets with Darren Ball alongside, a bit further back than he would have been expected in the Porsche Cayman. Matthew Tidmarsh and Edward Christie are on row 16. Row 17, Jonathan Barrett and Michael Dark. Row 18, John Atherton, and then the Rogers and Griffiths car. Chris Kuma in the Clio, and Howarth and Boardman next up as the safety car pulling away. Just to fill you in on the last few rows of the grid. Where did we get to? Oh yeah, Chris Kuma we got right at the back, hadn't we? And then Schultz and Howarth right at the back. Yes, that's all of them in fact. Start drivers, it's Joe Locke starting the pole position car number 86. Carl Swift starting car number 1. Montague starting car number 50 in third place. As my screen decides to look at something else. Get it back up in front of me now. And then it's Alan Henderson going solo. Heller starting car 87. Stocko starting 14. Caswell 126. Taylor number 7, Mark Mercer number 41, Matthew Wallace number 6. The 34 car is being started by David Griffin. The 48 car by Mark Jones. The 4 car now being driven by Chris Freeman solo by the looks of it. Mark Grice starting 27, 117 being started by Ian Jones. Bit further back, in fact the 22 car, the Browse BMW E46 M3 is withdrawn. Scott Parkin is starting the number 3 car, and so on and so forth. We'll fill you in on other start drivers as we need to as the race goes on. But looking forward to what should be a very good 2 hours of racing, Josh.
Yes, it's interesting to see how Club Enduro's changed since the end of last year. We've got a massive influx of top-class cars. Class A, 21 of the 46 cars that qualified are all in the top class. And Class C, the slowest cars, has just got the 9. So a bit of a change from previous years where the bulk of the entries are coming from. And a new car on pole position, the E46 M3 GTR of Joe Locke, the car that's been developed over the winter by Tim Gray Motorsport. A lot of time and effort's gone into that, and they've got it on pole. Joe Locke and Ash Hicklin, the two sports prototype drivers in the past that have converted over. Snetterton last year didn't go very well for them. They only lasted a few laps, so they're hoping to go better this time. And then alongside them is Cole Swift, the reigning champion in the Seat Leon, with his teammate and team boss Rob Baker. That car has won every Club Enduro race bar one that has competed in, so that is going to be difficult to beat, you would think. But new pit stop rule to this year, Ian, could mix up things a little bit.
Yeah, so we didn't have a mandatory pit stop window before. We do now. It's between 30 minutes and 1 hour 45 minutes, and in that time you have to make a mandatory 3.5 minute pit stop, normally 3 minutes, extra 30 seconds added on during the current period due to the sanitisation required of the inside of the car. So I think the champions from last year, Rob Baker and Carl Swift, who won 3 times last year, I think they will have their work cut out this season defending their title. It certainly looks like they will have a race on their hands today as the cars come through out of the final corner. The lights go out and the race gets underway for 2 hours around the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, and it is then Joe Luck and Carl Swift that are going wheel to wheel into the first corner. But look at that, the cars 45, 46, 47 of them possibly even making their way out of Goddard's, and the top 2 already getting away from Alan Henderson in the Lotus. Looks like he's in 3rd position at the moment, Josh.
Yeah, it was a slightly odd start by Peter Montague. He wasn't really with the top 2, which wasn't really part of the plan. But Cole Swift's taken the lead. He's got himself ahead of Joe Lock at the start of this race. There was one car that come into the pits at the end of the green flag lap, which was one of the M2s, I think. That actually didn't qualify very well, Michael Dark. So he's got back, and Peter Montague, who isn't as quick as his teammate, has got a whole heap of cars behind him as they turn their way through McLean's. It was Stuart Hall that qualified that car, former world WEC champion, and Peter Montague not quite as quick as Stuart, and therefore he's got a whole group of cars trying to pass him on this first lap, and that has allowed the top 3 to be way ahead of the rest.
Yeah, a great gaggle of cars though heading down towards the Fogarty S's, including, that's the second of the Seat Leon cars you've got there, which is the Wallaces, I think, making their way through into the Fogarty S's. There's the 3, well, there are the 3 leaders, I should say. They're way ahead of the rest. But it looks like, well, you've got Steve Cheetham there in his very distinctive Porsche. That was uprated to Class A specification after he won the championship in it in Class B spec the previous year. He's there in 5th position at the moment, just behind the second of the Seats. Up towards the left-hander they go. Great sight and sound these cars make. You've got one of the older shaped BMWs in there, which is great to see. As down the start to finish straight they come, and it is the second of the Seats that was at the head of that group, which hasn't triggered our timing screens yet, unfortunately, so we've not got the full rundown of the positions at the moment, but certainly the 4th and 5th place cars now pulling clear, Josh.
Indeed, I think that's the 87 car, George Haler's Seat there in 4th position, new to Club Enduro this year. And the whole group of cars will make their way down the Craner curves, but Joe Lock going with Cole Swift at the moment for the lead. Here's 14, which is one of the BMWs, Andy Stokey's M2, ahead of the William Caswell Seat. And then I think it's the Wallaces up next in a new livery for this year. Then another of the M3s, that's Mark Mercer, a single-seater racer in Historics. Mark Mercer back out with his dad, former Group C racer, David, in that M3. So they make their way down 3 abreast here. That's William Caswell going around the outside of the M2 and slots in front of it as they make their way out of there. So that's the 6th position, I think. Here's the battle for 4th. Steve Cheetham going after George Haler. Then it's the group for 6th. And you've got Wallace there trying to come around the outside of the BMW, but there wasn't room for that as the leaders cross the line at the end of 2 laps. And it's a 1 minute 41.8 for our leader, which is Cole Swift, which is a lap record already, 1.5 seconds under Marcus Clutton's lap record in Club Enduro. So real pace from that car. That's
Colin Gillespie.
Yeah, he's driving He's driving a different car in this race. This is Andy Marston's M4, if you remember that from a couple of years ago, after his car broke yesterday, and
this one seems to have broken
as well.
Yeah, it's right on the exit of Coppice Court on the curb there, but it is now moving, so that's very good news. So
he
we'll
just done a full reset there, Ian. You could see the lights flashing on and off as he turned everything off and turned it back on again. There was yellows there going down the Craner curve. Not sure what for though.
No, we'll try and pick up, see if there is anything that we can see there that might have caused those yellow flags. So it's Carl Swift leading, Joe Locke in second place, Alan Henderson third, and just like the Healer, Leon in fourth, Steve Cheatham fifth. 2-hour race. We've only had 5 minutes, but yes, new pit stop rules, and there's a new change here in that the cars have got a safety car now as well. So the safety car board is out. Not seeing the safety car itself just yet, but
in fact, on our screen, it's out of the window.
Well, the board looked like it's being put away. So
yeah, there's nothing out on the start line, so that's...
now a green flag's being waved, so some confusion there, I think. Anyway, race continues.
It's Carl Swift that leads it by 1.7 seconds from Joe Locke now. Alan Henderson going with them too, and it's Henderson who's the one driver that had beaten Baker and Swift last year, going solo in that Lotus. And there's a big gap to the rest, which is George Taylor, newcomer to the series, ahead of Steve Cheatham. They're both being caught though by William Caswell, who's there in 6th place. And then the rest of them come through, being led by Andy Stokey, then Mark Mercer, Matt Wallace, and David Griffin completes the top 10. The Holden in 11th, the biggest engined car, which is started by Matty Taylor. Then Peter Montague's dropped to 12th, the car that started on row 2.
It'd be interesting to see how that fares in the second part of the race, won't it, with Stuart Hall aboard. As the car's negotiating the old hairpin, and after that brief confusion with the yellow flags and the safety car boards out. See going through there the 49 car of William Stacey. I was just about to say, we do this season have different coloured sun strips as well. We should have different coloured sun strips as well for the cars, but I don't know if that's actually manifested itself. And in any case, it's different colours to our class icons on the timing tower, so it'll probably just confuse you to know about that at the moment. But on our timing tower, Class A cars are blue, the Class B cars are red, and the Class C cars are the green icons on the screen.
Class B is being led by Mark Grice in the Volkswagen Golf. Second is William Stacey, you can see on your screens there, in the Lotus Elise. And third is Christopher Freeman. Stacey about to be passed on circuit by Andy Schulz, who started from the back of the grid and is now working his way into the top 15. So it's been a good start from Schulz there in the M3, and the Gillespie M4 is not getting terribly much further, is it?
I would suggest there's some kind of ECU or electrical issue with that.
Yeah.
It's stopped a couple of times.
Class C, let's give them a shout. It's Alex Lively that leads that by 3.4 seconds from Jonathan Packer, who's not going as well with the dry as he went in the wet 4 months ago, where he dominated that class. Then in third position is Paul Sabiani in a BMW, so it's 2 Civics out front in Class C.
Packy mentioned 31st, as you can see on the revolving timing screen, or timing tab there on the left-hand side of the circuit. So 1.9 seconds between the first two cars at the moment, another 1.3 between second and third, then they are 11 seconds clear of the next car in fourth position.
Colin Gillespie stayed out.
I was surprised by that.
Yes. But it is going at the moment. Let's hope it continues to do so.
Well, it's one of these things. If it's an intermittent problem, then the temptation is to keep pushing on. But I think if it does that one more time, it would be well advised to get back to the pits if you can. See if there's a button can press some software that can be updated to make that work a bit better.
Good to see the Nissan out there, the 370Z, which is being started by David May, a former Compact Cup racer. So that's having its first outing in Club Enduro. First time I think we've seen a Nissan. That's 9th within Class B and 26th overall. Meanwhile, a new fastest lap from Alan Henderson, 1 minute 41.624, so he's catching the top 2.
Yeah, he is, and he was 0.2 of a second faster than Joe Locke on that lap, and a little bit quicker as well than Carl Swift. Carl Swift and Rob Bake, who've shared this car together for a couple of seasons now. But there's the Nissan, yes, it's being shared by David May from Northampton and Mark Skeets from Southampton, which is quite the combination. And they're being chased there by the little Lotus as well, which is John Atherton, who was 7th reserve actually, so he's done well to get into the race here at Donington Park this weekend. Those are the class positions. It's Locke and Hicklin that are leading Class A. Class B being led by William Stacey, someone going slowly. Class C by Crook and Livesley, as you were saying. Who's that? Is that Schultz that's going slowly? I think it is, isn't it?
It is, and further down the road, Mark Jones was going slowly too. They were 14th and 15th as they crossed the line. Whether they're related, I'm not sure. There you see Mark Jones. This car finished 2nd here at Donington a couple, 4 months ago, the end of last year, in the wet, but that car in dramas.
It looks like, is there some damage there on the front left, or is that, I think that's just some of the aero on that car that you could see.
They were 4.6 seconds behind Andy Schultz. There shouldn't have been a coming together, but both of those cars going slowly now. Going back to the reserves you were talking about, I was told earlier, at one point there were 24 reserves for this race, and then some of the reserves pulled out, but actually if they stayed in they would have got a race.
Yes, because we're not quite at capacity as it turns out, so a couple more could have got in.
We are getting the safety car this time, Ian.
I'm not too surprised by that, because it looked like the Schultz car was pretty much stopped at Hollywood, wasn't it? So if that's still there, then this will certainly be needed. And in previous seasons, this would have queued a queue of cars for the pit lane, but it won't do on this occasion, Josh, because of the new pit stop rules.
Let's hope everybody's read the pit stop, the new rules, because there's quite a lot of movement in front of our commentary position.
Of course everyone's read the rules, Josh. Of course they have.
Well, it's highlighted as well, isn't it, in the regs, so it's not like it's been hidden. So what this will do is bring 4th and everybody else back to the top 3 who had got quite a big gap to this point. And what this does help is anybody who had a slower starting driver when they get into the second half of the race. There the marshals working hard. Big thanks to everybody that's come out and marshalled for us this weekend. Looks like there's a good number of you on what is a pretty chilly day, I should imagine, to be trackside, and a busy weekend for the Donington Park Marshals, because they had the Masters meeting here on Friday and Saturday, and then the 750 Motor Club today. So a real busy weekend to start off the 2021 season.
Yeah, a belated start to the season, but nevertheless a good one. Some mouth-watering historic machinery over the previous few days, and now into some fantastic club and endurance racing. And we've got Club Enduro out on circuit now. Safety car is out now though, and neutralising the race.
What this will hurt, Ian, is anybody in the slower classes that had been lapped by the overall leader, that then basically go about 3/4 of a lap behind their class rivals, if anybody had been lapped to this point, which is quite possible.
Yeah, so safety car's picked up the leading car, which is always good. Carl Swift out there.
You can see a couple of the Mazdas had been lapped, hadn't they? So
Yes.
they're going to fall a long way behind their rivals. And that's just sort of how it goes, isn't it? It's a complicated process to sort that out, and one that isn't really possible in club racing terms. Right, car in the pit lane is Mark Jones, so he made it back.
And that will be for a required stop rather than a mandatory stop, because that was a car that was limping around, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So you can't make your mandatory stop yet. You can, of course, come into the pits if you need to do some work on the car, and that's opportunities available to you throughout the race. But the pit stop window is from 30 minutes, and you can't make your stop in the last 15 minutes of the race either.
The car from 8th position pitted, Andy Stokey's BMW M2. Not sure where that's right underneath me. not much is happening. Driver still in car. And there's not very much work at the moment going on it, so not sure what the problem there for car 14 is.
It's the M235i, Andy Stocco and David McDonald sharing that car this weekend. We did have a couple of cars withdraw after qualifying. The Browse number 22 E46 M3, I believe, as well as the Mansfield and Boston Lotus Elise S2 number 19. I don't think either of those made the start, having had problems in qualifying.
Yeah, the Browse, that's another of them GTR M3s, look really good in the paddock, but obviously hasn't lasted too long, unfortunately. And Rob Boston, and now he's not driving, he's back to being team manager for Will Stacey, who's running second within Class B. Now I wonder if we're just going to get one safety car lap, although the lights are still going, aren't they? So perhaps that's not going to be possible.
Yeah, we'll see if there's a late call to bring the safety car in. Here's the class positions once again. Although, yeah, it's actually Swift, isn't it, ahead in Class A at the moment. Class B, again, I think it's actually the Beach and Mark Rice. It's actually Mark Rice that's starting the car, that he's leading Class B, so I'm not quite sure that's 100% right at the moment, the class positions. But we'll go back to the overall positions. I'm comfortable that that's correct, in that it is Carl Swift leading the race. Right, is the safety car staying out, is the question?
Yes.
It is, so we get another lap behind the safety car. And as you say, if you do have your slower driver in at the moment, and then you were going to make an early stop anyway, then this sort of neutralises a part of the race when they were going to be slower than everybody else. Looks like the Jones and Rogers car's going to be pushing into garage by the looks of it, Josh.
It does, doesn't it? So that was the car that had all the problems at the Burkitt last year as well. It went really well here in the rain in December, and it seems to be having problems again to start off the season. No idea what's going on with the M2 underneath me, because Andy Stokey stayed in the car, but nothing's happening to it. So I have no explanation for that. I imagine we'll hear from Matt Suckling during the course of this race from the pit lane with the news. We can see on the screens there Andy Schulz's car continuing to be pulled off. Once that's done, we can get this race back under green flag conditions.
Yeah, certainly can. In the meantime, a very nice parade of cars around this Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, although no one to show them off to today. No spectators here, of course, at Donington Park as yet. Hopefully they'll be back soon.
Well,
for
that big thanks to everybody who's joined us on the stream, who can enjoy that the parade. Big thanks to Alpha Live for providing some excellent pictures, and thanks to everybody who's joined in today. By far our, I think, biggest audience for the 750 Motor Club live streaming, which will continue at the end of the month at Silverstone.
It will indeed, and lots of different categories there. And aside from the BMW 116 Trophy, which is a 90-minute race, and the Road Sports race, which is 45 minutes, lots of short, sharp sprint racing as well. Good to see lots of comments on the live stream as well, with the people contributing their views on YouTube and asking questions. And it's good to have all of the comments there. People ask about the new pit stop rules. As I say, there's a pit stop window now this season. You have to make your mandatory stop between 30 minutes and 1 hour 45. That's the car 14. That's the Andy Stocco car that has now gone out again, Josh.
That felt horribly like 3.5 minutes sitting still doing nothing to me.
Which is completely unnecessary at this stage, because you can't make a mandatory stop.
Yes, so whether that's one team that haven't looked at the regulations, because to me they look like nothing happened. They were looking at a stopwatch, it seemed, throughout.
Right.
And it felt very much like 3.5 minutes as well.
Oh, that would be a shame. Anyway, safety car lights are still on, and usually you'd expect them to be out by now if the safety car is going to pull in. So let's keep an eye on what happens here. Do we get another lap under the safety car, or do we go racing again? No, we're going to get another lap, aren't we? So clearly the officials aren't happy that the incident has been cleared yet. That might be why. So who's that?
Is that the car that pitted early, the other M2, the Michael Dark car, I think.
Yes, 235. I was trying to work out what number that was. I could see the bottom part of it, but yeah. That's the Elite Works car.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's coming. It's trying to come in, by the looks of it.
It's just out of the Melbourne Loop.
Yeah.
So that might necessitate some more clear. We'll be getting close to the pit window opening at this rate.
We will. And the marshals opting to push it downhill rather than up. I don't blame them. And there's obviously plenty of runoff there at the bottom of the Melbourne Loop, where often the cars assemble before the races. People are able to watch the stream down beneath us in the pit garages, seeing what's going on almost live. I can see the 14 Andy Stocco car. Did they do a driver change on that? Did you notice they did a driver change on that?
It didn't look like it. It looked like second driver was standing there while nothing was going on.
Okay, well anyway, that's back out in the race and he's trying to catch up with the pack, isn't it? It's just gone past my window. So there is Carl Swift in the lead, Joe Locke second, Alan Henderson third, a couple of the Mazdas, Golf that's a bit further back. There's the 235 car being pushed through the gap in the fence. Down near the 750 Motor Club office, actually. It's not too far away there. Not the gent you can see, but it's just off camera to the left. The old 750 Motor Club office was in one of those hospitality buildings, you can see there. But for a few years has been based on the other side of the road by the main entrance here at Donington Park. Safety car lights look to be off now, which is a relief. And we're going to get a few minutes of racing before the pit lane window opens, it would seem. But it's been a bit of a strangely muted start to this race, hasn't it, Josh?
Yes, sort of had a few BMWs stopping, haven't we? We had, I suppose the big thing that happened at the start was Peter Montague dropped back and we saw a bit of shuffling around him. The top three seem to be very equally paced. The Seat, the M3 GTR and the Lotus Elise, so three very different cars. And this just shows how well the 750 Motor Club regulations work with the power to weight ratio. Means you can have the small, light Lotus, the rear-wheel drive cars against the front-wheel drive cars as well. And it works really well. And just, on the best laps, those three cars are separated by 1/10 of a second. So we should have a great battle as we go back to green flag racing at Donington Park.
Yeah. Up and over the line they come then, green flag wave, safety car is already in. Steve Cheetham getting support from Joseph and Amber, I can see. He's in fourth place in the number 43 Porsche, you can see in the middle of shot there, heading towards us. But obviously the top three cars just able to blast their way away from those back marks, including the 316 Mazda MX-5 of Ivan Mares. And now they're past the start line, the quicker cars can overtake some of those back markers again effectively, but the top three, Swift, Locke and Henderson, able to pull out a few seconds over the rest.
Absolutely. And in the classes you've got Mark Grice, Will Stacey, Andy Bailey, Chris Freeman in Class B all absolutely together, so that's going to be one to pick up as well. But coming through the traffic you've got William Caswell, who's having his first outing I think with the 750 Motor Club, being chased by Mark Mercer, who's raced Formula Atlantic historic cars in recent years. You've got the Bathurst liveried M3 E36 of Dave Griffin, the Diet Coke car, chasing the bigger E46, the newer car that's just up ahead of it. And they will slot past Ivan Mares and have a few more laps without traffic to deal with. Once that has been done, you've also got Matt Wallace in there, haven't you, in the Seat. He's fallen behind Dave Griffin on this restart, so Griffin goes P8 past Matt Wallace over this lap.
Down towards the Melbourne hairpin goes the field, and fantastic array of cars we do see here, including, you just saw in shot there, the number 7, the Holden Commodore of Matty Taylor and Will Ashmore, and good to have them both out in its new sort of semi-camouflage livery for this season. There it is.
Three leaders are absolutely together going down the crane of curves. We'll perhaps pick that up in a moment. Joe Locks just set another new lap record, 1 minute 41.615. He was challenging Cole Swift down towards Redgate. There's more battles going on the screens though, coming down towards Redgate as Mark Grice goes round the outside of Peter Montague to grab what is 11th position there. So that was a good move. A whole host of cars involved in that, but I was being distracted out the window by the top three really tight together, but it's hard to know when there's a 40-plus car grid where to look, isn't it, Ian?
It really is, and yes, they were covered by 1.1 seconds, the three of them at the end of the first flying lap after the restart. I'll try and pick on how they're going at the moment. There you can see very briefly the number 3, the Class B car of Scott Parkin and Nicholas Bosch, the Seat Leon TDI. Very smart indeed. There's Ivan Mares.
Lots of new cars out this year, isn't it? You mentioned the TDI Seat. That's the first time that's been out in Club Enduro, so it's attracting lots of new people to the series.
Yeah, it is good to see a variety of different types of car coming in as well. It's only, what, 6 years ago that the first foundations of Club Enduro were laid with what was basically just a long road sports race and a spin. That's for Peter Montague and the car in the gravel. Now, is he going to be able to get it out of that? That will be the question. Spin at the Fogarty S's. And it's not too deeply in, but as he was trying to pull away, it looked like the wheels would perhaps dig in a little bit. We'll see if he does get going.
Joe Lock was challenging.
Take over. Sorry, Josh.
Yeah, Joe Lock was challenging Cole Swift into Redgate again. I think that M3 GTR is a bit more powerful, and therefore into Redgate. Both the last 2 laps have been side by side for the lead of the race, but where the Montague car is could be problematic, and possibly Stuart Hall won't get to race today.
No, probably not, as things stand.
I know he's hot-footing it off to Europe after this because he's racing at Monza, I think, in the next couple of weeks in an Audi R8, and then he's racing at Monaco next month in a couple of McLaren Grand Prix cars.
Okay, so busy and exotic calendar for Stuart. So we're watching Steve Cheetham, number 43, and right behind him he's got that 126 car. As we are going to get the safety car out again by the looks of our timing screen, but which will take us into the pit lane window. But yeah, it's going to spoil this battle that was going on between Cheetham and the Caswell car, and then the Mercer BMW as well. So that's a great shame. But yeah, already yellow flags waving, and presumably it's because it's still there. It's dug itself a little deeper into the gravel than when we've last seen it. Montague out of the vehicle. As in the pits there, we see the number 12 car, and that's the Tom Rogers and John Griffiths Golf. And that was the car that was started by, I'll tell you who in a moment.
Tom Rogers, I think.
Yeah.
But what this is going to do is bring us into our pit stop window, isn't it? Which might mean we will have a lot of cars into the pits on the next lap, I suspect. Anybody that fuel window is within 90 minutes, I imagine, will be in.
I would certainly expect to see Carl Swift in then, do you think?
Yeah, they normally just need a splash of fuel. The car I'm not sure about is actually even the chasing. I think Henderson did a long stint at Snetterton. So the one I'm not sure about, CM3 GTR. I think most of the field will be in, to be honest, Ian, which is going to be busy.
It will be. Hopefully Matt Sugden will keep out of the way, but he'll get a view of what's going on down there, if he is down there indeed. Hopefully he'll perhaps be able to bring us 1 or 2 stories as the race goes on, as well as the drama unfolds. But yeah, into a second safety car again in quick succession.
I wonder if 90 minutes is going to come after the first few cars have been past the pit lane.
Might do, mightn't it? Yeah, because we've got just under 92 minutes left to go, and a lap under the safety car. I didn't notice what it was taking previously, but about halfway round the lap, aren't they? They probably will, I think, get round before the 90 minutes clicks around, I think.
But what about those further down the queue? Which could be work better for their strategies depending how long the clear-up takes down at the S's.
Okay, now, it doesn't look like it's going to be one that takes very long, I don't think. In fact, we should get a view of that any moment now, shouldn't we? Because the cars are about to pass the scene of Peter Montague's off. So if our camera pans to the right, we'll be able to see the status of that. And the answer is that the car's still there, and no doubt that the marshal is just waiting for this train of cars to go by. They'll get the snatch vehicle across the road when there's a gap in the traffic, I should think, to recover it.
We're going to be very close to this 90 minutes to go, well, aren't we, when the cars get round to the pit lane.
There's the snatch vehicle.
Yeah, so that's not far away, but it's going to take a few minutes. The heavy car, the M4, that's the car that we saw win here a couple of years ago in the hands of Luke Sedgwickowski and David Whitmore. David Whitmore racing in British GT again this year, I think. I think he's in a Mercedes this year. Right, so safety car comes out of the hairpin. And what time have we got? It's just about 10 seconds too early, isn't it, for the leaders to pit in?
You're right. It was a very close run thing, though. Now, is the pit window board now out? And it should be any second now.
Mark Grice was hanging back, so he pits about 2 seconds into the window. If you look at the top of your screen, look at the Class B cars, or a couple of them at least, flew their way in. Mark Grice, who'll hand over to William Beach, and Christopher Freeman, who's going solo. Just the two of them then to start with. There's a third car coming in now, which is a BMW, I think, 29. And the Clio, Chris Kuma's Clio, which went well here last winter, is in too. So just 4 cars made this first stop, but that was a good bit of thinking there from the area motorsport team, I suspect, to tell Mark Grice just to back off a bit into the hairpin so he could make it into the pits.
Yeah, absolutely right. Got straight in there, and it was close. It was only 10 seconds or so, wasn't it? That the first group of cars missed out by, but they couldn't really slow any further because they have to keep up with the safety car. They're required to keep within a certain distance. And a search should be... Go on, sorry, Josh.
The BMW that come in, I think, was Andy Roby, who I didn't notice on the entry list. So good to see him out in Club Enduro, I think, for the first time.
Yes, he was relatively a late addition, I think. So the Beach and Grice car, which was started by Mark Grice, is in the pits now, but that was leading Class B. It was just ahead of the Taylor and Ashmore car, actually, I think, in the end. Right, the car's now been pushed out. Marshall Power alone looks... Was that sufficient in the end? Did it need the snatch vehicle?
Did it have a toe out of shot?
That's what I'm wondering, because that could be a problem if it did. I think it might have... I'm not sure, actually. Looking at the way that was positioned, I'm not quite sure whether it did or not.
Yeah. The car, I was going to say, can it get back into the race? Perhaps not.
Anyway.
Not sure.
I would imagine it would at least make its way back to the pit lane. So, 3 minutes into this race, 3 minutes into this pit stop window, I should say. 33 minutes into the race. It's number 1 leading the way. That's Carl Swift from number 86. Joe Locke in second place. Number 90, Alan Henderson is third. In fourth place, number 87. That's George Healer. Fifth, number 43, Steve Cheetham. Sixth is the 126 car, which is William Caswell. Seventh, number 41, which was the car started by Mark Mercer. Eighth, number 34, David Griffin. Ninth, number 6, Matt Wallace. And moving up into the top 10 now, I think it will be, will be the Taylor and Ashmore car, won't it? That's started by Matty Taylor in 10th place. So all of those Class A cars as well. Wonder if we'll get more driving to the pits this time.
I suspect there'll be a lot if the safety car doesn't come in this lap.
Because if it doesn't, you probably want to gamble on another safety car at some point, wouldn't you?
Safety car is staying out, so I suspect everybody will be in. No, right, this is it. Oh, Cole Swift popped in really late. Okay, that was as
and
late
Alan
as
Henderson.
you could dare. Yeah,
and
so
Steve Cheetham.
Obviously Locke's car doesn't have enough fuel. It's not as many cars as I was expecting. So obviously these are cars that don't have big enough tanks that aren't pitting. Bailey's in, so is Stacey. So all the top class B cars have now pitted. Luke Handley in too, the outgoing champion in that class. 199. That's a Porsche I haven't noticed yet. That's Patrick Schartberger in that, a Boxster. Also in his Darren Ball. He's been well off the pace, hasn't he? Front runner in Club Enduro, Darren Ball. Where was he running? 25th. And 8 seconds off the pace. I wonder what's happened to him this weekend.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Because he was right up there during last season. Apart from Silverstone, when he had dramas, didn't he, with a fire, I think, at Silverstone. But
he finished.
Otherwise,
he finished third here in December, and finished 5th in the Class A Championship. But it's not like, well, it's not a stopping problem for the car, but it's obviously an issue where it's not quick. Simple as that.
There's the action in the pit lane, and it's that should be Rob Baker then climbing in to take over from Carl Swift for the second part of the race.
Peter Montague has made it back to the pit lane, by the way.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that to see if that car reappears in the second part of the race.
Darren Ball's car is rather on the smoky side. On the rear end, so whether that's a problem. I think safety car will be in this lap.
Yeah, lights are out, aren't they?
In Class B, there should be a good advantage, I would suggest, to those two cars that pitted on that first run around, Mark Grice and Christopher Freeman, because they would have done all their pit stop under safety car, where perhaps those who pitted last time, right at the end of the their pit stop, will be under a few seconds of green flag running, I would imagine.
That's 51, that's Luke Handley's car that's in the pit lane as well. Class B front runner, he was third in the championship overall and won Class B last season. Getting back in the car for the remaining hour and 23 minutes or so of this race, but the safety car pulls in and the race therefore is going to get back underway with we've had about, what, 7 minutes, didn't we, of a safety car there. A bit longer than that actually, but 7 minutes since the pit lane window opened behind the safety car, and the race getting back underway. There's the Dave Griffin car, number 34, and sharing that with Wesley Butcher this weekend in the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. So streaming down through the Craner curves and towards the old hairpin once again. It's now going to be a question of how these pit stops pan out. Again, it's a 3.5 minute mandatory stop.
Is that an issue?
I was wondering that myself.
Because this is more than 3.5 minutes. No, it's not quite, is it? The other cars are all still here. Alan Henderson's leaving now. So Alan Henderson is going to pass the Baker Swift car, so it must be a problem down there for the champions from last year.
Oh, they go now.
Henderson's in front, isn't he?
It was side by side down the pit lane exit, pretty much between those two. So very close. Maybe it's just a bit of a difference on the timing between the two teams. Because of course it's 3.5 minutes stationary. Anyway, Josh.
Here's the leaders. Joe Locke out front, ahead of George Haler in the Seat. A similar car of William Caswell is third. Then Mark Mercer fourth, Dave Griffin fifth, and Matt Wallace sixth. So it's certainly not as many cars pitted there as we were expecting, or certainly what I was expecting. Maybe you had a different idea what was going to happen here, but certainly didn't play out as I expected.
No, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, maybe if it had gone on with the luck, we'd have seen quite a few more cars in there, but there will be some that are gambling for another stop pretty closer to the middle of the race, I would suspect. Usually it is this sort of sensible thing to try and make you stop underneath the safety car if you can, but not always possible. So watching a couple of the Civics.
When did Steve Cheetham pit?
He pitted at the same time as the Swift car, didn't he? He went in at the same time as Swift and Henderson.
Why has he done a short pit stop?
I can't explain that.
Because he's come through in 25th, a long way ahead of the others. So perhaps they decided not to do their mandatory stop there.
Yeah, it could be that that wasn't ever intended to be their mandatory stop, I suppose, for Steve Cheetham. But you're right, he has come through quite a long way clear. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well as it pays out. There are penalties if you make a short stop during the course of the race or stop outside of the pit window.
Alan Henderson's come straight back in the pit lane, Ian, in the Lotus. So I presume there wasn't contact with the Seat when they went out the pit lane.
Well, it looked mighty close. The camera shot just a cut away as they were getting pretty close together, but it wouldn't be impossible. There was a little bit of a contact between those two as they raced to get out of the pit lane.
I think they're going to the engine bay, which it wouldn't be the first time we've seen that Lotus with mechanical issues, unfortunately.
No. If you don't make your mandatory pit stop of 3 minutes and 30 seconds duration, the penalty will be added at the end of the race. 1 minute plus the balance of the pit stop duration not taken is the penalty that is served there. So if you stop for 3 minutes, say, rather than 3.5 minutes, you'd have a 90-second penalty added to your time at the end of the race.
Well, Steve Cheetham could have a lap on the field, which makes that...
Yes, that penalty then doesn't work in those circumstances, does it?
Yeah,
Let's cross that bridge when we get to
with you
it.
before, haven't I?
Let's cross that
Let's hope
bridge.
he makes another pit stop. By the way, Joe Locke's done another fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 41.25, which is 2 seconds under Marcus Clutton's lap record, which was done in a Porsche Cayman, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, and we can go down to Matt Suckling, who is with Cole Swift.
Okay, down here in the pit lane with the man who was in the race lead at the time. Carl, you just came in there with the Seat and handed over to Rob. How were things in the first part of that race?
Yeah, they were good. It was good in phase one. We managed to pull a gap on everyone, and then all of a sudden the BMW came alive, and he was just monstering me through the fast stuff. So I was in defend mode for that last sort of 5 hot laps, and then we've had 2 safety cars since. So the pit window opened, and we thought we'd take it, even though we didn't get a full safety car pit stop. But there's no other safety car. We've won, haven't we? Henderson came in with us and managed to jump us in the pits somehow, even though we were bang on 3.5 minutes. But luckily, he's back in the pits now. Looks like with a bit of a problem, so we've got the overall lead when everything pans out, hopefully.
It's a bit of a different strategy, because normally we see Rob in towards the latter half of the race, but with the safety car, you had no choice, really.
Yeah, well, me and Rob always say we'll run whatever we have to. If there's a safety car after 5 minutes last year, we can't do that this year, but if there's a safety car after 5 minutes, we'd take it, and one gets more than the other, but it's the only way you're going to win a championship.
And in Club Enduro, you normally do really well. I think you've won most of the races you've taken part in, so it should be a good race for you here at Donington.
Yeah, the Cupra got, Henderson managed to take us as unlimited victories off us last year, but hopefully we can start on the back right foot this year.
A good first part of the race for you. You can now sit back and relax and hopefully enjoy the race, Cole.
Yeah, I'd much rather be out there, but it is relaxing being back in the pits.
Lovely, good stuff, well done.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matt, down there in the pit lane with Carl Swift after that early pit stop. And you'll notice now that the icon colours on the timing tab have changed colour, and that does now match the sunstrips that they're running this year. So Class A cars run a green sunstrip, and they've now got that sort of pale green colour. Class B cars run a red sunstrip, and they've got a red icon, and the Class C cars run the blue sunstrip, and they've got the blue icon. So you'll be able to correlate the colours of the sunstrip with the class of the car. So that's a blue sunstrip on that Civic, which means that it's in Class B, and there's a red sunstrip there for the BMW number 29, which is the Andrew Roby car. That doesn't work. Oh no, it's the blue, it's the underneath, isn't it? I see, right, okay. It's the underneath, yeah, Class A, that's all correct. Right, sorted.
At 20 laps, there's an issue for the Toyota Celica of the Mondays. We have a new car to Club Enduro for this year. So that's in the pit lane, Class C car. The 20 laps done, and it is Joe Locke that leads now by 4 seconds. But now staying with him better than in that first part of the race is the Hayler Sayat. That's lapping, half a second or so on the last lap slower than the leader. Then William Caswell is third, Mark Mercer is fourth, Dave Griffin fifth, and sixth is Matt Wallace. Class B, that's being led by Phil Driver, who British GT racer, who's out in a Porsche Boxster this season. And then Class C, that's being led by Alex Livesey in a Honda Civic. And on the screen we see 481, which is the BMW of Edward Christie, E36 M3. Now here's a couple of cars that pitted earlier within Class B. They are Mark Grice and Chris Kuma, which are pretty high up on the pit stop rankings. They're certainly ahead of Cole Swift, and who's now of course Rob Baker. So these are very high up on the pit stop rankings, which could be interesting come on later when everybody's flowed through their pit stops in.
Yeah, they're 29th and 30th overall, but of those that have pitted, they're about 5th and 6th, I think, something like that. So far, 75 minutes of the race left to go here at Donington Park. Joe Locke still leading, not lapping as quick as he was a few minutes ago. Only 144s now, but still pretty much the quickest car out there. Car doing its personal best lap last time through actually was the number 21 car in 7th position, and that is the Adam Howarth and Chris Boardman car. And just looking to see who it was that started that.
They started right at the back.
They did, didn't they?
Of the grid. So
yeah, it was Howarth that started that. Yeah, so that's a good performance from them to get up to 7th place. Obviously not stopped yet.
Yeah, 47th to 7th.
Yeah.
So in the 43s, which actually is the quickest car on that last lap, isn't it? And catching Matt Wallace at quite a rate. Here's Alex Miller, who's sharing with John Langridge, front-running MX-5 racer, so he'll be quick in that, I'm sure. So again, good to see a new pairing out in Club Enduro for this season.
Yeah, Langridge raced Fiestas, of course, as well, didn't he, in the past?
Okay.
In the, probably about getting on for 10 years ago now, I suspect that was. There's Darren Ball into the pit lane, where we said that it wasn't looking like his day today, and sure enough, it looks like his race is over, Josh.
It does, back in the garage for the Porsche Cayman, the Route run car. So a shame for him. Race leaders crossed the line with a much larger gap because a slow lap by George Hayler, possibly due to traffic, means the gap goes out to 8 seconds, and therefore William Caswell and Mark Mercer get closer to him. And there they are, the Sayat and the BMW there, 3rd and 4th absolutely together. But there's the P2 car, George Hayler, who shares with Jonathan Beeson in that Sayat Cupra. And in the traffic, there's the back of a 3rd. So 126, that's William Caswell. And he's being closely followed by Mark Mercer. So that's a good battle. Just a couple of seconds behind the Sayat that's on your screen, going into McLean's.
72 minutes left to go in this race, and it's bubbling up to be quite an interesting one, I think. We've got that great unknown variable of safety cars. We've already had 2 in the first 40 odd minutes of this race. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw another. Sometimes we have a glut of them, sometimes we get away without any at all. Let's see which way it goes today. That's the 51 car of Luke Handley, we can see, just tasting after number 41, which is the Mark Mercer car that's in 4th position. Luke Handley, of course, a couple of laps down.
Yeah, and I think because he pitted that lap later in, compared to his Class B rivals, I think it's Chris Freeman that's the real pit stop leader. And he's probably about a lap behind him. So that was a big difference, those cars that got in the pits a lap earlier to do their mandatory stop. But we'll see how that all flows out come to the end of the race. This is the battle for third, though, on the road. That's easier to tell. And it's William Caswell ahead of Mark Mercer. There's Mercer, 41, racing with his dad, David. We see them out now and again in Club Enduro. It's a new car to them, this E46 M3, with the M Power livery on it. Down into the old hairpin. They're now 4.5 seconds away from the car in front.
Yeah, because his father David will take the car over for the second part of the race. He's been racing since 1975, originally racing a Motorsports Frog Eye Sprite. Shared the car with Jonathan Palmer, no less.
Luke Handley and Andy Bailey, you saw through your shot there, is for position. He's for 35th and 36th. And should be 2 championship contenders within Class B this year. Mercer's looking down the inside, is he, into the chicane, into the S's. Not quite close enough in the end. But
Just,
Mark Mercer's having a good run here.
Just some news from Matt Suckling down in the pits was that the number 90 car, the Alan Henderson car, that was a misfire. The car came in for second time around. They checked all the plugs, it seemed fine, so he's gone back out again. But it was a misfire on the Alan Henderson car.
That's a shame, isn't it? Because
yep.
He was going. We can see him on the stream now. He was going really well, and it seemed all fine before the pit stops. But he's now down to 37th, and 3 laps down, I think, on Cole Swift. So that doesn't really look great for them. And Steve Cheetham, so he made that short stop, and he's going again at a decent pace, I think.
Yeah, he's 19th on the timing screens at the moment, having made that stop of questionable duration. And he's got Henderson, as you say, right behind him, so 2 reasonably evenly matched cars here, you would think. Cheetham, Class B champion from a couple of years ago, and overall champion indeed. Alan Henderson, a driver that's done a lot of MX5 racing down the years as well. Successful in that.
He's won a couple of these Club Enduro races. He won at Alton Park last year, and he won back in 2017 at Snetterton, driving with Daniel Irving. So yeah, he's won a couple of these races before, and I suspect, get that Lotus running well for a whole distance, he could well win another.
That's right. Henderson trying to get past Cheetham on the road here. Different laps though they're on. Henderson crowding the car to the right, trying to find a gap that's not there. Cheetham moves across to take the racing line into Redgate Corner, and Henderson there not close enough to him, so possibly the push a little bit quicker down the Wheatcroft straight. Maybe through the twisty bits Henderson has an advantage. Sweeping through the Craners and on towards Old Hairpin.
So here you see Cole Swift getting past Christopher Freeman to be the leading pit stopper, or true pit stopper, in my belief of what's going on.
Yeah, there's 1 or 2 others that just got a bit of a sort of pencil question mark next to their names, haven't they? Because they either perhaps didn't stop, we think, at the right time or for long enough. And that will be dealt with, no doubt, as the race goes on by the officials in race control. Once they have made their decisions, we'll find out about them.
Here's the Sayat that's in the BTCC livery, isn't it, of Scott Parkin and Nicholas Bosch. The race leaders now got involved in that battle. So that's 3 cars on 3 different laps. Cheetham, Henderson and Locke. And Locke's going to come past both of them, is he, on the outside line into the Melbourne hairpin, into the Goddard's hairpin, I should say. But he's gone round the outside of Henderson, but then he run out of road, and Henderson nips up the inside of both of them on the exit of the corner. They're free abreast as they cross the line.
Yeah, it's a great sight. It's not really a true race though, because they're on different laps, but it is the leader on the road, leader on the time screens that actually now is the leader of these 3 cars as well. They turn their way through the cradles.
Behind, Mark Mercer's now got the better of William Caswell to go 3rd. So we saw that battle earlier. Now the BMW's got itself ahead of the Seat.
Looking at all the drivers that are improving their times, the 117 car, the BMW Compact of Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones, that's just done its personal best lap of the race, running in 17th position. It's Ian Jones at the wheel at the moment, I think, because that car's not yet made its stop.
Alan Henderson's finally got himself ahead of Steve Cheetham on the road. Been watching them going around for the last couple of laps. There is the 117 car that you just mentioned in classic DTM BMW livery, which looks great. It's just been lapped by those 3 quick cars down towards the S's. So Joe Lock leads now by 8.6 seconds. He'll be sharing with Ash Hicklin. Both of them more used to driving radicals than this BMW, but Joe Lock's gone well in this first hour, and we shall see how Ash Hicklin's pace compares after the pit stop.
When we first saw Joe Lock, as off goes the 14 car, which is Andy Stocco. I think it's still. Oh no, they changed, didn't they? So it could well be David McDonald. Although we didn't see them actually do a driver change. It was Andy Stocco's that started the race. Andy Stocco, I should say, and another spinner. That's the Edward Christie car, isn't it? Number 481. Just at the exit of the Fogarty S's. Luckily, he's not found the gravel trap, so just waiting for a gap in the traffic to rejoin. But yeah, we're not sure who's at the wheel of the 14 car now, really. Stocco started, but it might be David McDonald that took over without us noticing. And in fact, it's just gone through past the Edward Christie car there. There's the 117 car, which is the one I was just talking about. Ian Jones handing over to Martin Gadsby then, having just done his personal best lap of the race. So as we are roughly at the halfway point of the race, this will be a mandatory 3.5 minute stop. The driver out, and only once the driver is out can the refuelling begin. You can see the driver now repurposed there with the fire extinguisher as a safety precaution. In as well comes the number 66 car just behind. That's the 318 Ti of Jonathan Hayes and Paul Subiani, the drivers from Shrewsbury in their 2.8 litre car. So it's an operated engine, I would think, in that car. So some comments on the YouTube comment section earlier on about the unreliability of the BMWs. We're having a few issues with the BMWs in the early part of this race, but those two looks to be going strong. And here are some Mazda MX-5s. Ivor Mayers is one of them, the 316 car, and 176 is the Matthew Pickford and Brian Chandler car. Now they were originally due to be out in a Lotus Exige, but it was a late change to an MX-5 for those two.
Yeah, and it's Matt Pickford that's at the wheel. Those two, they're experienced MX-5 drivers. Brian Chandler, a former champion, I think. And joining in is the Alex Miller and John Langridge car as well. So we've got 3 MX-5s together. I think it's Alex Miller at the wheel of that one. So none of those cars are pitted, but Alex Miller is lapping the other 2. Going well. All Mark III MX-5s. So newer model than what we saw out in the championship race earlier. Meanwhile, across the line, Joe Lock does another fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 41.235. So that car going well, continuing to go well, with now 11.5 seconds out in the front of this race. And I think there's that Matt Pickford pulling off into the pit, so Brian Chandler will get a go.
Looked like it. The 7 car is holding well on. There is the 176 car just going in, as you mentioned, the late substitute for the Exige that those two were due to be racing. A variety of different penalties can be handed out in the Club Enduro Championship, and included within that is refuelling in a manner incompatible with general safety as well. So I'm sure that's something as well the officials will be keeping a close eye on during the course of this race as well. and it's quite a steep penalty for that, and quite rightly too. It's a stop and go for at least 5 minutes if you're found to have transgressed that particular rule, if you've not followed all the regulations that you're required to there. So, coming up to the halfway point in this race, there is that 14 car, Stocko and McDonald car, wheel to wheel with the MX5 of number 71, that is, isn't it? So that's the Langridge car, but it's not Langridge wheel at the moment, I don't think. Alex Miller, the other driver.
Another car's pitted underneath the commentary position. Here is the Volkswagen Golf of John Maudsley and Stuart Mead. A couple of drivers have converted their car over from the production GTI Championship and had a decent run last year. They finished just inside the top 10 within the Class B Championship. There's Matt Wallace on the screen. He's just dropped down to 7th position. Adam Howarth in the E36 M3 made his way past on the previous lap. See, Colin Gillespie's still going, isn't he? So that car seemed to fix itself and is back up into 18th position.
It was at least twice, wasn't it, that we saw it stop momentarily in the early part of that race. Some kind of electrical issue, we suspect.
And that's the Mercer BMW, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So the BMW unreliability that people have been commenting on YouTube seems to have recurred here. You're right, that is the Mark Mercer BMW, I think, which was running in 3rd place. Yellow flags will be for that car. It's well off the circuit though, isn't it? So it shouldn't be a problem from the point of view of a safety car or anything. Just had the 1 hour point of the race gone, quickly run down on the order. 86 it is, Joe Locke leading. In 2nd place it's the number 87 car of George Healer. 3rd, 41, it was Mark Mercer, although we've just seen that car stop. So up to 3rd now has gone the 126 car of William Caswell. 5th will be the 34 car of David Griffin. 6th will be the 21 car of Adam Howarth. That's your top 6 overall. Class B being led at the moment by number 16 Phil Drybredt in the Boxster, and Class C by Alec Livesley still, I think, in the number treble 7 Honda Civic.
Yes, so that is both those class leaders yet to stop. So 8 seconds the lead gap to come down to. Joe Locke is down to be caught again by George Haler, and the Mercer BMWs come back to life. The BMWs might have unreliability, but they do not die. They come back.
It would seem that way.
Mark Mercer's back on the road. He did a good thing though, didn't he? Because his experience getting well off the road, so it didn't interfere with the race. Although it doesn't look like it's going particularly well, but just getting it back to the pits, and then as long as you get back to the pits, that's okay, rather than stopping on the circuit.
Yeah, podium's probably out of the question now, though, unfortunately.
Joe Locke may have done a couple of slow laps, but now he's quick again. Now he's got through the traffic. 1 minute 41.166, another new lap record. So we've broken the lap record a number of times in this race. I think immediately we were under the lap record on lap 2. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But 8 times I think the lap record's been broken within this race. See the Montagu's BMW is still going, so we may get to see. Yeah, Stuart Hall getting aboard that car now in his W Racing Team Audi overalls. So we'll see how quickly that can go and whether perhaps Stuart can break the lap record.
Wouldn't be a surprise, would it? Because it was the car that was on pole. Sitting up at the front of the field.
Yes.
As into the pits came the 41 car then, Mark Mercer. No doubt when it goes out, it'll be David that takes over, if it goes out, having had those dramas just at roughly the hour mark of the race.
Into the pits has come William Caswell from 3rd, and he will hand over to Brad Kaler in their Seat Leon. Alex Miller hasn't yet got past Ivan Mayers, has he?
He's not.
I think he's trying to lap him, but he seems to be stuck behind.
Yeah, I guess those two cars of Alex's, we'll hand over to John. John Langridge later in the race. They are relatively evenly matched though, so it's not necessarily easy to get in.
Here's
the 4 car.
Yeah, that's our pit stopping Class B leader, I think, Christopher Freeman, who's usually a front runner within Class B from last year, but I don't think actually won a race, no, but they did finish second in the championship, just a point behind Luke Handley. Here's Matt Wallace, who's yet to pit, isn't he? He's in what is now 5th place after the Caswell car pitted.
Yeah, Matt usually goes quite deep into the race, doesn't he? Does the longest stint of the two compared to his brother Simon usually.
Here's the Mercer BMW, which kind of looks like it's about to be put into retirement.
I suspect you may be right there, unfortunately. Managed to get that car back. See the minimum weight shown on the sticker on the rear window there, and all of the classes in Club Enduro are based on a power to weight ratio, and therefore once your power output for your car is known, they calculate the minimum weight accordingly, and that's what's measured now. Very close between those MX-5s there. Ivor Bears with the roof and Alex Miller without, and another MX-5 is going to get in on the action as well, which is Matthew Tidmarsh, I think, who's starting that car. Chris Webster also showing that car this weekend. And it's Tidmarsh that's going to go through.
That's for position on Alex Miller. That's for second within Class C. And I think Miller being held up perhaps a bit by the traffic, and that has allowed Matthew Tidmarsh through.
Yeah, Tidmarsh was 4th in Class C last season in the championship, driving on his own. He's got another driver with him this season. Just had a shakedown of that car at Blyton a week ago, having made various improvements over the winter. The Flying Tangerine racing car, as it is known. 55 minutes left to go.
We just saw there Alex Miller's now pitted, so he will get out of his car and John Langridge will get into it. And now we are into the second half of this race. Joe Locke leads by 18 seconds, so he's starting to get away from George Haler now. Third is Dave Griffin. 4th is Adam Hauer. 5th is Matt Wallace, and the Holden into the top 6, a car that's driven by Matty Taylor. But they will get to pit, of course. The leading true pit stopper continues to be Cole Swift, and by a decent margin.
Of course, while all of this has been going on, Joe Locke has continued to put in some pretty good lap times out in front, hasn't he? So how good a position will that put him in, and for the second part of the race, do you think, Josh?
The problem is, if they hit under green, their rivals, or their main rivals, did not, so they should be behind.
Yeah.
So what, 3.5 minutes is 2 laps, more than 2 laps, isn't it?
Yeah.
Going down the pit lane as well.
They need a safety car, really, don't they? At some point.
Indeed. But they could really end up with second still, because there's not another class. They've got the other Class A car that has pitted under green is the Caswell Kaler car, and they were ahead of them, and they're just behind Baker and Swift. They should end up in second, really. The question mark is over what's going on with Steve Cheatham's pit stop, isn't it?
Yeah. Phil Drybrewy, who's going well, leading Class B, in fact, into the pits in the 3.2 litre Porsche Boxster. Now he's doing this 2-hour race on his own. He has to get out while the car's being refueled, of course.
It's great to see that he's used Club Enduro as a way back into racing, because he raced in British GT half a decade or so ago and had a massive accident at Brands Hatch in an Aston Martin GT3, which I think he had a bit of time out and come back into club racing and I'm sure enjoying himself, and been running in the lead of Class B, which I'm sure he's been enjoying. There's Luke Handley though, the Class B champion from last year. Not sure he's going to have the best result out of this race. He's currently 29th, which is 13th within Class B. The leader's just done another fastest lap in. We're into the 40s now, 1 minute 40.832, which we're now getting to the point where we're 2.5 seconds under the lap record coming into this meeting.
looked like the Andy Stocco car was indicating as if it was going to come into the pits as well. That we could just see that just out of shot. In fact, there goes the Stocco car into pit lane, and that will not be for a scheduled stop, I don't think, although it could be a scheduled stop now.
Although it should be, because I don't think the one earlier was a scheduled stop.
Yeah, exactly. But the pace that it's arrived in the pits out suggests it might not be.
They've got fuel ready, so I think they're not going to do a scheduled stop. So perhaps they're just being cautious on the way into the pits.
Okay.
Lots of cars pitted now, by the way. Matthew Taylor's come in for Will Ashmore. You can just see behind the BMW there. Then the Seat as well, they're doing their driver change. The Leon TDI from Scott Parkin to Nicholas Bosch. So lots of pit stops. There's Stuart Hall with his arm out the window. They're not too sure what was going on there.
Is he just trying to keep out of the way of other cars, perhaps?
Yeah, he knows he's not in the race now, doesn't he? So he doesn't want to get involved.
Yeah, and he's just a very experienced driver, of course, so he'll be mindful of other drivers around him that are still racing, and especially if he perhaps thinks the car's not quite performing as it should. He'll be a little cautious, I would think, in that respect. Not being cautious there is the 126 on the brakes, and that's the Brad Kaler car, isn't it now? Brad's at the wheel.
Perhaps they're a bit further down on A4. It looked like the timing screen hadn't gone through, but there's a lot of Class B cars now between them and Cole Swift.
There was one that was off briefly.
Was it Brad Kaler? Yes, because he's falling back behind the BMW.
Yeah.
So Stuart Hall might be regretting letting him through, then seeing him chuck it off the road at the next corner almost. But Stuart Hall was a number of those drivers that started out in T cars all those years ago. Got up to British Formula 3, then moved over to Roll Centre Racing's Pescarola programme at Le Mans, and they finished 4th at Le Mans back in 2007. And it was just a starter motor away from a Peugeot failing and getting onto the overall podium, which for a privateer was a fantastic effort. And since then we've been through it as an Aston Martin works driver, and lots of customers in GT racing nowadays. So back to this race, and the leader is in. Joe Locke is in to hand over to Ash Hicklin in the Team Grey Motorsport BMW M3 GTR.
Yeah, so obviously they decided that they couldn't wait any longer. They couldn't wait for a safety car, which might have been advantageous to them. But they needed to make a stop, presumably because of the amount of fuel that the car carries. So with about 48 and 3/4 minutes of the race left to go, that car in. And so that'll be George Haler that takes over with the lead on the road. But the vast majority of cars now have made their stop. Probably 3/4 of them, I would think, if not more, have made their stop now. There is the Lock car in the middle of shot.
So they should come out, what, about 20 seconds in front of Brad Kaler. And there's 26 seconds from Kaler to the car in front of them. So I think we could have a Class B car in a very handy position overall by the end of this, Ian, with their early stops.
Yeah, and quick cars as well that made their stops early. Which is one of them.
Here is Will Beach, who is pretty well up on that overall order, having pitted in the Volkswagen Golf. But behind Christopher Freeman, who would appear to be the first of the Class B stoppers, and in fact is actually second in Class B with just John Atherton yet to pit. Ivan Mayers is good at keeping cars behind him, isn't he? Because Matthew Tidmarsh now can't find a way through.
And that's the Andrew Stacey
Ford racer, of course.
Yeah, the Andrew Stacey Lotus just ahead of them. There's Tidmarsh.
Oh, he's gone through now, hasn't he? Stacey's in a good position because he's only 5 seconds behind William Beach. Now, how Team Grey Motorsport getting on? Because this is quite new to them, isn't it? Pit stops.
Yeah,
done too much of that.
Absolutely, we're used to seeing them in Bikesports and things like that. This is A little bit new. They've done some of this, but a bit of a change of racing for them. You can see the big wing on the back. You could see that when they got the sort of boot flip, couldn't you, as well? Just how massive that wing is. Tidmarsh didn't get through, did he?
He got down the inside, but yeah, by the time they got to Redgate, obviously Ivan Mares was back through. George Haler's carried on, so he's now going to lead the motor race. 1 minute 42, just on his best lap of the race, in fact, is 55 seconds ahead of Matt Wallace. That's a big gap. So Matt Wallace perhaps not gone as well as he would have hoped. His best lap is almost 3 seconds off the pace. The McEwens in that Porsche Cayman, they've been off the pace too. I thought they might have gone better.
Yeah.
On the comment, Sam McKee has said he can confirm that Ivan Mares can produce the widest MX-5 in the world. And I think we've seen it in this race. We look forward to having Sam out with us in Road Sports at that next live streamed meeting.
Yeah, that's in 3 weeks' time.
Ash Hicklin's gone already. Was that 3.5 minutes?
Well, time will tell. It seems as though it was on the cusp at best of that, but they will obviously cut it as fine as they can. They don't want to be stationary for a second longer, but it was certainly very close from my observation as to whether that was 3.5 minutes stationary or not.
Well, we'll see what the next lap was, and if it was sort of under 5 minutes, that would not be right.
No. All these cars run on treaded tyres, no slicks in the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. They have to use tyres from MS UK list 1A, 1B or 1C. It's a list of specific tyres that are allowed to be used in circuit racing.
This is a battle for position for third and fourth within Class B, we can see. Will Beach has been caught by William Stacey pretty rapidly, to be fair, for the Lotus. Looking to find a way past the Gulf. Lots of Gulfs we've got this weekend, haven't we, in Club Enduro? I think they were the first, them and Luke Handley were the first Gulfs we had out last year. Now there's quite a few of them this weekend. But I think he's going to lose his position to William Stacey through Coppice Corner. The Lotus is up the inside. Might lead out down the straight though.
It's a close run thing, but yeah, the Gulf prevails.
George Haler in the pits, by the way, the leader for about a lap.
Which means Matthew Wallace will take the lead, which I don't think it's the first time that's happened. That he's made a very late stop.
Of course.
Yeah, he might do yet, I suppose.
The Lock Hicklin lap was 5 minutes 34.
Okay, it's probably all right then.
Yep, and they're 51 seconds behind Rob Baker. Stacey goes down the inside of Grice. Can he hang on though of Grice? Well, Beach now, isn't it? In that car? Can Beach come back down to Redgate? He's got a bit more grunt than the Gulf. He's going to have a go. This is for what is currently third within Class B. They're absolutely side by side. William Stacey goes through though in the Rob Boston Racing Lotus.
Yep, and so this is going to be an important battle for quite a high position, just once all the pit stops finally do shake out. Ahead of them in Class B, you've got the Atherton car that's yet to stop, the number 88 Lotus Elise. And you've got the Freeman car, number 4, Chris Freeman, in the Honda Civic Type R. And I think he's driving that solo in the end, isn't he? Shout out to Manoj Patel, just by the way, Josh, up to 5th in the 112 car, yet to make his stop, but he is a great clubman and indeed has driven that car to the circuit today.
As you say that, he brings it into the pit lane.
There you go, just so everyone can have a closer look at it, but yep, he's just about run as long as he can, I should think, before the fuel tank runs dry.
The MX-5s are side by side again, as Ivan Mares is hanging on just about in front of Matthew Tidmarsh. Not for position, but it's kind of holding up Tidmarsh's pace a bit. But saying that, Tidmarsh was on his near his personal best. Well, Steve Cheatham in the pit lane, by the way, so he has pitted. And Tidmarsh around the outside of Mares and has finally got through. But we've seen that before, and then on the exit of the corner, Ivan Mares fights back.
and there's a penalty for Andy Stoko, number 14, or at least the car that's shared with David McDonald. That's for exceeding track limits, so there's a 5-second time penalty for car 14. Let's go down to the pit lane now, and we can hear from Joe Locke, who's with Matt Suckling.
Yeah, down here in the pit lane with Joe Locke, who's just jumped out of the race-leading BMW. Joe, fantastic stint out there. A few issues we understand, but the lap times are really good towards the end for you.
Yeah, I think we had to just. Carl managed to do me off the start, and it was one of them battles where I thought, you know, we're going to have a good race for the whole race, and then obviously he's got a larger fuel tank. He was able to box earlier on me, and I think for us it was just go as head down, you know, as fast as we can for as long as we can, and I basically went until I had no fuel left. So. Now hopefully Ash can finish the race and keep the pace up.
And is that one of the reasons you didn't come in that early with the safety car, because of the fuel?
Yeah, it was a prime time to come in. You know, I'd imagine Carl benefited massively from it, and we were praying for another safety car, but it never came. So I had to come in when I had no fuel, and literally the last 2 laps I kept having fuel starvation, so I just had to make the call and come in.
You were really quick before the pit stop as well. You were all over the back of Carl, putting the pressure on, which is what you need to be doing in this race.
Yeah, well, that's you know, as hard as it is, you don't want to do that really, because you don't want to destroy your tyres. But it's hard not to do that, you know. And I know Carl from the past, and it's, you know, it's nice to have a good race with him. And he did a great bit of driving around the outside of me, and I just thought, you know, I'll hopefully do the same back. But you know, he pitted early, so I didn't have to do that move. And yeah, I think he, you know, it's going to be an interesting finish.
Just had a quick word with your team boss Tim Gray. Any words there from him?
Yeah, he was constantly in communication with me. You know, it's a massive help. You know, this is the first time we've had the headsets on and stuff like that. You know, it's a massive confidence booster, knowing, you know, where you are, what you need to do, and it's you don't feel like you're on your own. You feel like it's a team effort then. And he's done a spot on job. You know, the paddle shift and everything from himself. You know, everything, the car, the setup, the advice, everything, you know, comes from Tim. So, you know, I wouldn't be where I was without him.
You've done a really good job. You've now got to watch to see how Ash gets on, but I'm sure he'll bring it home for you.
Yeah, well, hopefully. I don't really know where we are, to be honest. I think we're in the lead, but I need to go and have a look, obviously, at the timing screens and stuff, and just have a relax. I think it was quite a long stint, so yeah, I'm happy.
Good stuff. Well done, Jay.
All right, cheers, mate. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matt Suckling and Joe Locke. It was that was down in the pit lane. 39 minutes of the race left to go. Looking at the screens, he's showing in 6th place at the moment, but there's 3 drivers ahead that have yet to make their stops, Josh.
And while we were hearing from him, he lost the lap record, because Chris Boardman in the E36 M3 that was started by Adam Howarth has gone faster, 1 minute 40.574, which is 3 tenths quicker than what Joe Locke was doing. So that's the car that started from the back, and I think it's going to be in for a top 5 finish, something like that. Here's the car that hasn't pitted. That is Matt Wallace. He's still going. You suggested he would. So it's him, John Apperton and Colin Gillespie that haven't pitted, and the leading stopper is Cole Swift with it's Rob Baker, with Ash Hicklin second, 45 seconds behind. That was 51 a couple of laps ago. So Ash Hicklin is catching Rob Baker, but it's a big old gap.
Yeah, so one to keep an eye on. 45 seconds, yeah, as you say. So it's got the makings of an interesting finale. We could have a safety car as well. That could shake things up in the final third of this race. But yes, so just a handful of cars now yet to make their stop, including, I think, Matthew Tidmarsh is yet to make his stop as well, isn't he? Looking at a bit further down our timing screens. Oh, and who's that being pushed into the pit lane? That is the garage. That's the Ewan's car, number 74. And you said earlier on, Josh, that wasn't going as well as you expected it to.
No, I thought that might be a front runner, but it hasn't been. Well, you just mentioned Matthew Tidmarsh, and now he pitted, so every time you say someone has to pit, they hit their way in. So Chris Webster will be taking over that car. And Ivan Mayer also hasn't pitted, so the leading Class C stopper, is Jeremy Crook, who's taken over from Alex Libsley, but that might be tight with where Chris Webster comes out. So that'll be one to watch. So there is Ash Hicklin. How did that lap go for him? Quicker again, gap's down to 44 seconds. But you'd think it's just not going to be enough without anything else happening on pure pace. It's going to have to be a lot quicker to catch Rob Baker.
Another good lap for Chris Boardman, still in the 1 minute 40s on the previous lap as well at 1:40.956. And certainly he's getting some support from Sean O'Brien on the YouTube comments, suggesting he might be up for the win, but I think that's a tall order. Would need a lot of things to fall his way.
From the back of the grid, it's been a great run from them. There's the Diet Coke BMW. Who's in that now? It's Wesley Butcher, isn't it? Making his debut in the championship. He's just been lapped by Ash Hicklin. We've had Atherton and Gillespie in, so out the front of the field it's just Matt Wallace yet to pit. Looking further down, Ivan Mayers also will need to make his pit stop.
Yeah, and so they've still got 20 minutes in which to make their stops. They have to be made before the last 15 minutes of the race. So that's still plenty of time to make their stops, of course. There's Ash Hicklin then, in the number 86 car, having taken over from Joe Locke. Very rapid in bike sports, of course, the past few seasons. Joe Locke, of course, we've also seen out racing in bike sports as well. And they're both making the switch to race together in Club Enduro this season. There is the 21 car going through, which, as you say, is the one that we've been talking about, because that's Chris Boardman at the wheel of that car, trying to get ahead of the 14 of Stokoe and McDonald. But yeah, the car that is just ahead of this one on the road then is the one that's got the fastest lap, and it's sort of quite an unlikely looking car, isn't it? Of all the cars on the grid, it's not the one that you perhaps pick out to be the one that was setting the lap record, Josh.
Although saying that, yesterday Giles Grundridge, the competition secretary for the club, told me that's a car to watch out for. So Chris Boardman, very quick indeed in it, and that's been working its way up the order. Obviously had an issue not to qualify this morning. If it started at the front, that would have been one really to watch out for, I think. Meanwhile, Matt Wallace is in, isn't he? He's just hopped in front of our commentary position. So he will be in, and then we'll get a real look at what the true order is as we head into the final half hour of the motor race.
Yeah, there'll be just take another lap or two, won't it, just for the cars to sink down the order that will be sinking down the order. And then we'll perhaps, maybe with half an hour of the race to go, give you a bit of a rundown on the positions.
Just looking at Phil Dryber on the screens. He pitted under green, which has put him down to 7th within Class B. All the cars in front pitted under safety car, really, and it'll be Christopher Freeman that leads it by about 10 seconds over Will Stacey, so that's a gap to watch. And then William Beach in 3rd position within Class B. And there you can see the gulf of Beach, who's been passed by William Stacey and has fallen 7 seconds behind.
A lot of BMWs heading into Goddard's then, and a Golf as well, in the form of William Beach, as they turn their way through. And you've got the Celica in the background as well, the 827 car. That was in the pits earlier, wasn't it? So that's obviously made it back out again. Rowan Lundy and Richard Lundy from Onga. That's the atmospheric pit lane shot. Very arty. And we watch the cars up at McLean's. There is the 87 then, which is the Jonathan Beeson car for this second part of the race, and that's running in 5th position at the moment. It'll be a little bit higher up than that once these pit stops are shaken out, Josh.
He's about to get a place higher because this is for position alongside Christopher Freeman, the Class B leader. So that becomes 4th, which should become 3rd after they pass the Wallaces in the pit lane.
Yeah.
But what they've got to watch out for is Chris Boardman, who's 15 seconds behind, but setting that lap record pace. So that, that could be an interesting battle, I think.
Yeah, the Healer and Beeson car, now been driven by Beeson, is lapping the 144s. Boardman lapping, last time around in the 141s, but he has done a 140 before. So with half an hour of the race left to go or so, then you'd think they'd catch them up. There's the Holden Commodore that's running in 13th at the moment. Matty Taylor and Will Ashmore. So they're still plugging away.
Freeman's just gone through shot, and there's William Stacey chasing him for the Class B lead. The gap's down to 4.6 seconds, and Stacey is lapping a good chunk quicker at the moment, so I don't think Class B's over with yet. And another lap record. This time it's Chris Boardman again, 1 minute 40.4. So we're now at the point where we're going 3 seconds quicker than Marcus Clutton's lap record from a couple of years ago.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
It really shows the pace that we've improved in Club Enduro over the years. Be interesting actually to look back to those early races to see what lap times we were doing then. I'll have a look at that, Ian, while you talk about what's on the screen.
Okay, well, what's on screen at the moment is the number 49 car, which is that of Will Stacey, drive from Whittam in the Lotus Elise. Beautifully turned out machine by RBR. Coming off Cops Corner now, and he is chasing after Chris Freeman. At the beginning of the lap, the gap between them was 4.6 seconds. It looks like it's come down a little bit now. Behind them both, though, you've got bearing down on them that Boardman BMW, and that looked like the number 10 John Maudsley and Stuart Mead Golf GTI Mark 5 that we briefly saw going through shot as well. So there's Will Stacey. What have you found, Josh?
We're basically going 5 seconds quicker than when the championship first came to the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. So yeah, pace has increased brilliantly. Really, a Class B car are going quicker than what the Class A cars were back then.
And what year was that we first came to the GP track?
2017, because in 16 we were on the national circuit.
So yeah, Club Enduro coming on a long way. I guess that's sort of being evidenced by the higher proportion of cars in Classes A and B this year, in particular Class A. And Class C, unfortunately, is dropping off a little bit, but hopefully those numbers will recover as the season goes on. And these car classes on Paris Way, of course, Josh.
I think now we're probably seeing a true order on the timing screen, on your timing tower on the left-hand side. And as we expected, it is Rob Baker that leads by just over half a minute from Ash Hicklin. Then in third place is Jonathan Beeson. Fourth is Chris Freeman, leading Class B. Fifth is William Stacey. Sixth is Chris Boardman. Seventh is William Stacey. Eighth is Brad Kaler. Ninth is Andy Bailey. And in 10th position, just waiting to see if it's Wallace or Butcher that comes through, but that's pretty much how the order is up front. Class Ivan Mayers has still not pitted, so Class C is yet to be wound out. And on your screen, suddenly, Chris Boardman's passed both Freeman and Stacey, and the Lotus is up with the Honda, which was 3.4 seconds in front of him at the start of the lap. So Class B battle is on with 28 minutes to go.
Yeah, so this is the battle for victory potentially in Class B then. Chris Freeman, number 4 in the Honda Civic Type R, but Will Stacey in the Lotus goes up the inside at Goddard Hairpin. He's got his nose in front. Can he keep it there on the exit of the corner? Side by side as they come across the line, past our commentary box windows, and up towards Redgate Corner. It's going to be Freeman that's got the inside line for Redgate Corner. There's still 27 minutes to go, so the race doesn't need to be settled at this corner, but Will Stacey keen to try to get through. He's not quite made it yet. I've got that's the Webster MX-5 just ahead of them, a Class C car that they need to lap, which they do now. But a real good scrap between these two cars, both in Class B, but very different types of car. Stacey
almost got into the back of the Honda into the old hairpin. He just about avoided it.
He did.
He's done a lot of one-make race in MX-5s and Lotus Elise Cup, so he's pretty used to close racing. William Stacey trying to get himself ahead of Christopher Freeman. As they crossed the line, it was 1/1000 of a second that separated them. Right around the outside at Coppice corner. This would be a fantastic move by William Stacey. And I think, well, he might have done it, but of course down the straight, the Honda's got more power.
Yeah, it's the Honda that's just getting its nose back in front and will take the line into the Fogarty S's. A real good scrap, very evenly matched around the lap, these cars, of course. It's for 5th and 6th overall. Their best laps are actually nearly 2 seconds apart. Freeman a bit slower than Stacey, quite a bit slower. And they're both single driver efforts as well, these cars now.
Stacey's 1.5 seconds under Rob Boston's lap record within Class B, who's of course his team manager. Yeah,
very impressive effort. Not quite close enough to have a go at Goddard this time, so I don't think there'll be 1,000 between them as they come across the line this time quite. But it's only a couple of car lengths. While this was going on, of course, we did see the 199 car being pushed into the garage. That's the Patrick Schaffer, Simon Killam car. And I think Stuart Cunliffe was driving, due to drive that as well.
In front of them, Chris Baldwin's done another lap record, 1:40.0 now, which is almost a second quicker than anybody else has done in the race, and he's only 1.2 seconds behind Jonathan Beeson, so should pass him very shortly.
But do we reckon 3rd is the limit of his ambition? Looking at the time screen, I suspect it probably is.
Yeah, 40 seconds to the next car, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's a really good effort from the back of the grid. And
it certainly is.
And it's a very quick car, so I think Giles was spot on with that to be one to watch. Right, what can William Stacey do about Chris Freeman this time? Is he going to set up the outside move into Coppice again? It's a really quick corner, and the Lotus this time tucks in underneath. This is the problem with having a lesser powered car. You might be quicker over a lap, but actually passing the more powerful cars is not particularly easy. Down into the S's then. Freeman still in front. Stacey can be quick through here as the cars change direction. The Lotus is good at that, but of course can't carry any more speed really. The Honda's doing because he can't run into the back of him. What about the inside line for the Melbourne hairpin? Yeah, he's later on the brakes, and William Stacey this time goes through, but can he hang on down to the next corner, Ian?
Yeah, well, it's climb up to Goddard's, and of course in a straight line we've seen the Civic a bit quicker, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about him. No, he's not. So it looks like Will Stacey, after a good 2 laps of trying, has finally, or possibly 3, has finally made it through and into the lead of Class B. I'm just looking at how far back is the Beach car in 3rd place within that class. It's quite a way back, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's slower than Chris Freeman. I think it's more that Will Stacey's been so quick to fight his way through. The gap for the lead has come down quite a lot, really. It was 51 seconds when Ash Hickling came out the pits. Last I saw was under half a minute. We're waiting for Hickling to come through again. Whether Rob Baker's just pacing himself, or that car's not running perhaps as quick as it might be. So Ash Hickling will shortly complete his 49th lap. Here he comes across the line. The gap's now 27 seconds. He's going 2 seconds a lap quicker. At that rate, it's not going to be too far away.
It's not. We've got 23 minutes left, which is going to equate to 14 or 15 laps, isn't it? I would think. Yeah, about 14 laps, I should think. And 2 seconds a lap, it's going to be close. Yeah, it's going to be mighty close if the continues at that rate. I do wonder if Rob Baker might get a few messages from the team that suggest that he might just want to find a little bit more time, a little bit more pace, and maybe if he is driving within himself and within the car's capabilities, he stops doing that just to make sure he isn't going to get caught before the end. But as you say, it could be a problem for the car.
I think Stuart was given up, hasn't he? Oh, I think it wasn't Stuart in the car actually. That looked like Peter Montague has got back out, so perhaps Stuart never got into it.
Yeah, I don't think we ever saw any blistering times, did we?
No, it's still in the 1:45, so that makes more sense. So I guess really there's no point Stuart driving it. Oh yeah, there he's Stuart. I can see him with the face mask on.
Yeah. Well, I guess so Peter's the customer, as it were.
Yeah,
so
as there was no result to get, let him have as much track time as possible. But there's Baker, 1:44.9. Now, is he stuck behind Steve Cheetham, perhaps? Has he not been able to pass him, and that's what's been holding his lap times back?
What times is Cheetham doing? Because he's obviously made an extra stop, hasn't he, in the end?
He was actually half a second quicker than Baker on the last lap. But it's 24 seconds now. That was 3 seconds on that lap from Hicklin. Tell you what, this has been a really good drive from Ash Hicklin in his first race in a GT-type car, I think.
Yeah, I think someone on the stream, Tom, was saying it's going to be a tall order to beat Baker and Swift at this point. Over 40 seconds clear of Locke and Hicklin. Well, that was 13 minutes ago. And since then, well, there's probably been about 13 seconds or so made up by... Probably about 17 seconds made up by the second place car. So it's not looking such a tall order now. Still not going to be easy.
I certainly wasn't expecting it to be this close. I was thinking it would just stay at that 50 seconds or whatever, but certainly not the case.
I must admit I was. But yeah, the Steve Cheetham, the position of that car on the road is an interesting dynamic now as well, isn't it? There in the background, I think you can see the Ash Hicklin car kind of just coming down the exhibition straight towards the Fogarty S's, just behind the that's the Maudsley car, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there's Hicklin now. Best lap of the race at 140.832 in that car. Best lap of the race altogether for Boardman, a 140.050.
Here comes Baker on Cheetham. This is quite an important overtake, although it's not for position. On lap time wise, it's pretty crucial. He's on the outside line, they're level on the exit of the corner, watching this outside the commentary box window. I think he's going to back out down the crane of curves. They're absolutely side by side. There they are on your screens, and he's had to back out. And the gap is down to 22 seconds.
Yeah, that lap time through it was 2.6 seconds made up by Hicklin on Rob Baker, who's still unable to get past Steve Cheetham's Porsche then, as they head through Schwann's curve up towards the right-hander at McLean's. Just under 20 minutes of this 2-hour race left to go then.
This is proper endurance racing stuff with a chase on to the end. Absolutely great stuff. So they're sort of racing each other, Baker and Hicklin, although at the moment not on the circuit together.
No,
but, the lap times are intriguing indeed.
We've had a good battle in Class B as well. As far as Class C is concerned, Ivan Mayer's still not been in, has he? So he's leaving his pit stop to the last possible moment. So that's going to be looking like it's going to be Crook and Livesley in best place to win Class C, I would think.
Yeah.
From Miller and Langridge in second. There's quite a gap between those two cars though.
Right, Baker's having another go at Cheetham now, and I think he's done it. The outside line into the hairpin at Goddard. Has he? Kind of, maybe?
Just about. Not convincing though.
If he can stay ahead, then we'll see what type of lap times he can do in clean air. And
crosses the line
quicker,
now. It was another high 43, wasn't it?
Yeah, this will be the next lap, which will be the interesting one.
Yeah. But what will Hicklin do this time? So it's a 141.3 he did last time through. So he's just going to cross the line now, and he's done a 141.4. So very consistent, and the gap down to just under 20 seconds now. He's gaining at about a second a minute, isn't he? And we've got 18 minutes left to go.
Might need to just extend the race by 5 or 10 minutes to see the battle on track. But yeah, the next lap's important to see what Baker can do without the Porsche in front of him. Now, where is Steve Cheetham? Well, he's well done, isn't he? 15th, so that's... of course, he had that extra pit stop for whatever reason.
Of course, Baker and Swift in combination, Josh, they won 3 out of the 4 races last year and were second in the other, weren't they? So to beat them will be quite a scout.
Well, they're not getting away from Steve Cheetham, is he?
No.
If anything, was coming under pressure.
And they are lapping 2.5 seconds pretty much off what the car's been capable of in this race as well.
I guess he's done another new lap record.
It's Chris Boardman, isn't it?
140.023, which I think a very small fraction of a second quicker than the previous one. Yeah, 27 thousandths quicker than what he'd done 10 minutes ago. But yeah, that's a quick car, so that's going to be one to watch in the remaining rounds of the championship. Well, here comes Baker. This lap's a 1:43.7, which is really no quicker than the previous lap.
Yeah.
So I think we have got a true chase on.
And
to Ash Hicklin.
Yeah.
So it was 22 seconds, wasn't it, from first to second? So you'd expect it to come down to about 20. It's actually come down to 8. It must have been 20 on the previous lap, mustn't it? It's come down to 18 now. 18.4.
1.2 seconds made on that lap. Yeah, 1.2 seconds made on that lap for Josh. 16.5 minutes to go, as you say. For all of the hard work that Chris Boardman doing, putting in these fastest laps and lap records, it's not actually getting in much closer to Ash Hicklin, because they're about 40 seconds apart, and Hicklin is lapping close to the pace of Boardman.
He's pushing. It was sideways out the old hairpin was Ash Hicklin. So yeah, he's really pushing on. Now the problem could be if he catches any of these Class A back markers which he can't pass. It's obviously easy to pass a slower car in a straight line, but if I'm a Class A car, it's more down to how quick he can go rather than what Rob Baker's doing. But this is a real indication, Ian, that Rob Baker and Cole Smith are not going to have it all their own way this year. Because here they certainly don't seem to have the quickest car. Again, good strategy from Area Motorsport, and the car and its fuel tank has allowed them to do that.
Yeah.
But they're not going to have it easy, I don't think.
Seem not. Not this season. Not today. So there is the Ash Hicklin car climbing the hill again towards Goddard's with just about 15 minutes to go. Pit stop window is about to close. Ivan Mayers, according to our screens, hasn't been in, although some suggestion that he has been. But our timer screen says he's not.
That lap, there wasn't much of a gain. Rob Baker was better on a 1:43.1, and Hicklin had that bit of traffic, so the gap's only come down to 18 seconds. Ivan Mayer's through the pit lane here, and I can see. So, did he get in before 15 minutes? Possibly not.
It would have been close. It would have been close.
But yeah, he's in the pits now.
Yeah, and there are 14.5 minutes of the race left to go. Back stepping out on the number 16 car, Phil Driver's Boxster. Of course, he was leading Class B for a while.
I think that slowed Hicklin down too. So he's got this bit of traffic now, which is slowing Hicklin's progress, which could be a problem. There's Will Stacey. He's still leading Class B. He's only pulled out 4 seconds to Chris Freeman, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading. But I wonder now he's got through. I guess you don't need to push on quite as hard as previously. William Beach is third, Andy Bailey fourth, and Luke Handley, who you saw there near Will Stacey, is fifth within Class B. And
Sam
we can work
McKee.
Class C out shortly.
Well, Sam McKee on the comments thinks that Ash Hicklin's got this. Words to that effect. 13.5 minutes to go. It's looking like a slightly taller order than it was about 5 minutes ago, Josh, I would suggest.
Yes, although that lap was slower for Baker, back into the 44s, but I think Hicklin's lap's going to be slow with the traffic he's had. We're looking on the screen at third place, Chris Boardman, who's absolutely starred in this race, getting the lap record in the E36 M3. Yeah, Hicklin was still quicker than Baker, but not as quick as perhaps he could have been, so the gap is 16.7 seconds. And then this is third place, down into the Melbourne hairpin, Chris Boardman. He's chasing them top two still, but the gap was just too big for him, really. But it's been a really good drive. On the brakes, down into the Goddard's hairpin. I'd suggest this race is going to have the best Class C car, the furthest down the overall order we've seen in a Club Enduro race. Because normally we see them getting towards the overall top 10. But they're not going to be one inside the overall top 20, I don't think. That lap, by the way, by Boardman was a new lap record again. 1 minute 39.780 now. And he's only 33 seconds behind Ash Hicklin. What did you say that was, 45, something like that? So he has been bringing it down, but yeah, obviously it's too big of a gap.
It is. To catch at 12 seconds. Oh, that's going into the garage, isn't it? So that's the end of the day for the Montague and Hall car.
Looks like Stuart Hall has had a go in it. He's got into the 42s. But yeah, all perhaps not well with that car today. But here's Baker. I think he's got past Will Stacey rather than Will Stacey trying to pass him. Yeah, 1 minute 43.3. That was a better lap from Baker, but still not great.
Yeah. We'll see the gap back tickling when he comes through in a moment or two.
Here he comes across the line. Slower.
It's gone out. It's the first time that the gap's gone out for a long time.
You can't really afford those slower laps, really.
Yeah.
But it's been a great chase from Ash Hicklin, nevertheless.
Yeah, I mean, spirited drive from him, spirited drive from Chris Boardman and Adam Howarth in the first part of the race to get up the order. Probably more conventional drive from Carl Swift and Rob Baker, who's in the car now. Let's watch number 74, which is the McEwen car back out again.
Yeah. Ivan Mares, not back out the gap pits, I don't think yet, is he? Right, but Jeremy Crook is leading Class C, as you suspected.
And that's the share with Alec Livesley, isn't it, in the Honda?
Yes. Yeah, I think Ivan Mares, is he still in the pit lane? Can't quite see down that end, but I think he will be, so that will bring Chris Webster and John Langridge through to second and third. They're only separated by 4.8 seconds. They're both being caught at quite a rate by Jonathan Hayes in the BMW. So Hayes for the podium, possibly, within Class C. So that's one to try and keep an eye on towards the end of this. Oh, it's another new lap record from Chris Boardman. 1 minute 39.7. So he's now less than 30 seconds behind Ash Hicklin. Tell you what, if we had a safety car about half an hour ago, I think Chris Boardman for the victory would have been on. Oh, the Porsche's off. So
was it worth going back out?
Is that down the Craners as well? It was. Is that the tyre marks you can see halfway down the Craner card? I think he's had a big old moment. So that should be an Alex McEwen, who might be back for the pit lane, you'd think.
Maybe so. Little more to be gained from this race.
3 seconds caught that time by Ash Hicklin. So the gap's down to 13. So it's still possible. I think we'd just be 1 or 2 laps too short, maybe.
Yeah, we've got about 5 or 6 laps to go, haven't we, in this race?
Just shooting through shot there ahead of Rob Baker was the battle for Class C that I was mentioning between Paul Sabiani, Katchin, John Langridge. A gap with 1.3 seconds at the beginning of the lap, and that will be for third in class because Ivan Mares has come out in 5th. So Sabiani and Hayes should get third, have got third already, so they're ahead of the Mazda now, and I think they might catch Chris Webster before the end. So that's a good drive as well. And is that the fastest lap? Yeah, I think that car's done the fastest lap within Class C, which is almost 2 seconds under Imran Khan's lap record.
Oh, the Holden is pulling off, I'm afraid. Will Ashmore at the wheel of that. It was up inside the top 10 in the early part of the race. It was actually in 10th place immediately before its retirement with 8.5 minutes of the race left to go. That's a big shame for Matty and for Will, because they were winning pretty well overall and in Class A.
Another slow lap from Baker, 1:44.8. Hicklin across the line in traffic, and a lot of traffic to deal with. He's 3.5 seconds quicker. The gap's down to 10 seconds, but he's got to now deal with all the traffic that Rob Baker's had to deal with in the last 2 laps, which may account for those slower laps.
Right, he's got Luke Handley to try to get past, and that is the Colin Gillespie car, isn't it, that's off again? That had
been doing so well. He got back to 16th position, I think.
Yeah, early dramas, but come back strongly, and now within not quite sight of the checkered flag, it's all come to an end. He's well off the road there, down the Exhibition Straight. So hopefully we'll be able to continue towards the end of the race without any more hiccups.
Chris Boardman's only 37 seconds off the lead of the race now. He's going 5 seconds quicker than Rob Baker.
Even the laps that aren't lap records are very quick laps, because that last lap was a 1:39.817, just a few hundredths off his lap record of 1:39.758. There is Class C, that is the Class C leader, isn't it? We can see at the moment, Jeremy Crook in the Honda Civic. We've not seen too much of him during the course of this race. He is a fair distance clear of the Tidmarsh and Webster Mazda MX-5, car number 8 that's in second place within that class, although that has an exclamation mark next to it at the moment, which suggests it might have a penalty being applied. We'll see what we can find out about that.
5 seconds, I think, so that'd be track limits.
Yeah.
Better lap from Baker, 1:42.8, so out of traffic. That was a quick lap, and Hicklin's having to deal with the traffic, and he's slower therefore, so that was some of the reason for those last 2 laps. Now I think it's going back into the direction of Rob Baker's hands. 11.7 seconds the gap.
Yeah, I think you're right. But it's been a spirited chase anyway. So there's the treble 7 car of the Class C leader. Class C, of course, for the cars up to 180 brake horsepower per tonne.
Darren Ball's back out. And he's Cayman. He's not going any quicker though. He's done 28 laps in the race compared to 59 of the leader. They've tried to fix it, but it doesn't seem to be any better really. So we've got 5.5 minutes to go. There's a smoky car down the Craners, which is concerning. It's the driver of Porsche that had been going pretty well. 7th within Class B. But something is wrong with that. Is that engine smoke? It doesn't look good either way, which could be making the track a bit slippery for the end of the race. Rob Baker across the line, a slower lap again. He seems to be struggling in traffic, Rob Baker. 1:44.4. What have we got left? 3 laps, I think. And the gap is 10 seconds. And there is Ash Hicklin across the line, who has dealt well with, I think, all that traffic.
Four and a half minutes then left as we head towards the end of the race.
There's Steve Cheetham. He's got himself into 11th. He passed Wesley Butcher recently, which is 7th within Class A, and he's 4 seconds behind Simon Wallace and going quite a bit quicker than him. So we might get another place before the end of the race. There's Ash Hicklin just passing. The Wallace car gets very sideways. No tyre changes, of course, so these tyres have done 2 hours now. That makes those record laps even more impressive. I know the fuel tank's getting lighter, so the car's getting lighter, but on old tyres too. So there is Hicklin, 10 seconds behind Rob Baker at the start of the lap. And perhaps was that slide, perhaps on a bit of oil from the Porsche that was smoking a moment ago. And there's a car off as well, so is the track slippery? That's John Atherton. He was 5th within Class B. He's going to get back out, but he might have lost. Yes, he was only 3 seconds ahead of Luke Handley, so he would have lost a position there. But at least the race will continue. Here comes Rob Baker then. What's this lap? 1:43.2, a bit better again. His lap time certainly seemed better when he hasn't got traffic, but Hicklin has brought that gap down by 3 seconds with a personal best to 1:40.19. Gap is 7 seconds. There's 2 laps to go. It's going to be one of the closest finishes in Club Enduro history, I think, Ian, but I don't think he's going to quite make it.
No, it's going to be very close, certainly, but it could easily be about sort of 2 seconds or something like that at the end, couldn't it? Baker in the 1:43s, Hicklin in the 1:40s at the moment, as you say.
I can't remember a race finishing that close before. Just having a Silverstone last year was 6 seconds. So that was pretty good. But we could get better than that.
Absolutely right. And yeah, very, very tight. And considering that Hicklin and Locke took their mandatory pit stop under green flag conditions rather than under a safety car. They've had to sort of overcome that, haven't they?
Yeah.
And they've done a fantastic job to almost sort of unwind that disadvantage that they've been, well, not been given. It's just that when they chose to stop, when they needed to stop.
Very quick through the chicane with Rob Baker, really pushing on. So he's got 1 lap to go. You can see the Hickling car now in the same shot.
Yeah.
With 7 seconds, but yeah, it's not. Well, you'd think it's not going to be close enough. I wonder if he's struggling with his front tyres, because of course putting all the pressure through the front tyres on the front-wheel drive car. 2 hours is a long time. So I'm saying 1:42.7. That was a better lap again. But Hickling's quicker. They get down to 5 seconds. I think we are going to get the closest finish with Sailing Club Enduro, but not an actual on-track battle between the top two.
No, it doesn't look like it. Class B. Oh, is that car starting a little bit? It looked like it might be. Class B looks like it's going to go the way of Will Stacey. And Class C, as we've said, to Jeremy Crook and Alec Livesley. But here's the second place car turning its way through the old hairpin. It's been a great drive from Joe Locke in the first part, Ash Hicklin in the second part. But yeah, that gap looks as if it's a little bit bigger than 5 seconds now, if anything, Josh.
Yeah. And it hadn't had any traffic, has he, Rob Baker, so that's going to help.
Yeah.
But perhaps there's a bit of a problem with the M3, maybe. Or
nevertheless,
he realised he's not going to catch.
Nevertheless, 3 out of 4 wins last season, and at the end of 2019, Swift and Baker won 3 on the trot in this car, didn't they? So that'll be, what, 7 wins out of the last 8 Tegiwa Club Enduro races for this combination.
And it's the only time they've driven that car is in those 8 races. So it's only that Alton Park loss that this car has had. But this race has certainly been rather close to comfort for them.
Clock's counted down.
Yeah, that pit stop was the crucial moment in the race for them.
Yeah, clock's counted down to 0, so we're going to get the checkered flag. This time Rob Baker turns out of Goddard's the hairpin and comes through to take the checkered flag and win round 1 of the 2021 Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. And the margin of victory in the end, just under 4 seconds, 3.835 seconds over Ash Hicklin in second place. And sort of pushing Joe Locke and Ash Hicklin for sort of drive of the race, certainly Adam Howarth and Chris Boardman, because Chris Boardman got the lap record of 1:39.758. He should be coming through shortly to take third place. But there's our Class B winner as well. So that is number 49, Will Stacey, across the line now. He takes 5th position overall, and he wins Class B. That's a great solo drive from Will Stacey, getting the better of Chris Freeman.
And that was closer than the Class A race, because that was 3.1 seconds compared to 3.8 seconds overall. So both Class A and B are really close winning margin.
Fantastic race, all in all.
On that Jonathan Hayes BMW ended up 1.6 seconds behind Chris Webster's Mazda, so that was close for second within Class C. We're still waiting for the Class C winner to complete its race.
Yeah, that should be through any moment now to do so. But a great race, that. Fantastic endurance race. A bit of attrition. A couple of early safety cars, but nothing for the last 90 minutes. And a good finish, because we thought for the last 20 minutes or so that there was a possibility that Ash Hicklin could chase down Rob Baker. As it turns out, he fell just short. But nevertheless, very spectacular race. 4 cars we had on the lead lap. Howarth and Boardman and Beaton and Haler also finishing with the full 63 laps to their name. And William Stacey winning Class B with 62 laps to his name. And has the Class C winner now come through? Yes, he has. And so just to confirm, that is Jeremy Crook and Alec Livesley. They did 59 laps in their Honda Civic. And there he is on screen now, in fact. So a great beginning to the Tegiwa Club Enduro season, Josh.
Absolutely. Just looking at Will Stacey, that's the first time a Lotus has won in Class B since 2017, I reckon. So that was a really good drive by Will Stacey to win by 3 seconds. But yeah, really good race overall. Once we got those that first half an hour that was a bit messy out the way. And then we had a really good chase at the end in great endurance racing fashion. 3.835 seconds after 2 hours of racing at club level. I think that's pretty good. And Class B was a very similar story as well. And I think it sets us up really nicely for the rest of the season, which next I think goes to Croft, which should be interesting. Very different type of circuit. Some quick and slow bits like Donington has. And I think we've got a number of different cars that can win any race over the course of the 2021 season, which is going to be excellent.
Yep, certainly looks like it. Here are the results then. The win going to Rob Baker and Carl Swift. 3.8 seconds clear in the end of Joe Locke and Ash Icklin. Third, the very rapid Adam Howarth and Chris Boardman. So Seat, BMW and BMW first 3 positions. Then another Seat in fourth, the 87 car of Beeson and Hayler. In fifth place, number 49, the Class B winner, William Stacey, ahead of Chris Freeman, who was very close behind him in the Honda in fourth place, sixth overall. Number 4 in sixth place. Seventh place to the 126 car, Caswell and Kayla. Then Beach and Grice, third in Class B, were eighth. Andy Bailey going solo. Didn't actually see much of him during that race. He was ninth, and Steve Cheetham rounded out the top 10 in his Class A Porsche. And a bit further back, it was the Wallace brothers, Matthew and Simon. Then David Griffin, who started the car, he was 12th. Luke Handley, John Atherton, Phil Driver, 3 more Class B cars in 13th, 14th and 15th position. Then Gadsby and Jones, Stoker, McDonald, despite their various dramas. Manoj Patel in the car who drove to the circuit, he was 18th. Maudsley and Mead in the Golf, 19th. And Burge and Robinson rounding out the top 20. And further back still, we see the Class C winners, Jeremy Crook even, and Alec Livesley in their Honda Civic Type R, 21st, 22nd, and second in Class C. Sid Marsh and Webster, then Hayes and Sabiani were 23rd. Christie was 24th. Alex Miller in his MX-5 with John Langridge, 25th. Then Ivor Mayers, who stayed out almost as long as he could, he was 26th. Ahead of May and Skeets in the Nissan. Pickford and Chandler in the MX-5, the McEwens, who had various issues with the Porsche Cayman, and Bosch and Parkin in the Seat Leon. And we're getting into the cars here that did have more technical issues as we go outside the top 30. Taylor and Ashmore, we saw them pull up. Colin Gillespie, he was in and out of the pits. The Lundys in their Toyota Celica had issues, so too did Montague and Hall. And Montague's spin caused a safety car early in the race, the Porsche Boxster. That was pushed into the garage about half an hour from the end. Alan Henderson, he was a strong performer in the early part of the race, but ultimately I think probably the misfire claimed him. Chris Coomer in the Clio, Darren Ball in the Cayman. The Mercer BMW we saw stopped, as too did at the Andy Roby 318. And last few cars, Jonathan Packer, he was someone who was tipped for success in Class C this weekend, but it wasn't to be for him. Rogers and Griffiths, Jones and Rogers, Dog and Heisman, and Hampson and Schultz also hit trouble. Let's go down to the pit lane, and Matt Suckling's there.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner from that Club Enduro race, which of course is Rob Baker and Carl Swift. Rob, many congratulations. First win of the season in Club Enduro. It keeps the winning record going as well for you. How was that race? A long stint towards the end?
Yeah, long stint. Extremely difficult. We knew we weren't going to have the greatest pace around here. We knew we'd be, there or thereabouts, but with the 2 hairpins, Donington's a really rear-wheel drive biased track. And then I had contact about 10 minutes into my stint, which has put the steering wheel close to 45 degrees out, and it's 2-3 tenths down the straight. So, I mean, that's all the excuses out of the way. Obviously, the guys were keeping me updated on the time, picked up the pace a little bit at the end. Mid-stint, we had a 50-second gap, so we just cruised a little bit, knocked a second and a half off the pace, and then picked it up and when they were 5 seconds behind, I think, at the line. So, yeah.
I think that's the thing as well, as a race leader, and you're getting the information through every lap, what's happening behind. You don't really have to push, do you? You just have to make sure that gap is maintained as best you can.
Yeah, correct. I mean, what you don't want to do is turn up with 5 minutes to go with the car that you've been going slower because you know the gap, all of a sudden on your bumper, and then having to push like crazy. So you need to manage the gap and manage the time, that you can lift off as such. It's going to be a big season, this, because I mean Henderson unfortunately dropped out, but that Lotus has got serious pace, as it's shown last year. Joe Locke and Ashley Killen's E46, as we saw today, is extremely fast. Arguably the fastest car out there. I think there was another E36 BMW that went over a second and a half quicker than we did on lap time. So it's certainly going to be an interesting season.
And it's probably the right call you had there to make the pit stop under safety car, because otherwise you could have been the chasers, because you kind of made most time up in the pit stop.
Yeah, exactly. It was a bit risky because Carl saw the BMW was cleared. So the safety car could have came in that lap, but it didn't, so he dived in. We took the stop, and fortunately we did, because I don't think there was another safety car after that. So
A good job for you and Cole to start the season once again. It's going to be a good year, I reckon, for you in the Club Enduro Championship. Well done.
Yeah, let's hope we have a good season of racing, and thanks to all the marshals, and fingers crossed we can get a full season this year.
Yeah, we're finally underway, which is a good thing. Well done to you, Rob.
Brilliant, thank you. Cheers.
There we go then, Rob Baker and Carl Swift, winners of the first Club Enduro Championship race of the year here at Donington Park. We've got lots to look forward to from them throughout the season, but for now we've got our penultimate race of the day to look forward to, as it's back to Bikesports.
Yes, the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship is about to burst onto the track for its second race of the day. Had an excellent race earlier on that was won by Joe Stables by just under a second from Scott Mittal, and those two will be on the front row of the grid for this second race of the weekend for the motorcycle engined sports racing cars. Should be a fantastic racing prospect. Let's have a look at how the grid lines up. Pole position then, as I say, goes to the race one winner, Joe Stables in the Radical PR6, and alongside him Scott Mittal. Second row, Leon Morel and Mike Chen. Third row, Andrew Kimpton and Richard Wise, another of the Mittal drivers. On row 4 it's Alistair Smart and Ross Drew. Matt Moore and Julian Griffiths line up on row 5. Mark Grayson and Mark Boot on row 6. Then it's Andrew Lowe and Adrian Watt on row 7, Doug Carter, Richard Hardy row 8, Andrew Gord and Robert Rees on the 9th row of the grid. Matthew Minette back out for another race. He's lining up on row 10 alongside Robert Gilman, Gary Mitchell and Anthony Thompson in their Global GT lights, and then Ian Mitchell, Stephen Bell towards the back of the grid. Should see Stephen Bell come through from the back once again. So yes, Josh, race 1 it was that was won by Joe Stables by just under a second from Scott Mittal. How do you see this one going?
Yeah, he got through early, didn't he? And then we didn't really see a battle between them, although they weren't that far apart, and Scott Mittal was slightly quicker. So let's hope we get a good battle between them. And as we heard from Joe Stables earlier, it's that lap traffic element in the second half of the race, which dealing with that is important. But it's certainly going to be between those two, isn't it? And then going off the earlier race, I suspect Liam Morel will jump into third, although Mike Chen's alongside him this time, so I think we should get a good battle between those Class B cars. And then come into the second half of the race, the more powerful Class A machines should fight their way through once their tyres are up to temperature.
Yep, looks like a good racing prospect. It's going to be over a 20-minute duration. It'll be a rolling start as well once the cars are ready to go. And then we've got one more race to come after this as well, which should be well worth sticking with the live stream for. That's the Demon Tweeks Yokohama Locost Championship. That's going to round out the day. So 2 excellent races to wrap things up. But a bit of news from earlier on. Before the Club Enduro race, we saw Mike Epps win the MX5 Cup race, 5 Club Racing MX5 Club race on the road. Unfortunately, he's been excluded from the results. Disqualified because of a technical infringement, so that promotes Mike Comber to the win in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup race. Ben Short second and Ben Hansey third. There's the 750 Motor Club safety car out on track, waiting for some cars to line up behind it for what should be a cracking 20 minutes of action under blue skies. It's actually been a glorious day here at Donington Park, despite the very cold temperatures. The well, I was going to say cold window. I can't actually see the trees moving too much at the moment as I look out of my commentary box window.
I'm not convinced.
But it's still pretty cold out there.
Yeah, I'm not convinced we're the best people to suggest what the weather's like out there, are
No.
we? In the commentary booth.
We can see what it looks like, and it looks gorgeous, but it might feel a bit different.
I suspect you'll get a message from Matt if it's not so nice out there.
Yeah, probably will. Marshall's doing a great job today, of course. They have to stand out in the cold. They've got the fleeces on, they've got the waterproofs on, hats on, masks on, well wrapped up against the elements. And many, many thanks to all of the marshals who do such a fantastic job here at Donington and circuits all around the country to make this motorsport possible, with the additional difficulties as well brought about by trying to do so under COVID-19 conditions. It's really so appreciated, the fantastic work that they do. So yeah, the first Bikesports race then, it was won by Joe Steebles from Scott Mattel. Andrew Kimpton up to third, and it was sort of in that battle for the behind the top two that a lot of the action unfolded, really, wasn't it, Josh? Kimpton and Smart involved. Obviously, Leon Morel, he had retirement in the end. He went off, didn't he, in the first race, but he'll be looking to make amends for that this time round.
Yeah, we had the surprise winner, really, in Class B, didn't we? Ross Drew, who I'm not really sure if he's been on the podium within Class B before. Certainly hasn't won a race, and he won that by a few seconds. And he it will be out there on the 8th position on the grid, third within the class. So yeah, I'm sure he won't be too far away from Chen and Morale again. So that should be interesting to watch. And look out for the Global GT light cars at the back. They're a bit slower than the bigger engine cars, but it was Gary Mitchell earlier that won their sort of the invitational part of the race. But it's good to have those GT light machines out with us in Bikesports this weekend. Hope to see them back out later in the year. And Bikesports, they're also off to Croft next, and I'm not sure if we've seen Bikesports at Croft before, and they're going to make quite a spectacle around there, I should think.
Matt has messaged me, as you suggested, Matt. He says I should go to Specsavers because it's definitely windy. Well, it might feel windy, but I look at the trees across from our commentary box and they're barely moving. I suppose they're moving a little bit now. But anyway, I'll take his word for it. Yeah, Croft's going to be interesting. There's the weather forecast. That's what we need. Well, sunshine with a little bit of cloud, wind 16 mile an hour northwest. Okay, fair enough. Not much chance of rain.
5 degrees.
Yeah. Okay. Point made. It's nice in here.
Here come the racing cars. So that's a good point to move away.
Absolutely.
From the weather.
And there is Joe Staples, and I'm glad he stopped where he did. Otherwise, that could have been expensive. And that's an interesting view, worm's eye view of the car. And it's the PR6 that, as you mentioned earlier on, his father, Richard Stables, has normally been racing over the past seasons. Well, he's been racing an SR3. There's Leon Morel in the North Motorsport car. You can see the RLM sticker on it as well. They're the championship sponsors, but they also build the engines for Leon's car as well. Who else are we going to have a look at? Well, we're going to have a look next to him as well at the number 91 car of Mike Chen, as he tries to focus on it. It's difficult when you've got a camera in your face on the race about to get underway. 44 next up on the grid. That's going to be Andrew Kimpton, who was third in race 1, looking to go for a repeat of that. Alistair Smart, he was 4th earlier on, and he again is looking to improve on his 7th position on the grid here. There's number 7, which is Julian Griffiths, long-time racer in the Bikesports Championship over the past few seasons. And 26 we can have a look at as well. That's Mark Boots, another centre seat car, giving us the thumbs up, looking perfectly chilled out. And where to go? Mark Grayton's number 30 car you can see alongside him. 55 is Adrian Watt. At the back you've got 33, which is Richard Hardy, also giving us the thumbs up. He's ready and raring to go. Great chance to look at these cars. You can see some of the global lights just towards the back of the grid there, and right in the back of the shot, just pulling into his position is Stephen Bell, who had issues with qualifying, but did in race 1 climb up to 11th place and was setting some pretty reasonable lap times as the race went on. So that's bodes well for a new car for this season, the Sabre Scala. And Stephen Bell, of course, ex-kit car in RGB racing, as it was. Now partnering with Tim Gray Motorsport, who've developed the Sabre Scala over the winter with its 1340cc RLM prepared engine.
Richard Hardy's not got away, or he has now, just before the rest of the field, so he should be able to reclaim his grid spot. So that's good. So the bike engine sports cars head off onto their green flag, warming up lap ahead of their 20-minute race, a second round of the championship here at Donington Park. And great to see, I think, 5 different makes of cars with us this weekend. We've got the Radicals, different types of Radicals. You've got the PR6 Pro Sports, the SR3s, the Spire, as well as the Sabre, the Mattel and the Global GT Light. So great to see different makes of cars with us this weekend at Donington Park in the Bikesports Championship, and hopefully that continues throughout the year. As I say, Croft up next, which is should be exciting to have these cars around there. The Jim Clark S's, that'll be exciting, won't it, in these machines?
Certainly will.
Just thinking about today, you know, all the lap records have gone in pretty significant way. I don't think Donington Park's changed at all, has it, in the last couple of years? I don't think they've resurfaced it or anything like that.
I don't think so. Not sure.
Does the cooler weather help with the lap times at all?
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, some lap records we've been saying going by a couple of seconds or so, which is pretty impressive stuff.
It's a relatively long lap time, of course. So it's a sort of 2 seconds on a long lap is much more than 2 seconds on a short lap, of course. But nevertheless, impressive to see how the lap records have gone. We have had changes of tyres in some categories, so that can explain it. There's Stephen Bell in the 86 car, bringing up the rear. Let's see what he can do in this 20-minute race for the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. The McGann heading them round on this formation lap, 2.5 miles. That's the old exhibition buildings. Through the Fogarty S's, named for Cole Fogarty, of course, the British superbike ace on the world stage.
And I think World Superbike's hoping to return to Donington Park this year, with travel hopefully being allowed for that championship, which MSB are sure excited to have back here at Donington. But it's car racing that starts the season out.
It certainly is. Did a couple of days ago with the Masters racing, and here we've got the 750 Motor Club here with an excellent race day. And we've got the penultimate race of the day about to get underway, the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. It's going to be 20 minutes then. Earlier on today, that amounted to 13 laps. We'll probably expect about the same here. We might even get one more, I guess, because we did have the checker flag slightly early, didn't we, last time around? So here they come, up to the line, waiting for the lights to go out, which they do. Away they go, and it's a pretty even start between the two from the front of the grid. Leon Morel trying to get up into 3rd place. He just about does so, squeezing up on the inside of Mike Chen there. But it's Joe Stables that has the lead in the black number 95 car. Scott Mittel in 2nd and Leon Morel 3rd as they make their way through Craner Curves, Josh, and down towards the old hairpin for the first time.
Morel got very close to the back of Scott Mattel's car through the middle of Redgate. They just about avoided contact. They can see Stephen Bell's already passed the 4 smaller engine cars, the Spire and the 3 Global GT Lights. Here are the leaders up to McLean's, and Stables is getting away from Mattel. So just like in the earlier race on cold tyres, the PR6 of Joe Stables seems to be quicker. But as the race goes on, that may change. The field flow their way through Coppice really quick. These cars, the quickest cars we have out today. There'll be sub 90-second laps from the leaders once we get going with the tyres coming up to temp. and down towards the S's. Some battling going on in the mid-pack. Mark Boot there down the inside of Mark Grayson. The SR1 Radical getting involved there as well. Andrew Lowe driving that, the entry-level car, down into the Melbourne hairpin. All these close to a touch there. I think Alistair Smart was involved in some side-by-side action, but plenty of battling through the pack here.
Yeah, really good starts this RLM Racing Bikesports race. That's Andrew Kimpton up on the inside of Ross Drew, number 17. And I think he's just about made that work, and he will come through in 6th position at the end of lap number 1. Drew under pressure as well, this time from Alistair Smart. Smart is going to take the place away as well. Side by side between the next two as well. So that's Matt Moore and Julian Griffiths. So good action down the order, but Joe Stables leading by 1.1 seconds from Scott Mittell at the end of the first lap, and a spin for one of the global GT lights. That's the 79 car of Anthony Thompson.
He gets back on though, so all 24 cars will make it to the end of the first lap. Is Mattel getting closer to Stables here? The gap was 1.1 seconds, but I think Scott is pushing on now to get closer to the leader. Two different types of cars here, and Stables really wide out of Coppice corner, and that 1.1 seconds has pretty much gone now, and Stables feeling the need to defend down towards the S's. So Scott Mattel getting that car working quicker in this race. That's a setup change for this one. Learned a bit in the earlier race. That car only had one test day before this. Is there damage to the rear of Stables' diffuser? Have a look at that, Ian. I think it might be moving about a bit.
But hard to tell, isn't it? Hard to look. Oh no, it looks a bit on the sort of wavy side, doesn't it? If that's not too technical a term. Up towards.
Sorry. Wide, weren't they, out of Melbourne? On the grass, I think Mattel was. So he lost time once again to Stables. They're both pushing so hard.
Over the line, those two go. 1.4 seconds the gap between them this time, so it's gone out by about 0.3 of a second. Richard Wise in the 88 car in 5th place. You can just see going through. Andrew Kimpton 6th, Alistair Smart 7th, Julian Griffiths 8th. And then Ross Drew 9th, so he's lost a couple of places that lap. Matt Moore it is that rounds out the top 10. Stables it is that leads the way still. Good old fight between those first two for victory. Just having a look back, you can see that Stephen Bell's made it up to 19th position now from the back of the grid, so he's made up a few spots as well. That's good for him.
Stables is getting away from Mattel again, isn't he, after that error on the exit of the Melbourne. It's a much bigger gap, isn't it, with 1.4 seconds, but it's larger now. Here are the Class B leaders for the standard engine cars. Leo Morel has got the champion in that class from last year, Mike Chen, right on his tail. The gap was 2/3 of a second at the start of the lap. Then they've got the Mattel MC41 of Richard Wise behind them. It's a Class A car. They dive down into the S's here, and a bit of a moment for Chen. That's where Morel went off earlier, and that means he loses the place to Richard Wise, who moved into 4th. So that was a sideways moment through the middle of the S's.
Yeah, absolutely right. Reminder that Class A is for the tuned larger engines, Class B for the production, the larger capacity engines, Class C up to 1000 cc. Now the two leaders up and over the line again. The gap pretty much the same as it was, but Mattel doing the best lap of the race so far, a 1:30.727. We saw them down into the 1:28s in the earlier race. Here's the fight for 3rd and 4th, as it now is, with that mistake from Mike Chen a few corners ago. Richard Wise in his Class A car, looking at the inside of the Class B car of Leon Morel there, but to no avail, as they turn their way down the right-hander at Hollywood into the Craner curves. Late afternoon sun glinting off the cars as they head down through the Craner curves. Fantastic sight they make. Good little battle going on a bit further back there as well, towards the rear of the field, just going through shot. Here's the fight for 3rd though. It's up at McLean's now. Mike Chen trying to get back on terms with them again after that indiscretion at the Fogarty S's. Through Coppice they go now onto the exhibition straight.
It'll be interesting if Richard Wise can get through what pace he's got in clear air. I don't think we've seen that today, and I think he might do it here. No, Leon Morel's not learned that he doesn't need to battle the Class A cars, has he? He was fighting hard there, and I think the leaders were in the getting towards the global GT light traffic, so that'll be interesting to watch in a moment. But Richard Wise does go through this time, doesn't he, up the inside, and because Morel keeps battling him, Mike Chen gets closer once more. So Liam Morel likes to have an overall position, doesn't he, as well as the class place?
Certainly does. He's obviously just enjoying his racing. Still a relatively newcomer to circuit racing is Leon Morel. And yeah, whether it's a class position, an overall position, I don't think he cares too much which it is. Here's the 44 car of Andrew Kimpton, just ahead of 73 Alistair Smart. Gillian Griffiths just behind them as well in 8th position, as they drop down now through the Craner curves towards the old hairpin once again. Gap between the top two came down on that lap to 0.7 of a second, because Scott Mattel did the best lap of the race so far, by the way, 1:29.801. So we could have another decent battle up front, Josh. In fact, here it is, because Scott Mattel in the white car is pretty close to the back of the black car, and he's going to try and get down the inside of Joe Stables into Fox Yeses, but he's not going to be able to make it. Oh, and now the diffuser, which we thought looked a bit wavy, well, it's waved all the way off the car and landed in the gravel trap. Unfortunately, that just missed Scott Mattel.
And you'd think this is going to harm Stables' pace, wouldn't you? And Mattel goes straight down the inside, and he grabs the lead of the motor race, and without the rear diffuser, you would imagine Joe Stables' car will lose a decent chunk of pace, but he's fighting back up the outside. He brakes super late as Stables to try and get around the outside. Then he darts back to the inside line. It's not holding him up yet, is it? He's getting back alongside Scott Mattel. They're absolutely side by side as they cross the line. There is 0.000 between the two of them as they completed the lap. And Joe Stables round the outside into Redgate gets the lead back. This is the type of racing we hope to see between them, Ian, this weekend, and that was absolutely brilliant stuff.
Yeah, but the question is, what is going to happen to the pace, the handling of Joe Stables' car for the remaining 8 laps probably of this race, something like that. It's going to be a tall order for him here, I think. But a frightening moment, you'd think, for Scott Mattel as well, seeing that sort of fly off the back of Joe's car and ultimately into the gravel trap and out of harm's way. But yeah, it could have been unfortunate.
Initial views is the PR6 isn't really harmed, is it? Because Scott Mattel's not all over him like you would perhaps expect.
No, he's
we'll
not.
See what the lap time is. We'll see what the lap time, because I think the last laps are slow because they went through the global GT light cars. But through the chicane, Stables is struggling a bit, isn't he, to get the car turned in. So is that going to give Mattel another chance down into the hairpin? They're very close.
Very close, but not close enough, I don't think, for a change there between the two of them. We'll watch them now climb back up the hill towards Goddard's. And Stables about 4 or 5 lengths ahead of Scott Mattel at this part of the circuit. And they disappear again down the start and finish straight.
Well, it was the fastest lap for Joe Stables, so it doesn't seem to affect the car too much. 1:29.7.
Only 4 thousandths better than Scott Mattel's best lap of the race, though. So very little to choose between them. There's Richard Wise, now third.
And in the 1:32s, so he's quicker than the Class B cars, but not on the pace of the 2 leaders.
Yeah,
Leon Morel leads Class B by 2.2 seconds.
Yeah, he's pulling away from Leon Morel, although Morel just did his best lap of the race at 1:33.617. Michael Chen in 5th, second in Class B. Andrew Kimpton in 6th at the moment. So good battle up front, good battles down the order as well. This is Chen in 5th place. He's got Kimpton and Smart just behind him and Griffith. So there's 4 cars separated at the beginning of this lap, only 1.8 seconds. In fact, only 0.7 seconds between the first 3 that you can see at the start of the lap. So pretty close between the trio here as they head through Coppice Corner. Looks like there's a wheel mark on Alistair Smart's car, and that's from this race or the earlier one, I'm not quite sure. You can see that just in front of his wheel by the number. Now look at this. Kimpton is trying every which way to get ahead of Michael Chen there. And Chen, of course, in a different class, but nevertheless Kimpton was racing hard. He's lost a bit of pace there, I think, as they go down towards the Melbourne hairpin. I thought Alistair Smart might be ready and poised to dive down the inside. And look at this, because Ross Drew, number 17, seems to have reeled them in as well. He was a second behind this group at the beginning of the lap, but he's caught them now. He's running in 9th position at the moment, but it's really going to be a 5-car battle for 5th position before much longer.
Stables has gone even faster now, 1 minute 29.4, and has got over a second to Mattel. So questions what on earth the diffuser was doing, because the car doesn't seem to be going any slower without it. So really interesting that is to see. Here's our Class B leader, is it, Leon Morel? And then that group of cars that you were describing a moment ago, being led by Mike Chen from the 3 PR6s with Jules Griffiths up there now, and then the SR3 rounding that group out, which is the Drew car that won Class B earlier, Ross Drew.
Up at McLean's on lap number 8 of the race. They making their way through. Oh, and a spin, that's for Richard Hardy, number 33, and he's come to rest on over the curb. I'm just wondering if that's in a position where he's going to be able to get that car moved. Looks like it might be sort of beached onto the grass there, the way the grass rises up from the curbs at Goddard Hairpin. That could be a problem.
Kimpton's got Chen, hasn't he? So Andrew Kimpton's moved into 5th.
Now they're heading up towards the part of the circuit, Josh, where Richard Hardy's car was. The question is it still there? Yes is the answer. It doesn't look as if Richard Hardy can do too much about it. What have we got left? We've got 7 and a bit minutes left of this race. Joe Stables leading by 9/10 from Scott Mattel, Richard Wise 3rd, Leon Morel 4th, Andrew Kimpton 5th, Mike Chen 6th now.
Ross Drew was slow in there, Ian, and we've got the safety car boards as well, by the way. But Ross Drew was slow in, 9th position across the line. And did they just before they got to the safety car boards? Griffiths has got past. Oh, there's Drew, so he's out. Griffiths got past Smart as well, I think, there before the crane of curves.
Yeah, so that's the reason for the safety car being called. You can see the yellow flags being waved by the marshals there. So it shouldn't take too much marshal power, I wouldn't have thought, to get that car moved, but it is just going to take a few moments to get the cars in a queue, traffic neutralised. I'm not sure how much of a difference this is going to make to the race, really, because you've got 2 cars out in front, Stables and Mattel, and probably once they get going again, assuming we do get a restart, they'll stay out in front.
But there's a big problem for Mattel. There's a lapped car between them and a GT Light, so I think that might scupper Mattel's chances.
Yeah, I guess I was more thinking from the point of view of we're not going to see anyone else really having an impact on this race, I don't think, although that the lap traffic may, as you say, play a part in that.
Yeah,
and the rest of the pack were fairly close together anyway, weren't they?
Yeah, I think it has stopped Mattel being able to challenge Stables, won't it? Unless, of course, that lap traffic car decides to... we've got no need for it to move out the way, but...
no.
It will lose Scott Mattel 2 or 3 seconds, I would have thought, at the restart. Assuming we get a restart, we've only got 5.5 minutes. But like you say, it shouldn't take too long. But
yeah.
If it's 2 laps of safety car, that'd be too many. It has to be just the one.
It's just the 1 lap of safety car, effectively, doesn't it? 1 full lap of safety car.
But there isn't a safety. Has the safety car gone out? Because Stables can't quite see. But Stables hasn't got the safety car in front of him anyway.
No, I don't know if that's still waiting at the pit lane exit for them or not. Oh, there it is. And it's sort of not... It's picked up Matthew Manette, hasn't it? The number 21 car, who's in 19th position. So it's not picked up the leader. It's picked up, effectively, the car that's in 3rd place, because the next car behind Matthew Manette is Richard Wise.
The Masters had this same issue at the end of Saturday's action in the Formula 2 race. And because of that issue, they weren't able to get back racing in time, and I fear the same thing could happen here.
Yeah, as you say, 4.5 minutes.
Not unless we just go racing as it is, and the leaders will have loads of traffic to deal with.
Potential for that. What we've not seen is whether the Richard Hardy car's been moved yet. There should now be a gap, a reasonable gap, to allow the marshals to get trackside to do that. Hopefully we'll be able to go. There you can see the top 20 on your screens at the moment as the bottom half of that list scrolls through to show you the lower reaches of the order. There's Stephen Bell going for. He's got 15th in this race, so not quite as high as he managed in the earlier race when he got up to 11th.
Well, Stables is passing us with 3 minutes 50 to go. Stables and Mattel.
Yeah, and of course they've not got a safety car ahead of them. There's the safety car in the background, so Joe Stables is effectively acting as the safety car.
You can see the car there that is between them. That if we did get a restart would be Mattel's problem.
Yeah.
But I fear we may not get a restart now, to be honest with you.
No, it's looking less and less likely, isn't it, unfortunately, that we'll see a restart to this R1M Racing Bikesports Championship race. Look to see the into the distance. Safety car board is being brought in by the marshal on the finish line.
For the leaders, this could get very confusing, couldn't it? Although
Because,
the Hardy
yeah,
still
well,
there.
the Hardy, yeah, that's not been moved. So I think they might be changing it for a different thing to stick out. Possibly. Even a couple of marshals isn't shifting that, which is a worry. It's just the way it's beached, isn't it? I suspect its wheels aren't even in contact with the grass or the road. It's just sort of wedged itself against the grass.
Checkered flag's been shown to the safety car now.
Yeah, okay, so race is being brought to an early close then, with only 2 minutes to go. I'm afraid that was inevitable, so it is going to be the win, whether they go back a lap or not, because it didn't go out to Joe Stables. Anyway, Joe Stables it will be that will get the win from Scott Mittal. I don't think there's too much controversy about that. Richard Wise it will be that will be third, Leon Morrell fourth, Andrew Kimpton fifth, and Mike Chen in sixth position. Leon Morrell will win his class, Class B, and effectively the Global Lights class will be won by Gary Mitchell, and the Class C, that's going to be won by Matthew Minette for the sub 1000cc cars. And the marshals unfortunately still haven't made any headway with moving Richard Hardy's car. So I think even if there hadn't been the issue with the safety car, we may not have got any more racing anyway.
No, and it was a sensible thing then to checkered flag it as soon as we knew that was the case, rather than have the cars run round for 20 minutes, a couple more laps unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Because that's all just a bit pointless when that happens.
It is. So there is our race winner in the middle of the shot, number 95, Joe Stables. So that is 2 wins out of 2 for him today at the start of the 2021 R1M Racing Bikesports Championship season. And as far as Class B is concerned, the wins have been shared. Ross Drew the first and Leon Morrell second, although he could have had 2, couldn't he, were it not for that late mistake in race number 1 that ultimately brought out the early checkered flag in that race as well. But the racing that we have had has been very good. Lots of entertaining racing in the 2 R1M Racing Bikesports Championship races, Josh.
Yeah, especially that moment between the leaders from where the diffuser fell off to Mattel going through and then Stables fighting back round the outside at Redgate. That was a cracking bit of racing between the two of them. And hopefully we'll have them both out for the rest of the season. And Croft, that's going to be difficult to overtake round there in these cars, you'd think. But very spectacular. Then the rest of the season to look forward to. And to get Charles Hall out there as well after he had a diff issue this morning. We should have 3 different types of car battling really close together.
Yeah, we should indeed. Still one more race to come here this evening at Donington Park. That's the Demon Tweeks Yokohama Locost Championship. So don't go out of the anywhere yet. Let's have a look at the results though from that R1M Racing Bikesports Championship race. Joe Stables it was that crossed the line 1.6 seconds ahead of Scott Mittal. Richard Wise, number 88, took 3rd position. Leon Morrell winning Class B in 4th place. And 5th, Andrew Kimpton. Mike Chen 6th. Julian Griffith 7th. Alistair Smart, Matt Moore, Mark Boot rounding out the top 10. For the back, Adrian Watt and Mark Grayson, 11th and 12th. Robert Rees 13th, and Andrew Lowe, Stephen Bell, Andrew Gord, Robert Gilman. Matthew Minette winning Class C, and Anthony Thompson, the invitation class in car number 79, ahead of number 10, Gary Mitchell. Ross Drew unfortunately pulled off, so Class B winner in race 1 didn't make it to the end of race 2. We also lost Ian Mitchell, Richard Hardy and Doug Carter during the course of that race. Well, hopefully we will be able to hear from our race winner shortly. Just looking back at the results of the previous race, though, the Club Enduro race, which have now got the official results for, as we thought, Baker and Swift beating Locken, Hickley and Howarth and Boardman. I do notice that Ivor May, I think, must have stopped just outside the pit window, Josh, because he earned a 4-minute and 30-second penalty that dropped him back to 5th place within Class C in the end. So, low costs still to come, but we've got, hopefully we'll have the chance to hear from Joe Stables before we get that race underway. There is a bit of clearing up to be done, of course, after that Bikesports encounter. There, they've got it moved now at last, the 33 car of Richard Hardy. So that is ready to go. And very shortly we'll have the winners down the pit lane as well. Looks like the MSV vehicle is going to tow the Richard Hardy car away. So obviously lost drive, and therefore will need to be towed back to the paddock. So, late evening sun here at Donington Park, giving way to a little bit of cloud now, but we can now go down to the pit lane. Let's join Matt.
Thanks, guys. Yep, down here with our race winner from the final Bikesports race of the day here at Donington Park, and it's Joe Stables who takes 2 out of 2 from that race. Just getting himself sorted down here with a mask and his headband, and then we'll be ready to go for a quick chat with him. There you go, Joe. Take a garland. Well done. Many congratulations for double here at Donington. It seemed a pretty easy race from your behalf. I know Scott was right there on your tail, but you lost your diffuser halfway round.
It was actually hanging like a bag of spanners before I lost that. It was horrible, and I lost it, and it was back to normal again by the seams of it. So, yeah, it was a difficult one. It was difficult. It made it interesting though. So.
Yeah, I think up until that point you were under pressure from Scott. He was trying to dive down and get the move done, but as you said, things improved once that diffuser kind of got lost.
Yeah, I mean, he had a go at me, and I managed to just get the inside again, and then held him to the inside during the straight, and yeah, went around happy days.
2 close races today here at Donington. That could be a theme of what's to come for the rest of the year.
I hope so, yeah, hope so.
You're looking forward to it. Your dad's, of course, teaching you the ropes. You've got them by now by the looks of it.
Oh, he still gives me pointers every now and then. He does give me useful information. He's still good.
Would you like to jump back in the car, do you reckon?
Oh, yeah. No, definitely. It's loads of fun.
Good stuff. You're looking forward to the next one? I think we're Croft next, aren't we?
I've never been to Croft for like 6-7 years, and I've never tested there, so it should be very interesting.
We're looking forward to it. Joe, well done. Good start to the season.
Thank you.
There we go. Joe Stables, our race winner for the second time today here at Donington. We look forward to the Bikesports who head to Croft next. For here, though, at Donington Park, we've got one race to come, and that's going to be a very close race, I'm sure, in the Locost Championship.
The Locost then almost ready to go for their final race of the weekend, second and final race of the weekend for them, final race of the day for the 750 Motor Club. And changed the result of the earlier race, it should be mentioned, because Simon Walker-Hansel was given a 5-second penalty. That dropped him to 6th. It meant that Andrew Tate was classified as a winner of a low-cost race for the first time. The grid for the second race is based on the second fastest qualifying times, though. Martin West, number 94, lines upon pole position. And the race 1 winner on the road, Simon Walker-Hansel, is next to him. Jeff Peake and Murray Shepherd on row 2. And the race 1 winner, Andrew Tate and Carl Roysenars, on the 3rd row. It's Gary Brandon, who was quick in race 1, and Paul Clark. They're on row 4, ahead of Craig Land, last year's runner-up, and Daniel Garrett. George Grice and David Martin make up the 6th row. It's Miles Lacey, another quick driver. In fact, I think he got the fastest lap in the earlier race. And Bradley Horsnell, they line up on row 7. Rob Apsey and Jack Artis, row 8. Sean Brave and Greg Smith, an early retirement from race 1 there on the 9th row. Jonathan Higgins and Kevin Straw both came to grief towards the end of the opener. Russ Atwood and Jack Chapman, who was disqualified from race 1, there on the 11th row. Glenn Boyer and Rob Sisson, row 12. Ryan Garrett and Alexander Artis on the 13th row, ahead of Keith Malpas and Dave Berry. Rob Hardy and Tim Penstone Smith round out the top 30. Last 5 cars on the grid will be Trevor Faunch, Andy Perkins, Bill Ward, Tony Parker and Andy Pointer. So we should have 35 cars. I think we actually had 33 starters, and I can see there's a car missing from the second row of the grid here, Josh. Looks like Jeff Peake's not there.
Neither's Craig Land, 2 of the drivers involved in that accident, if you remember, at the end of the race. And there's a whole gaggle of cars missing, I think, towards the back. But the 2 important ones, I guess, are from the front, are Jeff Peake and Craig Land, both involved in that accident. Cole Routenard is back. He was also involved, I think, but he's the only one. And then I think there are some missing towards the back, but can't really see that from this vantage point clearly who that would be.
No, it's only Jeff Peake and Craig Land would have been drivers that would have been framing themselves for a championship battle this year, I would think, and that's an early setback. Hopefully the damage to their cars is not too severe, and they'll be back out for the next round of the Locost, which isn't until the end of May at Croft, so there's a bit of time to get cars fixed, and hopefully the drivers all okay as well. Anyway, we're about to go racing. 15 minutes to round out the day. Simon Walker-Hansel eager to get going as we wait for the off. It's Martin West on the inside line, though, for Redgate Corner. Good start, though, by Simon Walker-Hansel from the outside of the front row of the grid. He's going to slot into the lead of the race. Murray Shepherd there in 3rd position as they head up towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Looks like Andrew Tate is going to go down to 5th place, in fact, at the expense of Carl Roystenars there. And number 19, which is Daniel Garrett, up to 6th as well as they turn their way through Hollywood, down the Craner curves for the first time in this final race of the day. This car almost silhouetted now in this evening sunshine. It looks like it is, though, Simon Walker-Hansel, classified 6th in race 1, that leads as they head through the old hairpin then. And it looks like everyone has made it safely through the first few corners this time. And they head off up towards Schwantz Curve. Murray Shepherd there showing his nose to both Simon Walker-Hansel and Martin West, though, Josh, as they head through McLean's.
Yeah, it's very close, isn't it, at that front group. And there's a bit of sideways action on cold tyres a bit further down. But here are the leaders. No one's breaking away whatsoever. And it is Walker-Hansel, who won on the road earlier, penalised later, that leads it. Remember, he went off early in the earlier race as well, so be hoping not to repeat that. He's under pressure from Martin West, who's alongside him as they come down towards the S's, and he's through. So Martin West has got the lead into the S's. Really late on the brakes he is as well. Routenard is side by side with Garrett for 4th. So that's a good start from Daniel Garrett from 10th on the start. And Martin West really has got a big lead, hasn't he? He was so quick through the S's. Murray Shepherd for 2nd. Up the inside of Walker-Hansel, gets it. Then it's Routenard. Then Tate comes back on Daniel Garrett, so that puts Tate back to where he started. But it's a good lead for Martin West. How long will that last, Ian?
Not long, I shouldn't have thought. Not if Locost Racing is anything to go by. Some not outrageously late braking by Locost on the Din 2. Goddard that time, everyone made it safely through, but it is Martin West leading then, and the gap at the end of lap 1 has yet to appear on my screen actually. Hopefully it will do soon, but it's side by side for second place. 1.254 seconds is the answer. Murray Shepherd goes up the inside of Simon Walker-Hansel to get 2nd place away though. Carl Roystenars is about to lose out for 3rd place as well, I think, and that is to Andrew Tate in the first instance, I reckon. They drop down through Craners for the 2nd time in this race. Nose to tail for 2nd place. Simon Walker-Hansel back ahead of Murray Shepherd now. So really close racing between those two. Murray Shepherd, last year's champion, of course, the only ex-low-cost champion on the grid. Up towards McLean's. And Martin West still has a decent lead. It's not evaporated quite as quickly as I thought.
It was weird how he got the big lead, really, wasn't it? Through the S's, he just one corner and he was gone. They weren't like they were battling behind either. 28 cars started, by the way, so we did lose a number from that earlier race when we had a couple of incidents at the end of the early one. Westo feels that 1.2 seconds is necessitating a big old weave all the way down the back straight, and that is allowing the others to catch. Gary Brandon diving down the inside there to pass Roussillard, and then of course he's slow through the corner. That means the third car in that battle, Paul Clark, can take advantage. He's on the inside coming down towards the Melbourne hairpin, but West's lead certainly is smaller now. For fourth, Daniel Garrett down the inside. It's very tight there. Brandon and Clark and Roussillard, I think he's losing more positions in all of that. That was busy. And then into the Goddard hairpin now. Up the inside, number 5, that's George Grice, I think. Yep, George Grice trying to gain a place, and that's another place Cole Roussillard has lost. He started the lap in 4th. He's almost at the back of this queue now, but it's nose to tail for the lead because Simon Walker-Hansel sets a new lap record of 1:57.5, and he goes up the inside of Martin West and he grabs the lead.
He does indeed. So that lead of 1 1/4 seconds at the beginning of the lap eliminated, really, by just over a lap later into Redgate Corner. I'm sure it won't be the last lead change of the race. 10.5 minutes still to go. Murray Shepherd on his own a little bit now in 3rd position for the moment. Daniel Garrett 4th, Andrew Tate 5th, Gary Brandon in 6th spot, Paul Clark 7th. Carl Royston's just losing out a little bit on that lap, down to 9th. In fact, lost 5 places on that lap. Here they are, heading up towards McLean's. Simon Walker-Hansel and Martin West. Martin West, who had a long run of races where he finished in 2nd position without winning. He did eventually overcome that bogey. Now, that's a car that's been off wide into the, not into the gravel, but brushing the gravel, I think, at McLean's. Didn't quite see which one that was that caused that. Leaders are out of Coppice, though, heading down the exhibition straight. This time it's the turn of Simon Walker-Hansel to move around a little bit down the straight, with behind him the number 94 car of Martin West. Murray Shepherd a bit further back in 3rd spot. So down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Can Simon Walker-Hansel, Martin West I should say, make a move into the right-hander? It looks like he's not going to here, Josh.
Not this time. Murray Shepherd have been keen to try and catch the 2 of them, otherwise it'll just be those 2 in a bit of a tactical slipstreaming race, I'd imagine. But it's Walker-Hansel in front into Goddard's. West happy to sit behind him at the moment. There's 9 minutes to go as they accelerate up across the line. Or somebody's had an issue there at the hairpin. Looks like they've lost their nose cone. Presume the car's continued.
Yeah, looks like that will be biffed up. There's one heading into the pits.
Indeed.
Can you see who that is, Josh? I can't quite tell. Anyway, leaders are...
It's certainly a car without a nose cone. It is. It's...
Was the number on the nose cone? is the
40.
Problem.
It's 40.
Okay.
Which of course it says on the screen. That would be easy, wouldn't it?
David
40
Martin.
David Martin, yeah. The battle for the lead is close though, isn't it there? And Andrew Tate's got 3rd and the lap record, 1:57.3. So Andrew Tate, the winner in the end earlier, has moved into 3rd ahead of Murray Shepherd. He'll be looking to chase these 2 leaders.
Yeah, so Martin did come into pits from 13th position. Here are the leaders then. Walker-Hansel and West. Walker-Hansel penalised in race 1. Dropped back down from 1st to 6th, so he'll be keen to make amends for that here. More dust being kicked up in the background, and you've got Gary Brandon going through in 5th. He finished race 1 in... He was well up, wasn't he? He was 4th, wasn't he, in race 1? So a good performance that from Gary Brandon earlier on.
Going well again.
Yeah, he certainly is. He seems to be coming on strong, actually, in recent seasons, although he's been racing at low cost for quite some time now.
But the Lacey cars in this group as well, isn't it? That's the Charrington run car that he's in, who went well earlier, and looks like he's going well again. There's the Martin nose cone. Now, are we getting that second pair closer? It was 2 seconds at the beginning of the lap. Hard to tell, really. But Martin West hasn't really put a challenge on, has he? He's quite keen for it just to be the 2 of them up front, I imagine.
Yeah,
so
I think
he'll do a last lap challenge.
Yeah, he'll be quite content just to sit in there. One of the pointers has got a problem. That's what was going through that. Yeah, I would think Martin West would be quite happy to sit there for the two of them to keep working with each other to pull out a bit of a gap and then back himself really to try and find his way past Simon Walker-Hansel on the final lap, and Walker-Hansel will have to back himself to defend that position. 6 3/4 minutes to go.
However, Andrew Tate just set another new lap record, 1:56.6, which is 3 seconds under what we had at the beginning of the day, with Louis Wool in the 59s as a lap record. But they are catching. It's now a second and a half back to Tate, so they're in that slipstreaming range to make it 4 for the lead, which I suspect will make it more entertaining for us.
Up to McLean's goes Simon Walker-Hansel with Martin West in very close attendance then. It's looking like a pretty tactical race this from Martin. Playing the longer game, but I guess the danger here is that the race 1 winner, Andrew Tate, will be gradually catching them. On the last lap he did the lap record, 1:56.693, which was about 8/10 faster than either of the two cars ahead of him. Side by side now, and West has gone through, taken the lead. Wasn't much in the way of defence offered by Simon Walker-Hansel. There was, though. It looks like Paul Clark's been off into the gravel briefly at Coppers as well.
Yeah, I think he went pretty wide in all of that, but indeed, a change for the lead. I think. No, where's he gone?
Well, this is a good question. Where has West gone? He's gone.
There's a car on the grass halfway down the straight, so whether that's an issue or he run wide, I think it might have been an issue because he's not rejoining.
We'll try and pick that up.
Things.
Try and pick that up. So it's Simon Walker-Hansel leading now, and Andrew Tate in second place. So the on-the-road winner and the classified winner together here. Murray Shepherd in third place. Probably 3 laps to go in this race now. Shepherd is about a second and a half behind the two leaders. Tate not driving the strategic race that Martin West had been, because he's gone straight down the inside of Simon Walker-Hansel to take the lead. Walker-Hansel will try and come back though at Hollywood, and I think he'll get the place back immediately there. Yes, he does. Down
West,
through the crane as they go.
West come through 9th, about 10 seconds behind, so maybe a mistake as he went past, hard to tell. But we've got a good battle for the lead. Andrew Tate was pushing on there sideways out the old hairpin. Strange that Murray Shepherd wasn't able to go with him, last year's champion. And Tate's going to get the lead here, I think, into McLean's on the outside line. He has. So Tate's back in front, but Murray Shepherd not really catching these two, which is slightly odd.
Certainly is, isn't it? So he's 2 seconds adrift of the leader. Can he haul himself into contention for the final lap? That's going to be the question. I think there'll be 2 more laps to go at the end of this. Well, there's the problem with the 40 car. Well, the radiator damaged. We saw the nose off. It was obviously more than just bodywork that was the issue for number 40. Simon Walker-Hansel getting alongside Andrew Tate down into the Melbourne hairpin. He's on the inside line and gets the lead back away from Tate. Walker-Hansel probably a more experienced driver than is Tate, but Tate learning his racecraft in Locost all the time. Finished 4th in the championship last year. Outbreaks himself there. In the course of last year's racing, I don't think he got a win, did he? But he's had his first win this season. Yeah, his best result was a couple of third places last year. Andrew Tate, 2 laps to go in this Demon Tweeks Yokohama Low-Cost Championship race. And Shepherd's fallen even further back behind the leaders now, Josh.
Martin West dropped to 9th. He's back to 5th, so he's absolutely flying after whatever that issue was for him at the S's, but he's just too far back, I think. Cole Roussillard's fought back to 4th, and indeed, Murray Shepherd, I wonder if he's got a problem, because he's really dropping away now from the top 2. He had a problem here at the end of last year when he won the championship. Gary Brandon's has gone wrong for him up at Redgate.
That's a shame. Yeah, 4th in race 1, he was running 5th, then 7th in race 2, but he's dropped back a little bit further now. I should think he's lost at least 3 places because of that spin. Because the cars were so close behind him.
Sideways there with Martin West as he was he's pushing on. He's trying to hang on to 5th now because George Grice is fighting back. It's actually Daniel Garrett that's fighting on him now. Then Grice behind, and Miles Lacey in what I believe to be his first race weekend, having a good run in the top 10 once more. And among some quick guys there. Lots of tyre spill through Coppice, but I think they're all through okay.
Yeah, in the first race it was a 1:58.211 for Miles Lacey, but it was a short-lived lap record. That's now with Andrew Tate, 1:56.693. Here they are down into the Fogarty S's, the 19 car of Daniel Garrett, the grey car, just behind 94 Martin West. George Grice now behind both of them, down towards the hairpin. Carl Roystenars, it is up ahead of them in 4th position. So they're not going to catch Murray Shepherd, who's about 5 seconds up the road. Meanwhile, the leaders are just about to cross the line. They just have crossed the line again, in fact, start their final lap. And it's Walker Hansel ahead by 0.5 of a second. Up the inside there goes Daniel Garrett, and he gets a place away from George Grice. So the order is Simon Walker Hansel leading, Andrew Tate second, Murray Shepherd third, Carl Roystenars fourth, Martin West fifth, Daniel Garrett sixth, George Grice down to 7th now. And it's Miles Lacey up into 8th place with that spin for Gary Brandon on the previous lap. But here are the two leaders, Josh.
Yeah, and this is where our attention's going to be for this final lap of the day of racing, and it could be either of them that win this. Walker Hansel in front, one on the road earlier, but in the result it was Tate. So who's going to win this time? Is Tate getting alongside up towards McLean's? He is, he's in front, but is that where you want to be? I think Walker Hansel was quite content to let him get there, because he knows down into the S's he should have a good run. So this gets very tactical now with the last few straights. Pretty much every corner from now on is an overtaking opportunity in the Locost Championship, and Walker Hansel's right there behind Tate. I suspect this might get very weavy now down towards the S's. Perhaps not. Andrew Tate just sort of sitting there, so he's not weaving about like we saw earlier. But Walker Hansel, is he going to go through? Yes, inside line, he's got it, but 2 corners to go, Ian. Ian, there's plenty of opportunities for that to change.
Absolutely right. 2 overtaking opportunities, the 2 hairpins to go. Can Andrew Tate come back to make it back-to-back wins today? They go past one of the slower cars. We'd seen the 17 car pull off on the start and finish rate. That was Russ Atwood. That's not going to impact on this race at all. They've been through 1 hairpin. Simon Walker Hansel still leads. It's going to be last of the late breakers. Andrew Tate's going to have to come from a long way back. I think he's too far back, isn't he, as they come into Goddard's for the final time. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Simon Walker Hansel that's done it. He's about 3 car lengths ahead, up to the line, and for the second time today on the road, Simon Walker Hansel wins the Demon Tweeks Yokohama Locost Championship race from Andrew Tate. 0.4 of a second between them in the end. A very good race it was. Murray Shepherd third. Who's going to be 4th though? Over the line, is that just Martin West that's pipped Carl Roystenars? It is by 0.2 of a second. Martin West gets 4th position. Carl Roystenars 5th. Daniel Garrett 6th, Miles Lacey 7th, George Grice 8th, Paul Clark 9th, and Rob Apsey completing the top 10. Gary Brandon, after his spin, finishes 11th, and the 11 car, which is that of Jack Artis, finishes in 12th position. But a great race, Josh. I suspect that Simon Walker Hansel's additional experience just paid out there towards the end.
Indeed, and to be fair to Andrew Tate, he didn't overly defend, did he? He didn't like any of the weaving we saw earlier, which is perhaps a bit unnecessary. So he was fair, wasn't he, and Andrew Tate in that battle, and he's going to come out of Donington Park as a championship leader, which is great for him. So I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with that, a 1st and a 2nd, having, I think, as a best result of a 3rd before. So both of those races went really well for him. Murray Shepherd's pace was a bit strange in that, but he's again come away with a decent result. Martin West here probably be the most disappointed, won't he? He took the lead and seemingly went straight off the road.
Yeah, it's difficult to know what happened there. We'll perhaps get to the bottom of that, see what goes on social media over the next day or so. I'm sure there'll be various posts around that on the forum. But yeah, just be interesting to find out what happened there to Martin West towards the end of that race. Let's have a look at the results now of the final race today here at Donington Park. It was the Demon Tweeks Yokohama Locost race. It was won by Simon Walker Hansel by 0.4 of a second from Andrew Tate, so 4 from 42. Murray Shepherd, the reigning champion, was 3rd. Martin West fought back to 4th after the off when leading on the way down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Carl Roystenars 5th, Daniel Garrett 6th, and Miles Lacey, George Grice Paul Clark and Rob Apsey. Tate, by the way, also got the fastest lap of the race and the lap record. Gary Brandon 11th after his little spin at Redgate. Jack Artist 12th, Glenn Boyer, Ryan Garrett. Tim Penstone-Smith, good drive from him. Didn't see much from him in that race, but up from the back of the grid to 15th. Bradley Horsnell 16th, then Rob Sisson, Jack Chapman, Alex Artist and Rob Hardy rounding out the top 20. And finally, Keith Malpas, Trevor Forge, Andy Pointer, William Ward, Bill Ward as he's known, and Andy Perkins, with Russ Atwood, Dave Berry and David Martin failing to make it to the end of the race. The Locosts are next out at Croft at the end of May. That is for a triple header. Reminder that the next time that 750 Motor Club are out is at Cadwell Park in just under 2 weeks' time for a single day race meeting there, and the Alpha live stream is back for the following meeting, which is at Silverstone on the 24th and 25th of April, a 2-day meeting with 116 Trophy, 750 Formula, Alfa Romeo, BMW Car Club Racing, Classic Stock Hatch, F1000, Mazda 7s, Road Sports, Sports Special, Sports 1000, Type R Trophy. So a completely different package of races to what you've seen during the course of today. But if you've been a newcomer to the stream, then do come back and watch that race meeting on Alpha Live, YouTube, 750 Motor Club website and Facebook in 3 weeks' time, 24th and 25th of April at the Silverstone National Circuit. Do join us for that. But we've had a good day's racing here, Josh.
We certainly have, and 750 Motor Club Racing tends to deliver, and we started off on a good note, and there's lots of race meetings throughout the year, aren't there, to look forward to, and hopefully as the weeks go on we'll be able to have spectators back at circuits. So have a look at the 750 Motor Club calendar and try and get yourself to a meeting, particularly if you're interested in getting involved in racing, because there'll be plenty of people on hand to talk to you. And if you can't get to a meeting, perhaps drop a line to the email addresses on the website, because it'd be great to have more newcomers into motor racing, as that's what 750 Motor Club Racing is all about, isn't it? And getting more and more people into the sport.
That's absolutely right, Josh. And with that, let's head down to the pits and Matt once again.
Yep, down here with our final winner of the day, which is Simon Walker-Hansel. Simon, it was jubilation and disappointment in race one, but hopefully this one sticks. Well done on the victory.
Yeah, I can't see them taking this off me. And I worked for it at the end. Sorry, I don't know the guy's name I was racing with. I'm still fairly new. Yeah, Andrew. I think he got the win last time when it got taken off me, but I had to, work at it and let him have the lead on the last lap so I could take it back off him on the straights with the slipstream.
That's what the guys said in the box. They said you're probably best to sit in second place and try and get it done towards the end.
Yeah, I was hoping to let him pass up the end of the straight, but he didn't go for it, and then he had the run on me up into McLean's, and I backed out, let him through, and it worked perfectly.
It seemed like your working together helped, though, because you pulled away from third and fourth and got yourselves out in front.
Yeah, that's what this form was all about, the slipstreaming, and around here, the two big straights, it really works. So yeah, it's a good weekend. 2 wins on the track, 1 taken off us, which I don't think was fair, but I can't do anything about that.
Still good points, and it puts you in a good place for the next round.
Yeah, hopefully so. And the next one's my local at Croft, and we've got three races. So I think 3 wins would be nice.
It's going to be exciting. Simon, well done on the victory in the final race.
Thank you. Thanks.
There we go then. Simon Walker-Hansel is the victor in the final race of the day here at Donington Park, and that's us done from the 750 Motor Club. We thoroughly hope you've enjoyed all the action here on Alpha Live, because it's been a thoroughly enjoyable day. A bit cold, but we've enjoyed the racing, as we said. Don't forget, we do it all again in just under 2 weeks' time as we head to Cadwell Park on the 17th of April. But Alpha Live will be back with all the action right here, and hopefully you can join us for that one as we head to Silverstone. But from now, from all the team, from 750 Motor Club, from Ian Sowman, Josh Barrett and myself, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you again very soon indeed.